Earlier than expected. Well, technically 5 minutes late from when I'd planned. But yeah, earlier in the day for sure. Let's see.
Hello there.
Good evening.
How are you doing?
Let's see, where's that share thing work?
I'm gonna also share
Yep.
in a second. Ah, it is so hot here today.
Well, it should be pretty late in the day by that point for you.
It is 10 p.m. and today the high was 30 degrees clitoris.
That's a neat way of saying that. Uh, yeah, it's relatively cool here, which has been nice. But our seasons are reversed, of course.
Yeah, you'll have upside down seasons.
Right. Yep, we're backwards. Let's see. I think that's all I got there.
Ooh. Hey, Jax.
Oh, look. People are coming in. How cool is that?
Mm.
I was sort of wondering how this would work given how much earlier in the day it is for me. I'm usually doing this in my evenings.
Yeah. Well, today is just like it's my mom's birthday on Boxing Day.
Oh, fun.
So I had to do all my shopping, and today was a test of my patience in a shopping mall.
Right, for sure. It's got to be
But
one of
I
the
did.
only really good things about online shopping is you can avoid that sort of thing.
No, but it was like I had my earphones in, and I had a really good playlist, so I avoided the Christmas music.
That's helpful.
And
Does it
every
start?
time somebody,
What month do they start that where you are?
late October, early November,
It's just as bad.
and we
Oh,
don't
that's
really do Halloween.
yeah.
So it's not even like overlapping with the Halloween stuff because as much as like yeah, all the stores are like, the fake cobwebs and all of that kind of thing, Halloween is not as big here as
Right.
it is in the States.
Yeah. Not surprising.
Like
Oh, I forgot my a pen. I'm gonna grab a pen because I can never keep track of what people are saying. Oh, the other side. It's been a little while since I've sat on this side of the room, so it's kind of a mess over here. And of course, all my stuff's over there.
wouldn't call Javier Milei an anarchist.
What was that?
No, somebody asked thoughts on Argentina's new anarchist
Oh God,
president.
he's not yeah. ANCAPs are not anarchists. They're about as
Yeah.
close to anarchy as you can possibly get. Um, I have a lot of thoughts about him, but I've been arguing with ANCAPs and right libertarians for decades now. So
Mm.
um, we had um, we had difficult days from very different ways. So you had to be out in crowds and all the music and lights and noise and
Mm.
but so I've been here, but Pretty much everything has been going wrong. My computer is actually dying, which does make it kind of difficult to finish the grading and be writing. I'm like, why is
Oh,
this running
yeah,
so slow? Why? What is going on here? The hard drive on it. It's failing. So,
yeah.
uh, so I got had to quickly order another machine because my backup is dead as well. So I can then copy stuff off
Mm.
before it completely dies. But hopefully, it lasts the next 2 weeks until something gets here. Yeah.
So
No,
you're a professor of history.
I am indeed. Yep. Um, I'm
What's your specialty?
my my discipline is intellectual and cultural history, so history of ideas, which kind of bounces me around a lot, following giant transnational concepts. Hence my interest in political philosophy and economics and psychology and sexuality and religion and everything else. But my you get two teaching fields with a history doctorate. So those are Europe and the Middle East.
Yeah.
But yeah, my
I mean,
my discipline is an odd one.
I wouldn't call it odd so much as unique.
It's less common for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely uncommon. Uh, it's also why there are far fewer permanent positions in it too. So
Mm, mm.
that's
Getting tenure in that kind of field is like, huh?
and I was already kind of cursed getting started in this process as far as aiming for tenure because, gosh, I was what I was in my early 40s by the time I finished the doctorate. I didn't start college till I was 30, and I had to work full time the whole time and afterwards, which doesn't give you a whole hell of a lot of time to write because I come from a poor
Yeah.
family, didn't have a spouse supporting me, so there's that. So yeah, I kind of expected it wasn't going to go in that direction, but it's fine. My usual joke is I'd live under a bridge to do this job because I enjoy teaching so much. Granted, I would love to be able to write more than I do, but I'll take what I can get. It's definitely better than working in the port. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Let me just put my headphones on so that I'm not disturbing the whole house.
Oh, I forgot. Ah, darn! I forgot to set this thing. You can't do it afterwards, can you? Or I totally forgot to set the. How do you keep out kids? Oh man, and I've never seen that with the lives. I've seen it with the videos. How do you do that?
Yeah,
Is
I
it too
don't
late
know.
then? Has anyone ever done a live where they've set the age thing on it? Because I've only ever seen that for the videos. Hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should pop out for a second and try and do that because the topic here is probably not good for 10-year-olds to happen upon.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, history, gender, sexuality, all of those kinds of things. I would love for kids to be able to listen and actually receive that kind of information, but what?
Yeah,
Parents are not going to be too happy.
parents are generally not happy when you're talking about fucking and kids can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is somebody saying, wait, maybe somebody knows how to do it while you're already in? One under. Really? That's fascinating. Maybe that's why I haven't seen the feature. Huh. Well, that'd be good then.
That works. Okay.
Yeah, it's news to me. Hopefully, this doesn't. Hopefully, that's right. We don't find out the hard way. um, I'm
Yeah.
gonna grab one more thing. But I can hear you.
Yeah. I've got a new stand for my phone, and it's just like I don't know how to use it properly. Ah. So,
Temperatures this time of year.
because one of my housemates works early, um, I'm constantly like trying to move around the house as quietly
Trying
as
to
possible.
find a quiet spot.
So now I need to, instead of going in and out through the room to have my cancer sticks, I'm going out this way.
Not sure how to pronounce a lot of handles that people have, but MZ Leo or whatever. What is the topic about? This is the first time that by request somebody had chosen a topic for the day, so it's going to be sex and gender in history. Is the main thing, but ooh, hey, if anything else pops up, we can get to it. But that's the main thing I want to hit because there's so much weird confusion and misinformation about it in particular now, although that's obviously always been the case to some degree. But now we get tons of amplified disinformation in social media and whatnot. So, seems sort of useful, and is
Yeah.
one of my areas of expertise. I've been doing women in history and history of sexuality classes for quite a while. So
And this is something that I'm not really done in gender studies because usually it's like politics of like gender, race, and class. I mean, Angela Davis is a staple, and I haven't found a text that is more precise and concise in its explanation of gender, race, and class than than Angela Davis. Bell Hooks, obviously, Toni Morrison's work. I mean, all of her novels espouse it. And have you read Arundhati Roy?
yeah, I'm more on economics though.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She's got a great series of essays about how the lives of women are affected by the dam projects in India.
now that's interesting.
But then I found this tiny little book of hers. I didn't even know it existed until I found it in this little secondhand bookshop. It's called The Cost of Living. Excellent. Yeah.
Ooh, I'll make a look at that. I haven't seen.
Ma shalom ech. Hannah, Rabbi Hannah is one of my. Oh man, I absolutely adore this human being. Arundhati Roy, The Cost of Living. Really good book.
Oh gosh. So let's see. There's a few ideas I'd had for where to start, but still not sure what would be best. I'm wondering maybe a few basic terms to kind of set things up, so we
Yeah.
avoid a little bit of confusion, and then we can kind of bounce around conversationally and or take in tons of questions, clarify things that way. I think what some of the things that get to me the most is that we have not only a huge amount of historical ignorance about this kind of topic, about women in history and gender nonconformity and sex nonconformity in history, but also the basic biology of it. One of the things that I run into constantly, in person at times, but more frequently you see it in a lot of internet discourses just because of the circles I walk in, is a kind of a kindergarten basis of biology. Like boys have a penis, girls have a vagina, and that's about as far as people like Ben Shapiro have ever gotten. Because there's a lot more to this. I mean, hello, the brain, hello, hormone balance. There's a whole bunch of like stuff in the endocrine system, stuff in your neurology that kind of matter here that we tend to leave out of this. So to start with, to make sure we're all on the same page with this stuff, Gender, sex, and orientation are three different things, and they don't have to match up at all. Right? There are still kind of basic norms, but that's true throughout the biological world. Most people are right-handed. Some people are left-handed, some around like 10% or so. An even weirder, smaller number of people like me are ambidextrous, right? So some are non-conforming in those ways. And this is true with gender, sex, and orientation. And while we'll talk about gender much more in terms of gender expression, which is entirely social and malleable, gender identity is actually neurological in the same way that sex and orientation are neurological. At the end of the day, you can literally see brain differences, and pick things out like this. It's literally a function of your basic structure. And people, sometimes if you bring this stuff up because they want to hold on to their bigotry, they're like, well, that's kind of brain damage or something. And that's not too far off from where people talk about nonconformity as a kind of like psychological issue or psychological illness, mental illness. All of that is false. When people say being trans or being gay or whatever is a mental illness, they are literally arguing with all of the international psychiatric and psychology organizations. None of them agree with that anymore. Sure, if you go back before we knew enough about this, yeah, but not anymore. And thinking it in terms of like a brain damage is kind of idiotic too, because I don't know, is being left-handed brain damage? No, it's a naturally occurring variation that's never been problematic, so it's never been weeded out by natural selection and actually has some advantages, right? Same with things like autism, or hyperactivity. These are naturally occurring neurological variations. So just to make sure that we're clear on this, gender, sex, and orientation, three different things, all have a physical basis, all have different ways of expressing themselves socially, and it gets very complicated in history and, tons of different cultures, how each of these three have been expressed. And then to clarify the term for anybody that's sort of dictionary averse, like much of the far right is, sex is your anatomy, like your junk, what's between your legs. That's sex. That has nothing to do with gender. Gender is falling into certain social norms. So masculine and feminine and neuter, these are like traditional genders based on like grammar terms, which is where the idea actually came from. The idea was adopted in from grammar. It actually had nothing to do with sex or biology originally. But yeah, it's a matter of like expressing certain social norms. So one's your physical anatomy, one is how you express yourself and interact socially with people, and the other is what you're attracted to, which to me is kind of like some people like chocolate, some people like vanilla, so what? They're just preferences like that. And all of them get set.
Vanilla.
There's a start with some basic terminology, and we can kind of go from there.
Yeah. So loud kettle alert, because my kettle is very loud.
No worries there.
No, I just have a really loud kettle and I'm making myself some tea. But like, especially when it comes to people who are arguing, religious basis and stuff like that, I just want to make it perfectly clear. I'm atheist. I was raised in a Hindu household, but atheist communist. Went to a Catholic school for 2 years and then went to a Jewish school for 3 and married into a Muslim family. So with all of that, I do not take any religious text as evidence. It's like plugging an extension cord back into itself, because you're just constantly trying to prove, just say the Bible by quoting the Bible. And it's like, no, this is not peer reviewed.
Yeah, and really, if you think in terms of religions, right? Religions do all exist as historical phenomena. They do evolve with societies, which means that if you look at any given religion over time, there are massive differences in its beliefs. I mean, Hell, the Catholic Church used to not give a damn about homosexuality. Hell, early Catholic priests were able to be married. There's tons of things that change over time. And this is one of those places where we kind of have to change, because if you're stuck with a kind of Bronze Age view of human sexuality that contradicts all of the evidence and literally pushes people to unalive themselves because of the social pressures on them, we're doing something wrong. If your religion depends upon hatred and pushing people to unalive themselves, your religion is trash. I mean, it needs to be changed in some way. Your approach to it needs to change. So religions can and do shift and change, and in cases like this, they really should.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at how language has evolved over the years, actually attended a talk yesterday by somebody who's doing their masters on Palestinian identity through the through a Jewish lens, and we can get into that another time. But the definition of anti-Semitism and how anti-Semitism is defined nowadays, we can actually not use the argument of Semitic language because of what anti-Semitism is defined as, because of history. So I would say when we have these parameters of definitions, it makes it a lot easier to understand not just our frame of reference, but how we're going to approach certain theses.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, terminology shifts and changes. The way that gender is used technically now is not very old. I mean, it goes back in some literature in like the 19th century, but originally gender referred to, like a grammatical case, it was just how you classified nouns and had nothing to do with human beings at all. But because of the way it classified nouns as neuter, it was adopted by social scientists to describe a social phenomenon that they could observe in history and culture. Then
Yeah,
you've got all kinds of people out there looking at forms, right? So they're checking off a form for something, and it says like, what's your gender, male, female, or whatever. And that's as far as their brain can go. They don't recognize that it's asking how you express things anyway, like how you should be treated, what pronouns you should
yeah,
use. They think that your job application is asking whether you have a dick, which is just
yeah.
stupid. It- yeah.
And that conflation annoys me when they say gender and they say male or female. I'm like, that's not gender.
Right. I mean, it'd be helpful if it would have avoided some of the miscommunications here if forms just said gender, masculine, feminine, or like, unspecified,
Non-binary.
like, non-binary, tons of things. You have other options there, right? But if it had started, like if older forms in the 50s or 60s and on had said masculine, feminine, which is what they were really asking, because even in the 50s, no one was really going to do like genital checks at the office. Like it
Yeah,
didn't matter. They're asking, should we call you sir or ma'am? That
yeah.
was it. So yeah, it would have avoided a lot of confusion.
It would have.
Oh well.
And in a lot of the lives that I've been in recently, because I mean, since the 7th of October, it's been all about Palestine. Every ounce of my energy has been put into Palestine.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I'm constantly getting misgendered in our lives. I know that it is not intentional misgendering. People have been calling me she. My pronouns are they, them. And oh, hello, puppy.
Amira's really resentful that there's rain. She wants to be outside.
Oh, the outer net is broken.
Poor bored doggo. Poor
Also,
boy.
hello, blessed.
Hey, how you guys doing? Surprise early live today.
Yeah, it's 10:30 p.m. my side. So
Oh damn, I forget how far ahead that you. Yes, of course, of
yeah,
course.
I come
Yeah,
from the
Yeah.
future.
that was the idea. I wanted to be able to do this conversationally with somebody else who also is interested in the topic, and our time zones are very different.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. Can I quickly do some housekeeping stuff just to just make sure? Yeah. So everybody who's here, thank you for everybody that's liked the live so far. If you could please keep tapping. Let's see if we can Let's see if we can get to 50K first. If you're already following, you should see a yellow star next to Liam's name. And I think if you click it, you should be able to send a star or a heart pretty much straight away. Just means that if you're part of the team, then it helps the live. It just means that it's kind of seen as one that has better engagement than others. There you go, like that. It's the same as you sending a rose. So it's better if you do it as a team member than doing it just, regularly. And then also, if we can get the shares up, let's see if we can get more people into this conversation, because I think it's a good conversation to be able to have.
Also,
Otherwise, if you have any questions, I'm happy to ask them. So just put them in the chat and I'll read them out for you.
but also a shout out to Anissa, who just became number 69 member of the team. Nice. Honestly, I'm sometimes too juvenile for the internet. I should not be allowed on the
Oh, come on.
internet.
The internet is full. The problem is when you do it in classrooms. I think one of the ways that my class of sexuality works so well is I have a terrible sense of humor. I'm very informal about this stuff. So I'm not up there like at the podium, like talking about intercourse. I'm talking about let's talk about how people fucking. So
Yes. Yeah.
it does
No,
make it a little
in
easier for people, I guess, to relax into it.
in biology class in high school, when it came to human reproduction, I put my hand up and I was like, when do we get to do practicals? I was sent out of class.
You saw Monty Python's Meaning of Life?
Yes, I have.
The classroom. Yeah, that's great. I played that scene once in the class. It's great.
No, but thank you for that, Blessed. In having these conversations on a public platform, and this is something that I was talking to, you may hear me refer to Voldemort. I was talking to Voldemort about it a couple of weeks back, about having these conversations on public platforms and how much we censure ourselves.
Is that
Just how much.
a
It's
cup
a
or
bracelet. It's a bracelet.
I've been wondering what that is, and I can never see it well enough. It keeps looking like a slab of raw meat. I can't process what it is. That's cool. A little bracelet. How neat is that?
Oh, that's cool.
The Black Knight always triumphs.
Just but a scratch.
How about you? Yeah. Oh yes.
When we're having these conversations on public platforms, how much we censor ourselves, and it got me thinking about how people journal. And are you writing as if somebody is going to read it somewhere down the line, or are you writing for yourself? Are you writing for an intended audience? What is that intended audience? And does it affect? Obviously, it does, but how does it affect how you speak about something? And what definitions you're going to hold? Like with me saying it's fine if I'm misgendered in our pro-Palestinian spaces, because I know it's not intentional, I know it's not malicious. It's not coming from a place of homophobia. It is probably that I didn't come up there and say, hey, my pronouns are they, them. I'm not even correcting people anymore. It's just like that's not the focus of this conversation. And once, inshallah, once we have a free Palestine, that's when I'm going to start telling people, hi, oh, by the way, non-binary. I would like to not be perceived sometimes. If I have to explain my gender to people, it's like, it's girl, but from Wish.
That's cute. So
That's the only way.
Right. Not quite what they
Not quite.
Yes. That's great. There's an interesting point about misgendering that one of the things that first got me into talking about some of this stuff publicly instead of just in more of an academic sense was idiots like Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson
Mhm.
first rose to like major fame by completely misconstruing a Canadian law and saying that like if I accidentally called you she, oh, I can go to jail or something, you know. But it's about maliciously doing so in a kind of like as a form of hate speech. If you're like attacking
Yes.
people, if you're over and over like forcing people, because that has an actual impact on people. It actually harms people physically. It can create trauma. Making a mistake, I don't think I've not met a single trans person who gives a shit if people make mistakes. Like, because it's not malicious. But dicks like Jordan Peterson saying, I will do this to my students no matter what they tell me, I'm going to
Mhm.
misgender them. That's fucked up, yo.
Yeah, that is malicious. That has a sense of malevolence behind it that is like, I'm going to purposely antagonize a certain community that I have direct contact with, to the extent that you never know. Like, I don't like that whole vibe of, you never know what somebody is going through, so just be kind. Just be kind, period. And this is me channeling Peter Capaldi's doctor, in that, like, just be kind. And this is something I've said to Rabbi Hannah before, and I don't know if she's still here, but like, I did say to her before, one of my favorite things about discovering my humanity in a sense of like outside of my immediate frame of reference, in being opened up to the rest of the world through social media, is finding out what is what being kind to different people looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes being kind to somebody doesn't mean doing something for them or making like a tangible change. Sometimes being kind to somebody is remembering their name, remembering their
I,
pronouns, or saying, hey, have you eaten today? Have you had water? Have you taken your meds? I know that you are really bad at remembering to take your meds, because how do you trust an ADHD person who forgets, like, what day it is to actually take meds at a certain time each day? Like, you know?
yeah.
And what that kindness looks like to different people. And and as much as I don't buy into the idea of love languages, what language everybody speaks uniquely that shows you or shows them that you're loved, and they love you, or you
Yes,
love them.
like the love languages stuff. You don't have to think that something is like a I don't know, like a hard, falsifiable theory to think that there's some value to it as a concept, because people are different and people have different preferences, so some people really do feel more, loved or validated if somebody touches them, and more people prefer gifts. I don't care about gifts, it's just a way of like something that hate when people like try to reify that into some kind of like, oh, this is set in nature or something. That's not the purpose of those things at all. It's to improve our communication. There's a there's a couple of cute things that I thought of while you're chatting there. One of them is just unless somebody asks, there's no reason to really talk about the reason. But you mentioned meds. I remembered my afternoons because it started hurting. Like my nerves are on fire right now. So if anybody sees me like getting some cold water on it, it's because it hurts, and that helps a little bit. But I genuinely forget. Like, I forget to eat all the time. So it's nice when nature reminds you of things. This one is a clearer reminder than remembering to eat. I often can go an entire day and completely forget to eat, but every 6 hours I will be reminded that I forgot my meds. There's a being kind. There's a little scene in Good Omens, where they're like looking at the crucifixion, and it's like, oh, what did they get him for? He told people to be nice to each other. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Like, we're really not good at that sort of thing, and I don't understand like why names and pronouns are so triggering to fasci types, other than the fact that they're just confessing being a dick. Because human beings change their names all the time. what the hell's the difference, right? Why would you set out intentionally to dead name somebody? Okay, so my birth certificate says William. That's literally my name, and I respond to William fine. Liam is literally an Irish abbreviation for William. It's just the last four letters instead of the first four. Go figure. But if somebody were intentionally to call me Bill all the time, hey Bill, right? And I was like, dude, I don't answer to Bill. And then he just kept doing it. That's kind of asinine. But how often does that really happen? We don't run into that when people actually adopt a name. But if you change your name to a different, gender's name, that somehow really triggers people. And I don't understand what the hell's going on with people there, other than what you're saying. They just can't be kind. They can't bring themselves to be a decent human being to others. They have to make them feel like shit.
Look, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I wanted to. I'm also watching somebody trying to misbehave in the comments, not realizing how easy it is to mute them. Um,
Oh, was
so
somebody doing that intentionally? I thought somebody was
yeah,
joking
no,
around.
he was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
troll is as troll does.
exactly. So I think that there is. I mean, I see the point and the conversation you were having about, people being kind and people doing things unwittingly, or sometimes even doing things because of a lack of social awareness or education and things like that, right? And I think that in those situations, I'm willing to be, um, I'm willing to give the person an opportunity to learn and to improve themselves. Fine.
Right, exactly.
But there
I mean,
is, sorry, go ahead, Lynn.
it goes both ways. Somebody can mess up just because they don't know, and no one's ever bothered to explain how this works to them. I've run into tons of people who have no idea that sex and gender and orientation aren't connected. It's like it makes sense.
Um, but there are people who feel completely aggrieved by the fact that they're being asked to do something, or they're being asked to um, subscribe to, what is a social norm, and they feel like, or they have been made to believe like there's a level of oppression there because they are asked to do that. And I want to try and understand what your thoughts are on that, because is that a position they're taking because um, they have been, it's been framed to them that if you subscribe to this, then you're being oppressed and therefore you must do everything in your power to fight against it? Or is this genuinely them feeling like um, their personal beliefs need to also be taken into account? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I think my most common answer to that is probably pretty simple. I think a lot of the people who are doing that and expressing that feeling are coming distinctly from the reactionary right, and one of the core defining elements of that neurotype is a persecution complex. They desperately want to feel
Mm,
like they're a victim. They want to be the victim, which is hilarious because they rhetorically they're always saying you guys want to be victims, but everything about all of the reactionary politics is about making them feel like victims. So
yeah.
I connected to that neurotype.
I actually wrote a little bit here about, okay, where is the next episode that's coming out next week? I wrote about victim complex in terms of whiteness. Um, let's see, where about is it?
Shows up in
Um,
those.
so people seek to protect what they know. So in this case that I was writing about, whiteness, white supremacy, and capitalism. And there's a fear of not real terror, but perceived threat of privilege, of their privilege. Their privilege is under threat. Their privilege as cis het, etc., etc. And there's comfort in predictability. And when they are taken out of that comfort zone, the victimhood sets in because they don't want to adapt to something that's different, that takes them out of their privilege bubble. And no matter what intersection of privilege they sit at, and this is, and I know that a lot of scholars will say that I misuse intersectionality here. Again, with the language of evolution, I'll get to that. But you have intersections of oppression. Why can we not talk about intersections of privilege and how intersections of oppression and privilege work side by side, like white womanhood? Yes, you have that intersection of oppression being woman or being femme that is all held down by patriarchy.
Right.
But that level of privilege that comes with whiteness holds more water as a power imbalance than white woman's gender does in terms of their oppression as women. I am I
Yeah,
making sense?
I think so. Like, so the whiteness to some degree moderates the oppression that will come with womanhood. So, which is why black women get it so much worse.
Yes. And just I said that I will explain intersectionality. Kimberly Crenshaw wrote about intersectionality and coined the phrase intersectionality specifically applying to the different ways in which Black women experience oppression, the different intersections that Black women experience oppression. And we misuse it a lot. And I know that language adapts, but we need to be cognizant of the fact that it was specifically to do with Black women in the workplace. That case, it wasn't a paper. It was a legal analysis. It wasn't even a research paper explaining what intersectionality is. It was an actual legal analysis because Crenshaw is a lawyer,
Social scientists
first and
just pick
foremost.
and talk about
Yeah.
how different forms of oppression, can all interact with one another. Yeah.
And so that victimhood, that is why it is so easy for white women to cry victimhood because the intersections of power, privilege, and oppression are so intricately balanced on whiteness being the victor at the end of the day.
Can we talk about that a little bit in context with regards to, so for example, the last election? Um, did you see the controversy surrounding somebody like Taylor Swift, or more specifically, Gwyneth Paltrow? And they backed a, I don't know, you guys call them, I don't know what the candidate name is in America, but we call them members of parliament. So the equivalent of a member of parliament there, who had some very problematic, very misogynistic ideas that they had put out. Given that Gwyneth Paltrow had literally built her whole career in the wellness space around women, women's rights, centering women's needs and so on, and yet she's out there specifically pushing this one candidate, who also, by the way, was incredibly racist. I find that a complete flip on its head from what she had spent the last, 10 years building on. That aspect of, I am a woman, I need my rights as a woman to be recognized. But when it comes to push, when it comes to the crunch, she's now voting for somebody who is anti-woman, who's racist, who has all of these issues. That I find that
Paltrow backs Trump.
twist. Hmm?
Paltrow's American, right? Is she backing Trump?
She's American. No, no, she's not backing Trump, but she has been backing some problematic people. I'm trying to remember who the candidate was for LA.
Other than associating her with Goop in popular culture, I know nothing
Goop.
about her. I know literally nothing about her.
So yeah, in the last 10 years, she's built a whole company called Goop, which is all around wellness and everything, centering women and all of that kind of stuff. But so she has been seen as this, white woman that is very much about centering women's needs. In fact, some of the stuff that she's done in terms of interviews has been around women's rights and women's needs and so on. Um, and then to back somebody who I believe um, he was also fighting against abortion rights as well. Maybe somebody in the chat can remind me of who it is. But
I
it
don't know if
was a
it's
candidate
I
in
don't,
LA specifically.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then it probably isn't an attempt to answer, but somebody mentioned Cheney. So, like Liz Cheney, I've seen tons of American liberals talk about how she's great because she bashed Trump. I'm like, do you know anything about her positions? She's trash for women and
Yeah,
anybody else. But okay, so she's not for treason. That's a pretty low bar for saying somebody
the
is.
bar is in hell.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
as to but as to that, to especially people like Gwyneth Paltrow, like I don't regard her as, by any way, shape, or form, an effective feminist, because she hinges on that white feminism who that doesn't just ignore women of color, but actively seeks to disenfranchise women of color and silence the voices of women and femmes of color. So I think the politician that she backed was Beto O'Rourke.
oh, Beto
Beto O'Rourke, yeah,
for Beto.
yeah, and
Robert, I think. Yeah,
he a vile human being, and I think she donated something like $25,000 to his Texas campaign, all of those kinds of things, and it is in the interest of whiteness. It is to protect whiteness at the expense of her womanhood, I would say. And it shows where certain celebrities' priorities lie. Because at the end of the day, who do they align with? Are they aligning with themselves with whiteness? Are they aligning themselves with the struggle for all people's liberation? And more often than not, when you see these white feminists, they are usually going to protect whiteness at the expense of women and femmes of color. They're going to throw women and femmes of color under the bus. Because if you look at who is already suffering the most under the under Roe v. Wade being overturned, it is the most disenfranchised. It is poor women of color and trans men.
Mhm. Yeah, I think especially when we look at the way that feminism has been adopted as a much wider label and taken on by so many liberals, because liberals at the end of the day are going to stand with capital and patriarchy and racism, despite their protestations to the contrary. Whereas feminism, I mean, as a political ideology, actually has its roots with socialists. I mean, whether you're going all the way back into the 18th century with people like Mary Wollstonecraft, all the way up to Angela Davis, that you mentioned at the beginning, feminism is a radical ideology of liberation that sees women's struggle for equality as tied to tons of other struggles for equality, where liberals don't want to talk about these other forms of liberation. They're perfectly happy with a lot of the status quo power structures. They just want to be taken seriously within those status quo power structures. Which, at the end of the day, if you're going to sacrifice something, a lot of them are going to sacrifice, their womanhood to support the status quo.
But a lot of the time, it's not just sacrificing their womanhood because they're still going to have that access regardless because of certain other forms of privilege. What they're sacrificing is other women and femmes.
Like poor and women of color, because if we're talking about liberals being relatively privileged, sure, yeah, because yeah, you take away say abortion rights, well-off women are always going to have a way out of that, but poor women are frequently not.
But don't you think that it's also more than that? I mean, are they also not sacrificing their position? Because if anybody's arguing from the point of equality, and specifically equality for a marginalized group, then at the heart of that is equality. So if it's only equality for because it affects you or because that's the group that you've chosen to affiliate with, then is it really equality? Doesn't it isn't it more about tribal affiliations?
Yeah, I don't think, and this is where I made the distinction between, radical or socialist feminists and liberals, because I don't think liberalism really gives a shit about equality, as such. Um, and again, for anybody who's confused by these terms, and a lot of people do get, it's not equality of outcome. Human beings are different. We're talking about equality of opportunity. What we can do, what are the obstacles in the way of what people can do. And I don't think liberal feminists really want to wipe away those barriers. I think they take a lot of them for granted. And I think a lot of them still see themselves as working within a quote unquote man's world. So, yeah,
Um,
it's.
could you elaborate a bit more on that? Because um, I find that really fascinating because I feel like sometimes that tends to be the point a lot of movements tend to descend into, to the point where they fail. So take, for example, what happened with the BLM movement. That was, coined and put together by a particular group in order for them to be able to push what it was, rights for Black people, Black people not being unalived by the police and so on, right? But somewhere it took a turn because certain people that were part of the foundation ended up seeing an opportunity for themselves. So they were no longer tied to the outcome for everybody. It became, yes, that's a nice byproduct, but I also need to take care of myself aspect. And I see this being echoed time and time again, even with what's happening with the pro-Palestinian movement right now, in that there are aspects that I find a little bit distasteful. So yeah, could you elaborate a bit more when you said about equality of outcome?
Oh, okay. So I was trying to get at what everything in terms of like just equality of outcome. A lot of people try to caricature feminism, socialism, and whatnot, as saying we all want to be the same. We want everyone to have exactly the same, status. I don't know, quote unquote success. Like we'll all have exactly the same kind of money and live in the same, gray cement tenements, and there'll be no variation at all. It's it's a pretty bizarre way of caricaturing the ideal, where what equality discourses are about are removing systematic obstacles, right? So things that would prevent someone from succeeding. Think about the far higher expectations people have for women and black men actually to thrive in society. Somebody like Trump, who's been, with, children by like 3 women or whatever. If that was a black man running for president, he'd never even make it to the primaries. There's no way people would take that seriously, but they'll do that for a white guy. So that expectation is an obstacle. It shows a lack of social equality. Where we're thinking about movements breaking down, I think one point I'll kind of make about, I don't know, again, the sort of way that liberals tend to mangle this sort of thing and honestly, ultimately harm a lot of movements for liberation. And this has been true in economic terms. So think about the way the welfare state, socialists opposed that. And now that's held up because socialists understood that was going to actually destroy the systemic critique, right? That it would make people feel a little more comfortable so they wouldn't fight for real change anymore. Or the way that a lot of people said, oh, look, Obama got elected, so we're not racist anymore, right? Whereas, that is not remotely the case. It has nothing to do with it. The way that, God, just the way that they talked about him kind of showed the racism. Oh, he's such an articulate black man. Like,
Oh
okay.
God, yes. That whole
Like,
exercise was painful to listen to.
hello? Yeah,
Right.
but when we bring things like that up, so the way that a lot of liberals co-opted feminism, I think, is one of the reasons that the anti-feminist movement is doing so well in contemporary politics and why it's played into reactionary movements. And it kind of like it's gone through cycles, but you can see the same thing if you go back to the teens, 20s, and 30s, because the original fascist regimes rose to power hating on women and saying, we're going to send these women back to the home so you don't have to compete with them for jobs anymore. I mean, that was seriously one of Mussolini's pitches to people. Support me, and I'll make these women go back home and, be barefoot and pregnant, all that crap. It's the same kind of argument, because when you take away the more radical drive to equality into removing all barriers so that people can thrive and just be people, no matter what they're born looking like or whatever, then it waters it down and caricatures it in such a way already that it's very easy for the right to lampoon it rhetorically and draw support into their factions. It's a lot clearer where people stand and what's necessary. And if you really do attack all those systemic obstacles, once that kind of stuff is done, it's a lot harder to go back, too. So, yeah, honestly, I mean, this is true. This is true with capital. It's true with race, and it's true with sex and gender issues. I think liberals are often a humongous barrier to real social change.
And I
So
would
how?
say that,
No,
sorry,
go
Blessed.
ahead. Go ahead, Nikita.
I would go so far as to say that liberals rely on those barriers for their own personal gain. And they keep those barriers in place for those strategic reasons.
I think that there are intellectuals in that space who do that. I think, in the same way that I think, you look at tons of other discourses out there, I think people actually genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing. They don't really understand it. They can't really get over certain emotional or intellectual obstacles that help them understand what they're doing wrong. I think that it's not only just academically, but from my own interaction with them, I think a lot of liberals have their heart in the right place and their head up their ass.
I
Have
get
either of you read? Oh gosh, I'm even worried about saying this name, but Shulamith Firestone. Gosh, how do I? So there's a book that she wrote called "The Dialectics of Sex." I don't know if you've heard it at all.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, she had some interesting ideas, in particular in that book. I found it both interesting, but also at times concerning reading it. Let me see if I can, bring it up. I just wanted to ask just in case.
No, I've been lamenting something about doing things with my phone rather than a computer since I got into this whole TikTok thing. Because
Mhm.
if I'm forgetting what a name is or something, or what the name of a book is, I can't look it up. Right?
Yeah,
I just forgot. I actually bought one of those little tablet things months ago, and I never use it. I got like a little one because it was a
yeah,
little special through through my cell provider. And it's just sitting in a box in the living room. I could have that handy.
yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Because I'm
I should
always
probably do that
Googling
in the
things.
future. Oh well.
Yeah, no, I'll bring it up another time. I just wanted to see if you had read it. But if you
Yeah,
haven't, then
it doesn't
I'll
sound
definitely
familiar
bring it
now.
up another time. So, how do
I'm
you mitigate
already,
for I guess for the liberals when you're trying to fight for liberation?
How do we what?
How do you mitigate the issues that the people who don't necessarily want equality um, being part of a movement that is about equality?
I think the only way to do that is to actually engage and spend time radicalizing the libs, so to speak. I mean, and it's it's actually the main reason I tried getting into politics briefly was to try to radicalize the libs, and spending time engaging with people, having those conversations, and trying to show them, okay, you're kind of on the right track here, but not really. Here's how we can improve that and actually bring everybody into it. And a lot of people, they really are. I mean, a lot of liberals are liberals, like, okay, so if you can break up humans into kind of like two basic, types, the ones who will kind of like are open to new ideas and pushing forward, and they want to read and travel and whatnot, and the people who were like, my grandparents did it this way, I'm going to do it that way, and I'm fine with that. And those two impulses co-evolved with us, over millions of years, because they're both useful for like a hunting and gathering social species. But they manifest very differently when you have a much wider range of possible political options, right? A lot of liberals can easily be made leftists if you really engage with them carefully, avoid certain triggering words, kind of like ease them into it, and like next thing you know, they're waving the flag. But some of them also can turn into like reactionary right wingers. It depends on where their actual emotional considerations lie and what made them a liberal, right? Because there's different things that can make you fall into that political camp of liberalism. Because liberalism is technically a right wing ideology. So plenty of liberals are actually conservatives, but some liberals can definitely be leftists.
And I think, okay, I'm going to preface this with saying that I understand my intersections of privilege when I say this. It's like being raised in a communist household, I was already radicalized by the time I was 7 years old. Let me tell you a story. Story time. So, growing up in apartheid South Africa, this is me at 7 years old. This was 1991. So, Mandela had just been released the year before. We still had all of the apartheid mayors, and the last apartheid mayor of my hometown decided to visit our school. And I was part of the school choir, and everybody was practicing the apartheid national anthem called Die Stem, the whole thing in Afrikaans. And there was a rebel anthem that is now our national anthem. And everybody practiced D-STEM, and I practiced quietly with everyone. I was just like mumbling the words. And the day comes, and I'm the shortest. Right in front of the mic, everybody else starts singing D-STEM, and I start belting out the rebel national anthem.
Yeah.
And this is me at 7 years old. So I was very privileged in a sense to be that radicalized so young. My first protest, I can remember being hit on my head with a gas canister. I still have the scar, it is underneath my hair. I was 4. It was meant to be a peaceful protest, take your kids along and like show them, this is what we're fighting against, this is what we're fighting for. And of course, the cops got violent. ACAB, all day, every day. But I understand the oppression intrinsically linked into why I had to be radicalized so young.
Right.
Like I was born into a politicized body. That wasn't by choice. And having to shoulder that kind of responsibility is heavy. So when it comes to educating liberals, I would like to say it's not my job. It's not my job to, and this is something that was put perfectly by Jesse Williams in his speech accepting a BET award in 2016, when he said, the burden of the brutalized is not to comfort the bystander. And that rings so true, that people who are oppressed should not have to argue our humanity constantly because it's a distraction. And this is something that Toni Morrison said, that every single time we have to prove our humanity, it is a distraction. It's a distraction from the real work that we have to do. Every time we have to prove that we have a history, it's a distraction. Every time we have to prove that we have a language, it's a distraction. And we have to justify why we're making those cultural or those racial choices. Like my choice to wear Indian garments on any given day, because my existence is not the norm. And when your existence is not the norm, you constantly having to qualify yourself and educate liberals is really exhausting.
Yeah. No, I hear you there, and this is one of the reasons that I will never tell people that they should do that, because they shouldn't have to have that responsibility. Realistically, that responsibility falls to assholes like me, and I have a responsibility to criticize the people around me who are creating these cycles of oppression. I don't. I grew up in a fairly privileged environment, and of course, this is one of the things that triggers a lot of right wingers. I grew up relatively poor too, but poverty is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a lot of these forms of privilege. It relates to them. It certainly doesn't relate to things like white privilege or sex privilege or things like that. Um, but within that environment, my influences were mostly conservatives and liberals. I didn't grow up around other leftists. I was radicalized by reading. So my experience in elementary school was choosing to sit down for the Pledge of Allegiance because, like tons of totalitarian countries, they force American school children to get up and pledge to die for their country. I'm like, what the fuck is this all about? Or is this North Korea? But, my exposure to, U.S. foreign policy kind of like, yeah. So I came at it because, you know, I started reading very early on and I radicalized myself. And my responsibility at that point is talking to other people and trying to help them see where they are causing problems for other people, where this might seem like they're, oh, I'm a good person. I love everybody. I don't see color, all that kind of bullshit there. I'm like, no, you are actually causing harm to people. Even a lot of common liberal rhetoric are like that, like you don't see color or whatever. Like, that's bullshit. I mean, everyone can see that people are different. That's not the point at all. The point here is, what are the systemic factors that are harming people who don't look like you? And what you're not seeing isn't the color. You're not seeing the obstacles. You're not seeing those cycles of oppression. So it's helping people to look below the surface, look below their own anecdotal experience, look beyond their own privileged suburban kind of environment, and instead see other people are experiencing the world very differently from you, and you are contributing to that pain for them.
Yeah. So when people tell me, I don't care about your gender identity, like I do. Like, oh, I'm going to be your friend regardless. The sentiment is nice. It's like when somebody comes out to their family and they're like, oh, we knew. That is so dismissive. So when I came out to my family, I was 15 because my family is really chilled. I mean, my mother is, I describe my mom to you like one of those little Indian aunties who'll feed you till kingdom come, but can also think you under the table, especially when it comes to marks. But when I sat down and I said, I kind of like girls too, my family was like, okay, well, the outside world is not going to accept you as you are. So just be careful. They didn't want me to go to my prom with, she wasn't even my girlfriend at the time, but this person that I was hanging out with, because of all the politics attached to it. They're like, maybe you have to pave the way for your nieces and nephews to do this. But right now, you're not the one. But afterwards, after we had this conversation, my dad was like, so are you seeing anyone? And I was like, no, like, no boys, no girls, nothing. I'm like, no. And he's like, oh, so you're all by yourself.
That's such a dad joke. It's great. Um,
But like having that conversation with them and them saying, at the end of it, saying, oh yeah, we knew. And my dad making that joke, it's like, yes, this is validating because you've just understood why it was a sit down conversation as to, oh, hi, by the way, this is my girlfriend. And why it was nerve wracking, even though I knew what their reaction would be. Because I know my parents. My parents are chilled. But for everybody coming out of the closet in some way or the other, whether it is sexuality, whether it is gender nonconformity, whether it is mental illness, whether it's physical illness, whether it's everybody has a closet to come out of, you know? Like getting into a relationship and telling that other person, oh, by the way, I have a kid. All of it is some form of coming out of the proverbial closet. And when somebody tells you, oh, that doesn't matter to me, like, no, but it matters to me. And I want you to see me. I
we were
want you
talking
to understand me.
we talk about masking in the autistic community. There's a it. those differences kind of matter to me. And being able to drop that mask and be myself, I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's um you know, I'm single again, in large part because as I'm comfortable in the relationship, I'm who I am, and I want to, and I want to have those conversations and have people be comfortable with that. And if that is difficult for somebody else, then it's going to cause problems.
Yeah.
It's it's a difficult process coming out of those closets for anybody on any issues. We all have something that we're concealing from the outside
Yeah.
world. The only like
Yeah.
norm is diversity.
And when you look at it in terms of like you're getting into a relationship with somebody, or you're forming a friendship with somebody, that coming out of in many different ways is nerve-wracking, because you spend so long putting on armor that becomes really, really difficult to take off. And it's so key that in that moment of vulnerability, there's kindness, there's grace. Like somebody saying, hey, I was sexually assaulted, and I need you to know this. This is my truth. This is my story. Nobody owes you their story. Nobody owes you any explanation of their gender, any explanation of their sexuality. I'm quite open about my story because that's who I am. It took me a long time to get here. And so when somebody dismisses that, it's like you're just dismissing an entire lifetime of work that you did not see, that
Right.
you were not part of. So if I tell somebody, hey, I have all of these illnesses stemming from this experience, like even something as simple as I can't go on this hike today, even though I love hiking. It is a 15-kilometer hike. I had an accident when I was 17 where the railing of the front seat, the mechanism to pull the seat back and forward, went through my knee.
Oh, oh, oh.
So I am physically disabled. People on TikTok don't see it because I don't have my crutch when I'm on lives, you know? Those kinds of things, when not just when people dismiss it, but when people say it either doesn't matter to them or it doesn't make a difference to your personality, it absolutely does. The fact that I had to, even though I am not practicing Muslim, it's kind of like a coming out and telling people I have a Muslim name. Legally, I have reverted. So technically, I'm Muslim. On paper, I am Muslim. I've never practiced. I live the most haram life possible. I love my bacon and I love my whiskey.
Oh, that's great.
But I'm still going to respect my in-laws when I go into their home and I say Salaam alaikum when there's an elder in the house covering my head. And so that's such an integral part of my identity that stripping it away means that you are stripping away years of experience and years of trauma or years of work. It's one of the reasons that I really hate TikTok friendly language, because survivors spend so long admitting what had happened to them, and suddenly you have to use euphemisms. Like, how disempowering that is.
Yeah, yeah. And they've got to come up with a better way to do this sort of stuff that can understand the nuance in it. When it's things. I mean, if I'm discussing the technical process of G-side, I should be able to say the damn word, because that's clearly different from saying this person should be G-sided or whatever. It's like eventually they'll get there, but whatever. There's a okay. So thinking in terms of the environment that you come up in. So there was a lot of liberals in my family, some hardcore conservatives, like some like Rush Limbaugh, ditto head types, but there's plenty of liberals around, including I would put both my parents into that category. My father is sort of like always skated the outer edges between the liberal and left. I mean, he was with like SDS type stuff, and Haight Ashbury in the '60s, but never really fell into like the anarchist or Marxist rabbit hole. It was always like the social concerns, and he kind of got like the change was needed and war was bad, so more of a liberal, but left adjacent. But the rest of my family, he's the closest to that. Everyone else is all just liberals. And my first wife was my childhood sweetheart, and we largely married because she was my best friend, and I was looking out for her, and she was running into all kinds of problems. It's a long story. She's a ward of the state at this point. It got harder and harder to help, but I tried. But she was one of the, always had a kind of, she was always naturally bi, much more like, gender fluid in a lot of her expression. And she picked out this nice, artsy black and white poster we had up in our house, titled Kiss. And it was like two gals in their underwear kissing in bed. And I still remember the first time my mother came over to our apartment, so this is decades ago, like a really apartment. She's coming over, she's looking around the house, and she's like, you're like, oh, that's gross. Like, what is gross about that? It's people kissing. They clearly like each other. What's the problem here? Like, people don't do that, and some of it is just the whole, like, boomer type, like you're not around this stuff before. It was a lot more hidden when she was a kid, but some of it's just, you just don't know, and you just don't have the exposure. I think in most cases, her heart's in the right place, but she really doesn't understand, what other people go through. She very much lives her privilege. And that's something that I've had to deal with. It's something I take a lot from the anarchists. I love, there's a great speech that Utah Phillips gives about, what anarchy means for him. And it's about, anarchist pacifism specifically, like being a pacifist. Like it's consciously choosing to disarm yourself from the weapons of privilege to try to recognize where other people are coming from, and not just walk through life accepting your privilege, because okay, so I'm a whitish dude, and fall into the whole like cis het sort of, I'm a walking stereotype of privilege. So there's actually a lot of effort involved there in trying to recognize where a particular perspective I have may be coming from a place of privilege, where it might have been unexamined at some point, where that might not be there. And I think for me, interacting with people and trying to see how what they're saying can affect other people has really helped me to criticize myself as well, and find, a lot of those remaining places where, I am replicating social norms that are genuinely harmful for other people. Oh, I can't resist. Okay, so like tiny like excursus here, the whole cis het thing, right? Which I know triggers a lot of like right wingers, like, don't call me cis. It's hate speech. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's the problem I have with it is the way we pronounce it, because coming out of my exposure to classical Latin, it should be kiss. But to say somebody is kiss-gendered, because I always want to say I'm kiss-gendered, but that sounds like I'm in a kiss me booth. It's not what we mean at all. It's because that's how it should be pronounced. So cis just sounds weird to me, but it's totally useful for anybody who doesn't know. So to be cisgendered is to be the kind of like the genic norm, so male, i.e. masculine, right? That's all it means, and it's from like from the Latin for this side versus like trans being that side. So like Gallia Cisalpina, Gallia this side of the Alps. So I'm this side of the gender norm, not that side. So it makes sense as terms. I just can't stand the way we say it. It triggers me a little.
But when I first spoke to you on that Discord VC, I immediately thought to myself, this human has bi-wife energy.
Yeah.
Bi-wife energy is a thing.
It's not the kind of thing that would bother me. Like, I don't care. I'm not naturally a jealous person. I don't. I'm not offended by other people's interests. I don't care. It didn't bother me at all.
Also, the word polyamorous gets to me,
Oh,
because even though
reason. Greek and Latin stems.
yeah, like
Polyphilia,
I
multi-amory.
yeah,
But
And so, yeah, in telling people I am polyamorous, I'm like, this is that niggling at the back of my head, like, this should not be a word. This should not be a word.
just so many of them. It's just so normal now. And every single one of these, every reference to it, it's like nails on a chalkboard. If you had to study Latin and Greek,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't study Latin or Greek, but I am an editor.
so you run into a lot of it. You learn a lot of it by default. Anybody who studies English to a relatively high level is going to learn tons of Latin and Greek just along the way.
Yeah.
But honestly, interestingly enough, our G side word is the same way. I can't stand the word for the same exact reason. It combines a Greek and Latin stem. It's terrible as a word, but we're stuck with it.
Yeah. And who brought it to my attention was my dad when I told him, oh, by the way, I'm polyamorous. This is when I was like 30. Um, it's kind of like me coming home with tattoos and saying, oh, by the way, I did this. So it was that kind of conversation. And he's like, that word doesn't make sense because my dad studied Latin.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was my reaction.
Oh,
Yeah.
Teresa List. I have to tell you, my mother changed her name on Facebook to Teresa List, and her account got flagged. Just for context, my mother is 68 years old. Oh, she's hilarious. No, my mom is. So you usually enter Indian people's homes, and especially if they're religious, which most Desi people are in South Africa, you have pictures of Shiva and Lakshmi and all of that, or whichever religious deities. My family home, we have a picture of Nelson Mandela, Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and Oliver Tambo. I love those. And Albertina Sisulu, all of these struggle greats, all of these communist greats. And when I explained the whole Teresa List thing to my mother, she found it so funny. She was doubled over laughing. But I made a video recently, like, with they found that textbook with that dedication page. My entire thing was, I think they're looking for a person named Teresa. This is this is what they're doing. They're just looking for a person named Teresa. Oh,
Bizarre.
how did I explain it to her? I showed her the video, the initial video, and I was like, this is what the IDF is doing. Teresa List, Teresa Book, Teresa Quran.
The Yeah, it gets back to the euphemistic language bugging me too.
Sorry.
I have such a hard time with a lot of these things. It's hard enough to remember to use them, but they hearing them, when somebody starts using these euphemisms in statements, it's I'm still fairly new to this TikTok world, and it's just what what. So some of these take me a while.
But I think there's a lot to be said for, especially in
You
marginalized space. Teresa Pew Pew. Um,
Did somebody change their name in it in here? Hey, there's a Teresa list in the.
yeah, that's
Yeah, I was
exactly
wondering if
what.
they changed it just because of what you just said.
That's great.
No, that's why I brought it up.
Ah,
Um,
that's cool.
but like how we deal with trauma with humor,
Mhm.
and especially the most marginalized are the quickest to deal with it with humor because if we don't laugh about it, we're going to cry. That's why I always tell people my gender is girl, but from Wish,
Right. Yeah, it's.
because my gender identity stems from trauma. Like,
Mhm.
feminine to me is under siege constantly.
By default. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it gets back into the questions of like race and the intersections there. I'm reminded of the way that a lot of people are always saying, "Well, people today are so easily offended. Back in my day, we made movies like Blazing Saddles," and like, you not understand that some of the humor in there is a response to the trauma of anti-Semitism and anti-Black racism. I mean, that's why they're using those words, because they are genuinely hurt by this shit, and it's an attempt to deal with how fucked up the world is. It's not saying that it was totally okay for people to say this stuff or to use these words. That's not the point of that kind of humor.
That's an interesting question. Somebody said,
Mm.
has humor always been part of the human condition or something that was constructed later?
Mm.
No, it's part of our neurology. So it's not always. So at some point it developed, but um, I would. I mean, I would guess it goes back as far as language at least. So humor's probably been around for a couple million years. It's it's a way cathartically of dealing with pain. Most humor is based in pain in some way. It's trying to subvert one feeling into another, a way of dealing with just how messed up something is. So, whether it's pain at somebody else's expense, pain at your expense, physical pain with slapstick, all that kind of stuff, pain in some way is part of a foundation of it. And I think it's a basic psychological defense mechanism among humans.
And this comment just made me think of making a very, very morbid comment. You know, that song, I don't like Mondays. Yeah, that's why they want to shoot the whole day down with age group. That, yeah.
I missed something.
I got you.
But in dealing with especially gender trauma, like having having that humor and having access to ways in which we can express that humor safely is so important. Like being in community with people, and we were talking about with Olivia the other day about how building community is so important, and having that third space is so important. Having safe spaces in which we can make those jokes, like one of the Discord servers I'm in, the name of the server is Horny Emotional Terrorists. And every single person, their name in the server is something to do with age group. The the one practicing Christian that we have in the server, somebody posted a meme saying, now we like with the picture of Jesus with the green headband, and now we know what the H in Jesus H Christ is for. So we changed
Oh,
Mass Christ.
I've seen ones like that. Yeah, that's
So his name in the server is now Jesus H Christ, you know? But also we have a text to speech bot. So whenever somebody's in VC and they're like nonverbal that day or whatever, or they can't talk for whatever reason, we changed the name of the text to speech bot to text to Karen, usually because she sounds like a Karen, but now it's text to age group. But that safe space in order to be able to do that kind of thing, aside from being important to have as community, it's important to have those spaces where letting our hair down is permissible, where people are not constantly telling us, you need to do the work, you need to do the work. One of our comrades, just the live previously, before this one, dropped and said, I can't do this right now. So I called him and I said, my brother, you don't have to. Like, you don't have to be feminine today. You can put your womanhood down in this space. You don't have to be the educator. You don't have to be the person holding people's sweet wrappers. You don't have to be that person doing the things that is expected of you in this space. And also, Athena, I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
We still have to have that chat.
Love to.
Yes,
I've been meaning to message you for weeks now.
I am so sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you in the middle of you talking.
No,
Please continue.
no. And those third spaces
I missed
for expression of gender identity.
close to
Um,
Morgan.
no. I could, Athena, I can listen to you talk for days. And this is something that I feel like you'd agree with me on, Athena. Like those spaces where you can put the burden of oppression down for a little while. You can't ever fully put it down, but to be able to just put it in your back pocket for a little while and just be and just exist. It's refreshing. It's a place where you know that kindness will be extended to you, that grace will be extended to you, where not only can you laugh or cry without fear of being judged, but it's also that space where I don't have to wash off my brownness as the world expects me to every single day, but I can just put it down.
100%.
Yeah. And it's so
I want
important.
to challenge that if I can. Um,
Hmm.
I wonder if we really are allowed to do that by everybody around us, though, because just going back to what we were saying about people who the idea of getting radical. Some people will argue that the moment you do end up, saying I need a second to be anything other than, what I have been in a particular group or in a particular movement. I need to just be me for a second. You get challenged as not being committed to the movement or not being committed to the group or not being committed to the cause and things like that.
I would say it's up to us to create those spaces where there wouldn't be that criticism coming at you from all sides or even one side,
Mm,
because in creating those spaces you have people who know that you're committed and know the work that you put into it and know that you're gonna fuck up and know that, hey, you know what, one mistake or one slip up or one day of just saying not today, Satan, is not a complete judge of your character and your
mhm.
commitment to whatever cause it is.
This
That
is
we're allowed to fuck up in those spaces. That we're allowed to just, I misgender myself all the time. I call myself a dumb bitch every day. But knowing that in those spaces, it's safe to do that.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie, I haven't hmm, I feel like for me, I don't think I have found a space where I can let go of that marginalization because I feel like sometimes it seeps through even within like friendships, unfortunately. Um it just even if I do try to allow myself a break from everything, um something is said or something is done or something is expected of me where that marginalization kind of like continues to manifest itself, and I feel like that is what is exhausting at the end of the day, because to find room or space to kind of let that marginalization down and just be an individual. Yeah, I was gonna say that I was actually even like off. Well, technically, I still am on a social media break. The only reason I'm here is because of you, Dr. Liam. Be blessed. Be blessed sent me a message on Instagram telling me, "Oh, Dr. Liam is live," and I was like, I ran to my phone so fast. Even though I've been on like a TikTok break, on a Discord break, like I've just been completely on social media break. It's been doing me very well because I've also been reading a lot of books. But I ran so fast. I was like, "Oh my God, my one of my favorite professors is here. Let me go watch his live." Because yeah, I feel like maybe this live might actually be a very comfortable live. But yeah, I don't know where I was going there. I lost my train of thought, but the marginalization, yes, that is something that people cannot take a break from, unless like sometimes if I can't take a break from it, I just don't leave my house for a day or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finding space can be hard. I was going to say that's one of the ways that the right so badly misconstrues what safe spaces are, because it's not trying to say people can't deal with the world. It's saying they are dealing with the world every fucking day, and it's oppressive as hell, and they need a space where they can let their hair down and feel, and not feel constantly attacked. It's looking for some kind of community, some group of people that can accept you for who you are without forcing you to conform or behave in certain ways or fight for the cause or whatever. There's just tons of places where our social environment places unreasonable pressures on us. And we have to know where are our limits, at what point, okay, I'm done, I'm out of spoons here, I need a break. And then finding a space like that where people can, I don't know, help you feel safer, more validated in that way.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Liam? Or did you want to say something, Nikki?
I did.
Okay.
In creating those kinds of spaces, you're never fully putting down. That's why I say, put your marginalization in your back pocket every now and then, because even in those spaces, I find myself in that server. I mean, it's one of the most comfortable spaces I've ever had to exist, and being able to make those jokes, but also being able to say, "Hey, I'm going to pick on you about your whiteness," and every now and then somebody will be like, "What you cooking, auntie?" Because I'm known for being like the almost 40-year-old Indian person who cooks for everyone. And we can kind of play up those tropes, but with no expectation. And finding and Athena, I can tell you that finding the space has been a long time in the making. Driscoll drama. It has been a very, very long time in the making without having to pander to whiteness or pander to maleness. Having to make people feel comfortable in their complicity of my oppression. It has been a long time, and it's been curated and it's been created by marginalized people for marginalized people. I don't think there's two people who are cishet. Yeah, two people in the server who are cishet. And that's saying a lot. And those cishet people aren't even white. They're not white. So it's like, okay, how do we create spaces? It's like, it's not filling a quota or anything like that. It's like, how do I find community with people who understand, and if they don't understand, are willing to understand? And even if they don't fully get it, they're like, I see you, I know you, I understand you, or I get you, or even if I don't get you, I've got you. And that's a huge distinction there.
Before we get then to Antea, wanted to ask a question. I want to ask if you guys could help me remember something. There's a break in the rain, so I let the dog out because she likes being outside, but I gotta go check every now and then. Let her back in if it starts back up. Don't let me forget the dog in the rain.
Athena, not Antea, by the way. Like like the Greek goddess of
Athena.
wisdom, Athena.
Oh, I think. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Not Anthea, but yeah. But I wanted to say something. I wanted to ask you for advice actually, because so last time when I was talking to my mentor, who used to be the dean of the department that I currently work in, he I was asking him for advice because I told him I had a mental breakdown. And then he told me, oh yeah, I have one every December right before the Christmas break. And I was like, oh, is this my future? Because if I want to continue and if I want to one day become a professor, is this like the future I'm going to be having? But I wanted to ask you for advice. I've noticed that over the years, the more knowledge that I acquire, I mean, my father raised me telling me that knowledge is power, and I never understood him until I actually started actively acquiring more knowledge in college, especially in my when I was in my undergrad. But I have noticed that the more I acquire knowledge, the more, in a way, I'm optimistic sometimes, but also cynical other times. And I'm having a hard time balancing between the optimism, the cynicism, and also rage that you feel, or I feel, when I see injustice that was done not only to my family, because that was also the first time my mother started talking about her experience under colonialism after I acquired more knowledge, something that she had just hidden from us all our lives. But not only the things that happened to me, but the things that happened to other people as well. And then on those times when I do feel like overwhelming rage or cynicism, I just, I remember Fitzgerald's one line in The Great Gatsby when Daisy is saying that she hopes her daughter is a fool because there's nothing better for a woman than being a beautiful little fool in a world. Basically, ignorance being a bliss. So my question to you is, how are you able to acquire as much knowledge as you have had impressively, which I inspire to do one day, but then at the same time be able to balance yourself between being objective, because you have to be objective, sometimes being having rage, feeling cynical, or feeling optimistic. Like, how do you do that with your line of work?
So first off, there's in this question, I recognize a lot of my friends, and it's something that I often feel. I feel bad for a lot of people in my line of work for that, because I hear a lot of people that they're burned out, they're getting cynical, there's so much that we study that gets depressing, and the pace of change can be so slow that it can really grind people down. For me, the part of it may be my own nature. Part of it is probably my philosophy of life. So since nature is not really transferable, that's the one I have to focus on here. Because the things that bother me the most, and honestly, I just in thinking about doing this today and earlier in the day, I was a little nervous because I actually didn't sleep terribly well last night. The things that get most to me are a sense of loneliness and isolation. That can get to me, and that can be depressing at times. And that's something I've struggled with my entire life, just because it's been hard to find people that, really want to be around me, that aren't put off by me in one way or another, that can really accept me. So I end up spending a lot of time living alone. And that does get to me every now and then. But as far as the stuff that I study, that never does. There are moments when I feel rage, but I think that rage is good. I think that if you don't feel a sense of anger at injustice, there's something dead inside you already. So that anger, to me, can be productive. When it's unproductive anger, when it's simply like pulling your hair out, screaming at the world, that that stuff doesn't get to me. And I think a large part of the reason for that is my own curious mix of Stoicism, Buddhism, and monism. That give me a sense of acceptance and a way to relate to the interconnectedness of things, a way to process and let go of things that would otherwise really kind of hurt, and focus instead on what can I do about this. So if there's something that I see that's fucked up about it, what can I actually do about it? And if there's nothing that can be done about it, then I can let go of the pain from it and focus then on the learning and acceptance of it. If there's something that I can do about it, which is frequently the case, not necessarily that I can change it, but hell, I can't stop the government in Jerusalem from doing what they're doing, but I can sure as hell talk about it and give context to it and give voice to people who don't feel that they have a voice, and express what's going on. When I see, there's tons of ways that over the years I modify my classes too. I'll drop certain topics and take other ones on, and I'll often bring in topics in response to something that is happening in the world, something that needs to be addressed. And simply being able to talk about it with people, being able to raise it in a classroom for people, getting some light bulbs going off there, that's a kind of catharsis for me too, because it feels like I'm doing something useful about this issue. Maybe it's not what other people can do. We can all do something different. Maybe it doesn't directly affect the thing, but it's still something. And it's a way for me to process and deal with how fucked up things are. Why did I get into teaching like sex and gender in the first place? Like, where did this issue come from in terms of my particular wheelhouse as a scholar? Because, hey, I'm, again, cishet. I've never been oppressed for my sexuality or gender identity. But I know a lot of people who have been. And the rage that I felt about that, the rage that I felt seeing trans friends and female friends and bisexual friends, gay friends, like the kind of shit that they went through, it made me want to put my fist straight through people. And that's not the most productive way to deal with your anger. I mean, granted, I get that aspect of
Yes,
it.
it could be productive. So
I mean,
sometimes.
I totally get the let's deck the halls with boughs of holly for the Antifa aspect go. I get that
Yeah.
too, but it's probably not the best way that I can contribute. So I find ways that I can. And I've been told for the dozen years I've been doing that sexuality class by countless students that it's transformative for them. I know tons of people that have come out as a consequence of that class, that they've, been able to move on with their lives in ways that they felt trapped before. So that to me is how I deal with my anger about things. I find some way to do something with it. And sometimes that means I have to study more because it feeds back into that same cycle. Like, I'm going to take in more knowledge, even though a lot of what I'm reading is some really fucked up shit. They did that to what? What? How did that happen? Oh, so a lot of that can be very angering too, but why am I doing it? I'm doing it because I want to raise awareness. I want to help us get over this shit. I want to help us improve as people. So I think the combination of my philosophical standing, though, that again weird mix of like Stoicism, Buddhism, and monism that kind of drives me as a philosophy of life, I think that helps me to process the pain and turn it into something that I can do something about. And by doing something about it, or letting it go if I can't change it, it avoids building up that pressure that I've seen in so many of my colleagues that just, you're right, get very, very cynical about this. And I know a lot of people that they even get cynical about their students. They start seeing terrible work, and the grading becomes a chore. And like, I don't ever want to feel that way. I mean, I get a lot of terrible work, but I don't want to feel that I'm not doing something valuable.
I think surprisingly for me, the students that I've had have always changed by the end of the course. So
Yes.
What I did, so for the past 3 years, 3 or 4 years, I always initially asked what they knew about colonialism to kind of better gauge their foundational understanding of what it is. And then a lot of the times, a majority of the times, people almost, especially prior to 2020, people knew nothing about colonialism. They didn't know that Germany had a
Yeah.
colonial empire. And it's frustrating because we as Germans, because of the space that World War II, rightfully so, takes in our collective memory, other aspects or other horrific things that were done by the German army and by the German government are completely, like, largely ignored. So even the German colonial empire is just like, I personally never even learned about it at all. I never learned about the Nama and Herero genocide. I never learned about what Robert Koch did all throughout high school. The first time I went through life not knowing what racism was, like the name of it. I knew how it felt. I just didn't know the structures behind it. I didn't know the structures behind colonialism. I just thought people didn't like me because they didn't like me as an individual, me as a person. I did something wrong. I didn't understand my positionality in society until I kind of started my undergrad. But what I do then is I ask students what they know about colonialism, and then most of the time, it's predominantly nothing. A lot of people just say that they know about the British Empire, and that's it. Because we discuss the British colonialism, but not even extensively. And by the end of the semester, I've had feedback of some students saying they never understood, like they never had empathy for refugees, especially after 2015 refugee crisis. But now that changed their perspective. This course changed their perspective. I've gotten emails from students like 2 years after the course telling me that that what they learned there was very foundational and completely changed their perspectives, and further seminars that they had attended. So the students that I've had have almost always completely change their perspective from the beginning of the class to the end of the semester. So that is something that I am hopeful of and with.
Hold on to that, because that's one of the things that drives me along. I mean, it's
Yeah.
extremely common in the upper division class.
Same.
I get, I
Yeah.
mean, in a lot of the lower division surveys, you get people who just don't care, but people who are taking the class, I mean, the way that you can see their questions shift over time, the perspective shifting behind them, and so many people have kept in touch. I've got students from 15, 16 years ago that are still like Facebook buddies or whatever and checking on me every now and then. Oh,
Yeah.
remind you that, like, this was so important to me, and like, oh, thank you. I do my best. But I think if you hold that, it can be an outlet for some of that rage and cynicism. It can prevent it from building up, because you are doing something,
Yeah.
and
Channeling it.
stuff, you're doing something productive with your rage and your knowledge.
Yeah.
And what I was saying to Athena, like what I was saying to somebody earlier today is, yeah, we're all angry. And we have this, it's good to have a healthy dose of cynicism, because you're constantly, it's like, I never wanted to be that journalist or academic who is constantly cynical, because I see my editors like just being so horribly cynical, like, oh, that's not a story worth telling. And remembering, yes, every story is a story worth telling, depending on the story and the audience. So you know how to channel that 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 that, that want to change the world as a journalist, but also as an academic. I started teaching in 2005, and students coming to me saying, I got my PhD. Students emailing me and saying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like when I first stepped into a newsroom, one of my students from 2005 came up to me and said, hey, you told me that I'm a good writer. Now I'm a journalist. And those are the most fulfilling things that that you can do as a teacher, as somebody who's And I prefer the word educator or awakener in that sense, because you already are awakening people. And my mom is a teacher. She's a primary school teacher. She teaches 6-year-olds. Um, she's got so much patience. That woman, Athena, you would love her. Um, but this is something that she told me, and I wrote it in a speech. It's long, so may I read it, please? Everybody okay with that?
Oh, yes.
Yes, of course. Okay. I often think about how I will explain freedom to my nephews, the concept and reality of it, and the cost of freedom that many people have paid through sacrifice and death. At some point, a child learns that both of those things require a conclusion. Sacrifice requires the end of a known or comfortable reality, and death is the abrupt conclusion of life. I sometimes dread speaking to them about the sacrifice that my parents made, their grandparents, and the death of the people who laid down their lives, often willingly, to see our future generations be free from apartheid South Africa. For my parents, their sacrifice was giving up a comfortable life that they could have had, bettering themselves and amassing wealth by just towing the line and pandering to the system, which many Indian people did in South Africa. Instead, they fought. My father, being part of the armed struggle against apartheid, and my mother being in the underground intelligence movement, dedicated their lives to seeing our freedom become a reality. They never imagined that they would see the end of apartheid in their lifetime. So when my nephews asked me why, I would tell them one word: love. In the violent darkness of the 1980s, our family was thrown into exile, on the run, with no money and having to trust unknown people across borders, having faith in the knowledge that they would keep us safe and not sell us out to the government. Sometimes that faith and trust were misplaced, and one of my cousins paid the price for it, being pew-pewed 172 times while hiding in a cupboard. The coroner ruled it an accidental shooting. My sister and I were hiding under a nearby bed when this happened. He couldn't be cremated at home, and with no funeral, we took his ashes across the border and handed a cracked urn to his mother, who said at his memorial years later that he loved his country and his people enough to die for us. And that's the thing that drives us, an unfathomable love for humanity. While humanity might show us time and time again that it may not be worth it, we still love, and therefore we still fight. I come from a young country. It was only in 1994 that our democracy was born, and 28 years later, 29 now, we're still grappling with the fact that apartheid still exists in the country's capitalist structure, and gender inequality is so entrenched in society that we have the highest femicide rate in the world. Given the socioeconomic state that the country is in, I sometimes wonder whether that love is misplaced. But then I remind myself that there was a time when people like Stephen Bantu Biko were unalived in police custody and the government awarded the officers who had arrested him. When women of color could not legally report SA because they would be arrested for indecency. When the violence against people of color that makes headlines now was taken as commonplace back then. There are people alive today who have working memories of those times, and some who have lived through the darkest days of the Jim Crow laws and civil rights movement. As a child of Black consciousness, I am acutely aware of the privilege I have in the knowledge that was passed down to me through experience and education, and I was blessed to have grown up in the dusk of a movement when conscientization did not mean arrest or death. I've also been lucky enough to speak to some of these leaders who have handed over their stories to me, and honestly, I sometimes feel like they were casting pearls before swine, but they did nonetheless. They told me of days when governments attempted to humiliate, demean, and intimidate them, and they rose up to this challenge with fire. But more than anything, it was love that guided every action. We tend to equate love with soft emotions and intangible actions. This is not the type of love I'm talking about. The love I speak of is one that lit a fire in the minds of people who took up arms and fought, deeply intuitively and directly the opposite of what the government tried to create among people of color. The government wanted women and people of color to see themselves as inferior and unworthy, so that we would enslave ourselves to a system that we would then believe was too good for us. For white male supremacy to succeed, we needed to imprison ourselves in various ideas of inferiority. These freedom fighters challenged this vision with radical notions of love for humanity, understanding that you cannot fight for anything with any ferocity unless you love with an equal ferocity. Self-worth was stripped away from the people who were not granted the dignity of being treated as human. Through capitalism's mechanism of exploitation came the idea that you are only worth what you give to your overlords. To survive this kind of brutal psychological onslaught, we are attempting to free our minds from this imprisonment. Now, to digress a bit, we look at leaders that came before us and we idolize them to an extent. They're so far removed from us that what happens is that their actions and deeds that they perform to attain freedom are seemingly impossible. It does seem quite difficult to follow their lead. And while we may not have all the access to what they did, like platforms they were granted, I can tell you, even Nelson Mandela was just a man who had his failings. But what he had was courage of conviction and the will to see right from wrong and to do what was necessary to see the wrong made right. These leaders did this by making lasting human connections in communities where they had no previous relationships. They spoke truth to power and distinguished themselves by speaking love to hate. The US today is split ideologically, racially, by gender, disability, by sexual orientation, and economically. Racial inequality still thrives, and the psychological tools that were once used under colonialism and apartheid are still leveled against people like warfare, threatening our emancipation. Biko once said that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed, and this is part of what's holding the US back from being the country it claims to be. People have uncritically accepted the way things are while simultaneously hating the system that they don't fully understand. The education, healthcare, economic, and social systems are broken, but are not broken, but they do not work for the people. I think we all understand and why we're all here. We know that we can't reform a broken system, and while it's tempting to burn it to the ground, what drives us is the love we have for our fellow human beings that makes us want to rebuild a society that is sustainable, actively non-racist, non-sexist, pro-diversity, pro-choice, and economically equal. We can learn from the mistakes of the past, but we can also learn from how revolutions were fought and won in other places. As people in the US, you need to look to the places that were built in the spirit of revolution and to temper that fight with every ounce of compassion and empathy that you can find within yourselves. Because, in the words of one of your own, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that.
It's beautiful, and there's a lot of things about that speak not only to the situation in the U.S. but also to the Israel-Palestine issue as well. Honestly, I think that the direction that the Israeli state has gone for most of its history have been profoundly destructive to world Jewry, because it has allowed us to displace the real lessons of that victimization and instead turn it from love to hate. I'm reminded of, in the U.S. civil rights struggle, you had a ton of Northern Jews marching with people in the South against Jim Crow because they recognized the commonality in oppression. And we've lost so much of that because people spend so much time defending Israel, right or wrong, that it forces them to align themselves with a genuinely evil approach to humanity, one that is not based on love and equality. So it really speaks to me a lot in that context, and one of the reasons that I care so much about the Israel-Palestine conflict, but also in the U.S. conflict too. The way that I use love, and this may also help with Athena's question earlier too. I run into a lot of people that when I point out that the U.S. is a police state, that we now rank 62nd in the world for freedom, that we are in steady decline and this country is being turned into a shithole. People are like, why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave then? Move to Venezuela or stupid shit like this. I'm like, well, why would I'm going to stay here and fight, fucker? It's
Dr. Omar, can I?
for love, because I love people here. I love the beauty of this country. I love its potential. I just hate the direction it's going. And I guess the sense of love for people gives me enough reason to want to fight the systems without quitting. So again, it plays into that, like, not being cynical, instead trying to turn that into something productive, do something with it.
Can I just say, Jewish people during the civil rights movement ate that shit up. I'm not gonna lie, the Jewish lawyers, the stuff that the Jewish lawyers were doing during the civil rights movement in order to prevent a lot of activists from going to prison, they ate that shit up. Like the American system was literally quaking because of that. So I wanted to say that I always love talking about the cooperations between Jewish communities and Black communities all throughout the civil rights movements, especially like the lawyers, like the Jewish lawyers who are helping a lot of civil rights leaders not go to jail, right? Like there was that incident in Mississippi, wasn't it that those two Jewish lawyers, if I'm not mistaken, or activists who were literally also unalived with that one Black man in Mississippi. So you
I
also
remember.
have the fact that um, the X-Men, which was tried to pay an homage to the civil rights movement with Magneto representing Malcolm X and Professor X representing MLK. That was also drawn by a Jewish man, Jack Kirby. So
I
there
mean,
has been a lot
they made
of
Mexico a Holocaust survivor for a reason.
wait,
They were trying
wait,
to show the
yeah,
trauma and the desire to push back against those systems of oppression. The
exactly.
X-Men is very much a metaphor for, prejudice and civil rights. I
Mm-hmm.
wish more people understood that. I hate it when people are always like, when did comic books get so woke? I'm like, 1930? Where the
The
fuck have you
whole
been?
thing. Yeah, everything is political. Every single like form of media is always political. That's literally what Stuart Hall kind of theorizes in his reception theory in media studies, the theory that every form of media is always encoded by the producer and is going to be decoded by the viewer, whether it is subconscious or
Yes.
consciously as well, right?
The
So Stuart
personal is
Hall
political.
actively yeah, Stuart Hall actively always talks about how media is used as a vehicle for politics. The person who's creating the person who's producing it's politics, right? So people, this idea of free press has never been free. We
Yeah.
see George Orwell complaining about the BBC when he was working for it of how colonial its coverage was. Like it's very rare for press to be completely free as well. There are always different framings that are used that they have to use. But
Yeah.
back to what you just said about Israel and Palestine. I think
Before we get into that, Athena,
mhm.
the reason that I read that out was because like I get where you're coming from, and I hope that was helpful
It was beautiful.
because it takes a lot to actually pour your love into something so much that it boils your blood, and you just like you want to punch someone. There's so much love behind that close fist,
Mm.
Yes.
and to channel that love to something that is greater than ourselves. We're all searching for something that's greater than
Mm.
ourselves. And we're all searching for a way to make a difference in that thing that's greater than ourselves.
Channeling and expression are the important parts there. I mean, people like to forget how closely linked hate and love are. Uh,
Yeah.
a lot of what people experience as hate is driven by love. It's the underlying emotion for it, but it's being poorly expressed in a sense. You're not channeling it
Mhm.
in very productive directions.
I
So,
But
think like
Stuart Hall
Mhm.
was the basis for my master's thesis
that
because I love him.
who was?
Stuart Hall.
That's
Oh,
beautiful.
I love Stuart Hall so much. I love him so much. Ugh, like yeah, but anyways, let me not get into that. Stuart Hall is one of those theorists, like cultural and media theorists that I'm just totally in love with. His whole life is just I don't okay, let me not get into Stuart Hall. But
We're all fans already here.
yeah, I would highly recommend anybody here to like watch like to read Stuart Hall's books, watch his interviews as well. But yeah, um, what I was gonna say was I think like for me it's even more than like rage or hate. It's kind of just like as you just mentioned, it kind of makes me feel isolated because I can't even have fun anymore because I have a hard time like having fun because there's always that survivor's guilt. And that survivor's guilt has always persisted ever since I started learning more and more about colonialism. Whether it was me feeling guilty for contributing to the oppression of the global south by virtue of me existing in the West and being a Westerner. Whether it was the fact that had I been born in another country, let's say, had I been born in Brazil, I would have also been one of the Afro Brazilian youths who are unalived every 23 minutes. Um, had I been born a couple of decades ago, I would have also been born under colonial rule because I'm the first generation in my family who was born free, technically not under colonial rule. So it's debilitating, I think. It's a kind of thing that keeps one up at night. And having nightmares and all that stuff, which is why I actively try to balance it out by watching some really, really, really shitty Hallmark Christmas film. And I love watching shitty Hallmark Christmas films because they get my mind off of those things and they just make me think about how shitty this film is, which is precisely why it's so amazing because it's so shitty, right? So
My mother listens.
I
It's
do
so
that
bad.
sometimes because if I don't do that, I can't sleep at night. Um, and so I think back to the topic that you were talking about, especially with my ancestors being not only affected by colonialism but also imperialism, actively by Western interventions. When I see like Eritrea, for example, how it's affected by imperialism, how it's actively affected by Western intervention, how it's actively affected by corrupt political leaders as well, that kind of makes me really, really identify with Palestine, with Palestinians, because in the struggle of Palestinians, I see the struggles of my ancestors as well. I see the struggle of people who look like me as well. And I think that's why heavily, it's a very emotional topic for me and I heavily identify with it. And I'm trying to immerse myself in all of this information. Oh yeah, freedom is a constant struggle, exactly. Per. Yeah. Um, but I had a couple of questions actually to this, if that's okay with everybody else. Um,
Before you do, can I just offer something to what you were saying with regards to what you were describing earlier on and you were asking advice on? Might some of it just be the equivalent of growing pains? So that the cycle we have to go through of we learn something, it disturbs us, it forces us to kind of read more, learn more in order to be able to contextualize it, understand it. We feel comfortable with it, we get bored, we start learning more, and then the cycle continues.
yeah, yes, but then being in growing pains for like almost a decade is exhausting.
Yeah.
But I
I,
do. Oh yeah,
so
sorry. Mhm.
the growing pains there, it makes sense if you're processing it in a healthy way
Mhm.
the entire time. But because if you're not, then it just builds up as a steady pressure too.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
had a lot of
no,
people
absolutely.
that where they have just gotten harder and harder for them, and they turn to booze and everything else, and just to try and like survive this stuff because it's not taken in and turned into something useful.
Mm.
It's just piling on all of these layers of shit, and eventually it can drown somebody.
Mm.
But isn't that when, and again, I realize it's difficult because I mentioned it in the comments. Sometimes it can be very isolating to
Mhm.
acquire knowledge, because the more you learn, especially if you have a feverish appetite for knowledge, it can put you in a place where you become isolated because you've
Mhm.
outgrown people's understanding of the topics that you shared, or things that you might have communed around.
Mm.
Um, but
I
is that possibly where? Sorry, go
I mean
ahead.
I relate so much to that. Just growing up as a working class kid. I mean, I worked on the
Mhm.
port as a longshoreman. I was driving trucks. I carried a Class A license for 20 years, and I read compulsively all through my life. And I struggled to really relate to people, and I tried, but I mean, it just we were we were in two completely different realities. We process things in such different ways that it can feel very isolating, and that can feed into the kind of it can feed into what Athena was raising here. That sense where it's going to cause cynicism and depression and everything else. The sense of loneliness that can build up from that. I've always struggled with that.
I'd love to tell a quick story, but it's kind of I know you're waiting. So do you want to go first, and I'll tell the story?
No, it's okay. You can tell the story. I can wait. I'm here as a guest.
So, my mother told me something very interesting a few years ago. She said that so I got to an age, I think I must have been about maybe 7 or 8 and everything, where you then start getting responsibilities of doing chores and so on. But coming from a Somali background, those chores are never even. Girls are always given more chores than boys, just because unfortunately, it's one of the issues of our society and the way we think about things. So she said that I organized a sit-in in my house and encourage all of my siblings, and I come from a big family, all of my siblings to just down tools and refuse to do anything, and just completely just sit down and refuse to do anything, to the point my mom said that she broke down and started crying because her kids rebelled against her. I mean, I was really impressed that I did something like that, but also very cognizant. I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like something I would do, just because of the fact that I really didn't understand why I would have to do chores when my brother, for example, wouldn't have to do chores. So I don't know. There's times when you realize and have to accept that's just who you are, and either people are going to accept you for who you are or they aren't. So, it is what it is. Thanks, Iskander.
Strike.
No worries. I was just going to say as to the topic of like what Athena was saying about survivors' guilt. I definitely have felt quite a bit of that in recent times. So there's a picture there of me at the Viet Memorial, and I know I've probably talked about this before. I might have anyway. But the point is that when I think about Lebanon's civil war and all the close calls my mother had when Reagan sent in U.S. troops to try to defuse the situation, it was first, okay, evacuate the PLO, and then the agreement was that Israel and Syria withdraw. Neither of them did. The Sabra Shatila massacre happened. Israel went against, they basically took advantage of that situation to advance an extremely fascistic goal of theirs, which was to turn Lebanon into a Maronite Christian ethno state. And when U.S. troops actually spoke out and tried to do something about it, Reagan continued to funnel weapons, not even just to Israel, but quietly to Iran, which blew up the Marine Corps barracks, because Reagan at the same time was funneling weapons to Saddam Hussein as he was invading Iran, and was also funneling weapons to Osama bin Laden. And we all know how that turned out. So that's why the government of Iran and Israel wanted to punish the United States, and that was their way of doing it. Obviously, I will never agree with that, and in fact, growing up, I was very bitter and very hateful towards Iran, even towards Shia Muslims, when I shouldn't have been. Have these like preconceived prejudices. But in any case, it is the reality that we're born into that really shapes the way in which we think. And for those of us who, for example, don't have any ties to the Middle East, or who don't, for example, have really much of any education. Like, for example, I grew up in a small town, and so there's this thing called small town mentality, where you think that your life is how do I phrase this? People become very insular. They only think about their small town. They don't realize that there's a whole big world out there, and we're all much more interconnected than many of us think. And so this is, I think, why education is important, because without having to travel and extensively and live in a million different locations and so on, you begin to through school, especially in today's times, learn about what's going on throughout the world. So Athena was saying about colonization. I mean, I've known about French colonization from the time I was a child, because my mother taught me these things. And the like, for example, I know my mom speaks French because I've heard her speak it repeatedly. And I didn't really know, of course, exactly how French colonization really exacerbated tensions between Lebanon and Syria. But then I learned later about how the French was brutal and cruel to the Alawite population and to the Shia population more broadly within Lebanon and in Syria especially, and that's what turned Syria essentially into Syria. I mean, any marginalized, oppressed group of people is going to stand up for themselves at some point. They're going to lash out, and it's not going to be pretty. So, the point though is that going back to saying about the Marine Corps barracks, I mean, a lot of those troops, they were between 18 and 22 years old. A lot of them were minorities. A lot of them actually were African Americans who had grown up during the civil rights era, born in segregated areas. They joined the military as a way of getting out of that poverty, just to get sent into a conflict where their own president is actively, funneling weapons to the very people who are shooting at them and literally bombing them. And so it's something that made me, on the one hand, very bitter, but it goes back to what Dr. Liam was saying about, for example, some people saying, "Oh, if you hate the U.S., leave." It's like, no, it's like, I serve this country, I love this country because I see the good people in it, I see the goodness in it, but at the same time, it is plagued by corporatism, and you see it with every bad decision that Congress makes, that the executive branch makes, and there are some very lived consequences. U.S. foreign policy has been governed not by humanitarianism, but by economic interest, which means no regard for human rights, no regard for the well-being of innocent people, just so long as a handful of millionaires and perhaps even billionaires continue to profit. And so whether it's oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, the defense industry, the list goes on, that's who controls Congress. And in a lot of ways, I do feel guilty, but I'm also, because I don't think that my life was worth the sacrifice of all those Marines. They were a good group of men serving a crooked institution, but it was an institution that they themselves had no control over. I mean, you take orders and you generally join thinking, "Hey, I'm going to do a good thing," and then you get betrayed by the very person who sends you into harm's way. So it's really it's what motivated me to go and become a reservist, to be a reservist instead of go on active duty, because I want to be able to criticize these things. I want to be able to seek higher education on the civilian side and take what I've learned from the military to analyze events from a military lens, while also combining the political and historical knowledge that the military doesn't generally teach very well, to get a more broad view of what's happening. And so I can definitely, maybe not to the same extent, understand where Athena's coming from, because obviously I'm wide passing, but I can certainly to an extent understand what survivor's guilt feels like.
Yeah, mad respect there for the grappling with the prejudices, especially coming out of a small town environment, and especially working within military too. This is something I've had arguments with a lot of anarchists and socialists over the years about that are really hard on people who make that decision, but it's a way out of poverty for many people, and you often just do not understand what you're getting into, or just how wicked a lot of our policy is. They don't know that A, they're going to put themselves in harm's way, or B, they're being used as a tool. I mean, I don't go back to Smedley Butler's critique way back when, that the U.S. military is basically out there to support global capital. It's we're basically a contract unalivers. It's horrifying, but people don't know that usually. Not everyone is exposed to the right kinds of things that could help them. So when they attack the people who serve rather than attacking the institutions, they're kind of missing a real opportunity to engage with people and help them. I have run into so many people that struggle to let go of those hatreds too. I mean, you mentioned the prejudice against Shia and stuff, or the conflicts within Lebanon, but I mean, I've literally interviewed former Maronite militants who are still super proud of carving crosses into people's chests. Who still look back on, am I supposed to say Teresa or whatever, like what they did at the time.
They were awful.
I mean, decades later, they still have that same attitude towards people. It can be very hard to grow. So I have mad respect for people going through that process, and I think that more of us have to have empathy for people in different circumstances and try to reach them.
One thing I don't understand, it's like something that's going on in the comments, is why is hating the West a bad thing? Like, a lot of horrible things have been done in the name of the West. I am a Westerner who hates the West. Like, I hate that I contribute to the institution of the West. by virtue of me existing within it. I hate what the West continues to do to the global South. I hate the fact that we say the West, which is literally a colonial term. It's a made up term. It's not an actual thing. There is no West and East, right? So when we say like, oh, why are they criticizing the West? Like, the West is a region that pretends to care about human rights, equality, and freedom, but then doesn't give a shit about the global South. It doesn't even give a shit about Westerners who look like me, who live within the West, right? The West, the freedoms of the West, or the equal rights or full rights of the West, literally apply to only a certain type of Westerner. If you're a good Westerner, then it applies to you. So, like, this idea that, again, like, Palestinians or people in the global South are these horrible people because they hate the West. That is just dehumanization, because you're expecting of people to not resist their oppression, which is fundamentally human. To resist your oppression and subjugation is going to fundamentally be human. And if the people who are always behind your subjugation and oppression are going to be calling themselves the West, then it's only natural that you're going to start hating the West. So this idea that hating or criticizing the West is somehow evil, to me, is just, again, propaganda. It's people who haven't bothered sitting down and actually doing the hard work of informing themselves. But to the
Yeah.
oh yeah.
I want to quickly tack something on there because I think it might be important if people are raising questions around this, um, to have at least some way of looking at what this means, because the West is a problematic term in the same way that whiteness can be for a lot of people. When you come up with like, oh, you hate white people or whatever, it can be, it upsets a lot of people to think that you're criticizing the West because they think that you're criticizing them as people, like as like all the human beings involved. When the key here is the concept of whiteness and the concept of West that are the problem. The West was invented as a response to the Ottomans and then used later to justify global empire. They
Yeah.
invented it because of power relations. And as an ideology, it's deeply harmful. Hating the West doesn't mean you hate Westerners.
Yeah.
I mean, just like I hate whiteness and the whole idea of white people, that doesn't mean I like, I don't know, hate myself or something. I hate that people have to use this category because the category is itself harmful. It's
Mm-hmm.
bullshit. And its existence is why all these other racial terms exist and why all the other hatreds exist. The root to racism is the concept of whiteness. If you can critique that and where it came
Mm-hmm.
from and how it was based in slavery and colonialism, then you're tearing down the ideologies. But I think for a lot of people, they have a hard time separating structures and ideologies from the human beings. And they
Yeah.
take it like as a personal attack. And
And if
that,
they think that is dehumanizing, then it's because it is dehumanizing. The creation of these very concepts was dehumanizing. So of course
holding
it's
on to
going to be
whiteness is hurting
dehumanizing.
themselves. You know,
Hmm.
white people hurt themselves by clinging to these horrifying labels. But they think that they need to defend them by defending them, they're defending those structures and ideologies that harm other people. So it's finding a way to decouple the concepts from the people that I think we need to work on better, because I think a lot of people really struggle with that, and it creates it feeds a lot of reactionary movements. It
Hmm.
gives them ammunition that they can use to actually oppose change.
So these are the two questions I wanted to ask for a
Oh,
while
sorry,
now, and then I will.
Kimberly, before
Oh,
you move on, if I could just offer something to what you were just saying.
get your dog. Your dog is outside.
Oh yes.
I'll go check on it. Good timing. You stay here and entertain people.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I accept that people feel that they are being criticized. More what they aspire to is being criticized. And again, I'm looking at this through the lens of what's happening in Gaza at the moment, because the ideals of the West have been completely decimated in light of what's happening to the Palestinian people. Because the West purports itself to be a place of equality, of civility, of understanding, of superiority of thought, of and, and the one I really want to attack is the civility one, right? Because the aspect of, oh, but we would never be savage, we would never be people that dehumanize another group of people for the most basic of desires, which is power, you know. And yet that's exactly what's happening. The fact that every system, every rule that we have established to make sure that the world is seen as a safer place has now been exposed as being nothing but a lie, when it then impacts the people that have had that power. The moment the center of power has to be questioned, suddenly it's like, oh, we don't want to play anymore. We don't want to be civil anymore. We don't want to be in a situation where we think there's sanctity of life. We don't want to have a situation where, you know, we see that there are rules to war. We definitely don't want to be
Mm,
in a place where somebody's questioning us about unaliving kids or lying on a mass scale, on an industrial scale, lying. None of those
yeah.
things can now be questioned, because it's like, well, what we were saying before about being civilized, and more importantly, more civilized than you, holds zero water.
And that's why I always say when people were like, they bring up this whole benevolence colonization trope. I'm like, we didn't want your shit. And that's the simplest way of putting it. Because I was told by an ex friend's mother, oh, you're so well spoken for an Indian girl. And it was in that moment I was just like, these are not friends. These are not people that I want to take further into my life. But on an individual level, I can do that. How do you do that on a systemic, that industrial scale that you're talking about? Because when you attack whiteness, because their identity is so intrinsically linked to what whiteness is and what it presents to the world and what it means to be white, they can't separate white from whiteness. They can't separate themselves from that white and that whiteness. So it goes into the micro and the macro. And having to navigate that becomes an absolute minefield.
So the interesting part for me is, I mean, yes, attacking whiteness, but it's everything that tears up towards whiteness as well, which I think has somehow
Mm,
been, on the whole, been ignored. Because whilst we are all standing with, and this is a conversation I really wanted to have, whilst we are standing with the Palestinian people, because at the very basic level, we are hurt by seeing this happening to a fellow human being.
mm.
There are aspects of misogyny that come into the conversation. There's aspect of racism that comes into the conversation.
Capitalism.
Capitalism, absolutely.
Mm.
That,
Remember, I spoke about the trifecta of oppression the other day?
yeah. So I feel like there's something going on, and I don't know if it's maybe just going on with me, but this aspect of decolonization that needs to happen with all of us, not just people who identify as, let's say, white and male, right? That every single one of us, in some way or another, has to decolonize our mind from the, even if it means that we are challenging the ideas of what we even assume to be part of the West and Western ideals. What were we actually holding on to? What was this? I mean, is not unaliving somebody something that's only exclusive to the West? These things that somehow we have only allowed ourselves to see from one lens is insane. But I mean, one final point is that we're not allowed to criticize the West, but the very thing that Western foreign policy exports is that you're supposed to challenge your governments. But the moment it happens in their homes, that you're not allowed to do it. It's completely un-American. It's completely un-British.
And that deeply
Insane.
rooted sense, sorry, Blessed, that deeply rooted aversion to being associated with what they represent, it comes from that denial of personal culpability and complicity. Like, I'm not like this. That's for not all white people, not all men, not all Jewish people, etc., etc. It comes from a very deep-seated personal connection with the privilege that gives them. They don't want to let go of that privilege, but they also don't want to. They want that individualism to be like, I'm not like them, even though they still benefit.
It's a part of someone's self-conception, and it's very difficult to criticize ourselves. It's the hardest thing really to do. So we often tend to project that outward and blame other people for that. It actually, there was a line actually in your the letter that you read earlier, that I wanted to, I totally forgot to raise there, because you said non-racist, and I tend to contrast that with like anti-racist, because a lot of people want to say, I'm not racist, and we're a non-racist society. That's the whole colorblind myth. But what we really need to do is critique these ideologies of oppression and the systems of oppression, that architecture, and that
Yeah.
requires actively engaging and countering racist discourses, where people often simply want to say, well, I'm not racist, so there's no problem. That's bullshit.
Exactly. But I chose that wording very particularly because yes, we are anti-racist until we don't need to be. And that is the world that we are striving for, in a place that we don't need to be anti-racist. We can just be non-racist.
Well,
And something that I was saying today.
Oh, at some point, yeah, but we're hundreds of years from that, probably.
Yeah, we absolutely are.
Stay in the fight.
But this is what we're working towards. We kind of, I want to see the bigger picture. I still have, call me silly, but I still have that hope.
No, I feel you. I feel you. But I think it's back to what we were just raising there in terms of like the critique of the West or whatever. Because for me, again, an anti-Western discourse is essential, but it has to be separated from the personal attacks on people somehow. We have to make that clearer to people that we're not invalidating you as a human being because of the color of your skin, because that's literally racism. I mean, that's not the whole fucking point. The point of criticizing whiteness isn't to be racist towards whites. It's to say that race is a bullshit concept.
Yeah, because I would proudly say that I am anti-whiteness. But like earlier today, I had a meeting with this group called South African Jews South African Jews for a Free Palestine, which was an amazing, like beautifully constructive meeting that we had today. On how all of our movements can align, because I've been a member of BDS since I was in high school. And so the Palestinian Solidarity Committee as well. And so we were having this conversation today, and somebody said, we want to envision a world where the state of Israel no longer exists. And my addition to that is, I envision a world where the state of Israel no longer needs to, where the people don't feel the need for a Jewish state.
For an ethno state, yeah.
For an ethno state, because there would be safety in any community for the Jewish people. So Israel wouldn't need to exist, let alone exist in itself.
Liam, are you able to show the last two books?
Oh, sorry.
Just so that I can screenshot. No, go ahead, Kimberly.
What was that?
Is the hunt
The last two books that you just showed?
That was just because people mentioned them in the chat.
The History of White People by Irvin Painter, and then The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander.
So that one.
I've read The New Jim Crow.
And then there's actually quite a few good ones on this same topic here, the new Jim Crow. So there's that one here. But like I don't know, Charged is also really good on that topic. Or Calling in a Nation is decent.
Oh, what's that about? Calling
Actually,
in the Nation.
These are all about like criminal justice reform and how
Okay.
we've used the criminal justice system in the U.S. to perpetuate white supremacy. As so even while officially you're removing a lot of the discourses of like
Mhm.
apartheid in the U.S., it de facto still exists, and then you blame black people. Why are your families all broken? Well, you're sending so many people to prison for something that you don't prosecute with white people. I mean, a lot of the laws are deeply, deeply racist. Like, crack and cocaine are the same bloody thing, but powdered cocaine has like a tenth the
Mhm.
sentence for crack because crack is cheaper and shows up only in poor black neighborhoods. So yeah, it's intended to send more black people to prison and harm the community so that you can perpetuate the crime, so you can perpetuate the racism. It's a really, really fucked up idea.
I think Stamped from the Beginning is also a really, really good book.
Yes. Oh, God. Yeah.
Dr.
And
Ibram X.
Mr.
Kendi.
Anti-Racist. I love Kendi's work.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I was gonna. Oh, so sorry. I think you want to say something?
No, I was just saying, Ibram Kendi's work is great. If
Yeah,
anybody hasn't read
I
those,
really
they
love him.
really should. They're
Yeah,
like,
I really love Ibram X. Kendi. I was gonna ask you actually your opinion on two different people who are historians as well, because we are talking about book recommendations. Oh yeah, that one.
who hasn't read
Exactly.
this? Please do. And then How to Be an Anti-Racist is a pretty good book. That's
hmm
over there. I reach it.
But I was gonna ask you about your so I have a couple questions that I've been meaning to ask this whole time, but I didn't know when to ask them. Number one, um, there was this book by a I think historian. His name is Shlomo Sand, and he wrote this book, The Invention of the Jewish People. I have been meaning to read it. I haven't read it yet, but there have been a lot of critique around that book saying that it is anti-Semitic or it reproduces anti-Semitic tropes.
Please
What do you
be
think of? Oh, sorry. What did he say?
no, I'm saying please be very cautious with it. There are things he gets right, and there are places where he misreads the history. In fact, he falls for the Khazar thesis. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
it has some very problematic parts. I've actually, I mean, there is value in it, but if you don't know enough of the other overall history, it's very easy to be misled by some of the ways that he screws up in a few key places.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Okay.
totally get why people would make those kind of call it anti-Semitic. It's very problematic.
Okay, good. Good to know. Because I was reading more information about him and how he said that he hates being a Jewish person or he wants to stop being Jewish because of what the Israeli government is doing. And then I was reading more because when I do read a book, I also read more into the author or the scholar who's writing his book to understand the context of where it comes from, to understand what perspective they're bringing into their writing. And did also read that his father was also very, very hypercritical um, um, of Judaism as a religion, and not an ethnicity. But so it's interesting that he comes from that framework. But what
Right.
do you think of? Because I'm also currently reading some of Ilan Pape's books. What do you think of Ilan Pape as a historian, especially his book 10 Myths of Israel, if you have read that book?
I
Yeah.
picked that one up because somebody wanted me to look at it for something, but I only leafed through it. I didn't need that one for for probably obvious reasons. But
hmm
the
I have a response to that.
but I have all of his other ones, and he's done a number of. I mean, even his edited works are often really good. He pulls together good people. I think overall he's a great historian.
Yeah.
Um, there are places when he relies too heavily on oral testimony in the absence of anything else, where oral testimony should be used, but it cannot, if it contradicts other facts, it should be used more carefully than he does sometimes. So
hmm
that's I think the key place where his bias slips in. I think he's actually gotten clearer in some ways. Like in some of his most recent works, he's actually started using the G word, where before he did not. Um,
hmm
Honestly, my single biggest critique of And if anybody hasn't read the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, I
Mm-hmm.
think it's still one of his best works. He never uses the term and misses the fact that ethnic cleansing doesn't have a legal definition. It's literally part of genocide. So, I mean, but he wasn't able to make as sharp a critique as he could have, but he's definitely gotten better with that. But
Mm-hmm.
overall, a great historian. So, I mean, I have relatively few places where I've seen the records that he's talking about and have a quibble with his interpretations. There's a handful, but not many.
Mm-hmm.
Athena, in the Discord that I run, we're currently reading 10 Myths About Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Wednesday readings. The Tuesday readings, I'm trying not to make about Palestine, so we're reading Frederick Douglass. But Thursdays, we're starting with the Rashid Khalidi in the new year. We're starting with the 100 Years War in Palestine. That is really, really good. But I love
Yeah.
Ilan Pape. Also, same criticism. But I do think that there is intrinsic value in oral history, obviously,
Yeah, there is.
because
And it needs to be
not all
used.
history.
Right.
And
But we just have to be more careful with it. But yeah, it
yeah, we have to be
absolutely.
more careful. But also, we have to be aware that people who are imperialist are not going to take oral history as anything valuable because they don't value histories other than their own. And so that is the only,
Exactly.
you know,
Yeah. And then
that's the hole they would
Oh,
poke.
since you mentioned Haldi, the my biggest issue with the 100 years part is that he starts with Balfour, and really I think that if you're going to get at this problem, we have to get at the ideology first, which means you have to talk about the rise of Zionism itself. So
mm,
while say like the first wave of migration is not nearly as bad as, by the second wave of migration, which takes you, up to World War I, there are some really fucked up things already happening in that period. So there is already a war on Palestine long before 1917.
yeah.
So that was my biggest critique with that one.
So two more questions I have, then I promise I'll mute so others can ask their questions. Um, One question that I have is with regards to I am currently trying to find more books on pre-colonial Africa. Because unfortunately, again, because I predominantly work in the field of post-colonial studies, so a lot of the stuff that I read and a lot of the stuff that I discuss and analyze is usually always through a post-colonial lens after colonialism and like neo-colonialism. So there's this misconception that African history or indigenous history starts out with colonialism or with the Europeans when that's not the case. So I'm trying to focus on pre-colonial works on pre-colonial Africa. The two books that I have bought were this book called The Golden Rhinoceros: Histories of the African Middle Ages from Francois Xavier Fauvel, and then the second one was Ancient Africa: A Global History to 300 CE, Christopher Ehret. These are the two books that I got, but I was wondering if you have more book recommendations specifically because I'm of East African descent on East Africa, because a lot of the works are in West Africa. But East Africa is largely neglected, I think, with regards to research a lot of time. So do you have any book recommendations on pre-colonial times or right before the colonial times or even colonial works on East Africa in general? Really good books.
There definitely are ones I could try to remember. I used some. I borrowed a number of books from a couple of Africanist friends
Mm-hmm.
in constructing some of the stuff I wanted to deal with when I was writing my ancient history and survey classes,
Mm-hmm.
because I wanted to be able to properly cite things. So, for example, everyone likes to think that because you didn't have big cities in sub-Saharan Africa, that was uncivilized. Well, no, it was an adaptation to the environment. You wanted to like be able to show people like, more distributed makes more sense because of, tropical diseases and shit. Or like iron was independently developed in East Africa, and, the East African iron was better than the Assyrian iron. So it's not like they weren't able to innovate, even though it was more decentralized. But a lot of those were books that I borrowed many years ago instead of buying. I don't
Mm.
have as many on that. More the ones. My shelf of African history is mostly on the colonial era.
Yeah.
Is my interest there, but I have there's a couple on there, and I think that the ancient Africa one that you mentioned is one of them. I'm going to take a quick glance and see what else I might have that is applicable to that. While you
Thank you so much.
Kimberly, I'll put one in the chat for you. I had to read it as part of art history, but I do think it's quite a useful book, even if you aren't studying art.
I work in a
I have a
museum
few
actually part
suggestions.
time, so that's perfect for me because
Then it's essential.
I
It's
work
absolutely essential then.
I work part time in a museum helping them decolonize their artwork. I work as like an inclusions expert type of thing. And part of the exhibitions that they have now is about colonialism as well and post-colonialism and how that affects climate crisis and identity formation. And I've actually I've been asked if I could do some expert or focused tours for guests on that. So I do, I am planning on continuing to work part-time there until I'm kind of like done with PhD and all that stuff. So, yeah, definitely. I'm definitely gonna get that as well.
I mean, it's
Athena?
essential reading, if
Yeah.
anybody who's interested in the arts anyway, just because um, African art and philosophy has been left out of the discussion for a very long time, yet
Mm-hmm.
it figures so much in art history, but it's unfortunately being attributed to other people. So it's impossible for you to um, appreciate Picasso without understanding African art. Like
I just
literally,
ordered
it
the
is
book. Thank you so much.
impossible to. Yeah. So people like even the Dadaists, it's impossible for you to be able to appreciate them without understanding African art because
Mm.
there's a lot that predates that, and once you
Mm.
understand that, it offers some context that is very much needed, but also helps draw a line between what is currently happening with
Mm.
African arts and culture as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much for those recommendations.
Yeah, no problem at all.
I have a list of recommendations, Athena. I can DM them to you. There's just too many in this document. Um, but to everybody who's on my Discord, I am downloading all the book recommendations and I'm going to be putting them in the library in my server.
Yeah. Like the colonial period again, like I've heard of a lot of books from the colonial period. I've read a lot of books because of my line of work as well. It's just I'm trying to refocus as well and recenter because I feel like sometimes if we continue centering whiteness and what whiteness has done in our decolonization process, we have failed to recenter blackness. And I think that's the whole point of decolonization is to center marginalized communities instead of centering whiteness, which is why I don't like having a lot of discussions about whiteness and white people and all that stuff. I like to focus more on Black people, African people as a whole, also non-Black African people and indigenous communities globally, because we need to be centering those communities that were affected by colonialism most instead of centering the former colonizers or current new colonizers. So I think that's why I try to
It's
focus
such a
on.
shame that you're not in London, because there is a
Mhm.
couple of exhibitions on right now that are just so amazing. There's one
Mhm.
on African photography. Both happen to be at the Tate. One on African photography, on current African photography, and another on by an artist called El Anatsui, who's Ghanaian but based in Nigeria mainly. And he makes these monumental pieces. I'll send you some pictures so you can see it.
Yes,
I'm sure there's
please.
videos and stuff, where he makes these pieces of work that look like fabric, but actually they are bottle caps that have been turned into these huge sheets. Um, and in a way, it acts like almost like a form of painting because the tones and the colors of the each individual piece changes, both in terms of the light, but also in how it relates to each other piece that sat next to it. Beautiful work, really is absolutely amazing work. And I was lucky to also see the piece that he did before that, where he
Mm-hmm.
covered the Royal Academy in one of those, because even though they're made out of metal, they act like sheets of fabric. Really
Mm.
amazing piece. But the reason I bring it up is because some of the things that Robert Ferris Thompson is talking about in his book goes back to the traditions of, you know, use of found objects, for example. Things like recycling for the sake of art, you know, things that we see and understand as modern ideas, but actually are part of like ancient African practices that, you know, were treated as nothing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even things like quilting, for example, and because he also then goes on to talk about American culture or Black American culture as well, and how that connects to back to Africa, for example. For me, it was one of the most eye-opening books I could have read. But yeah, really interesting book. But
I
and
think
also, have
sometimes
you
we
ever?
neglect. Oh, so sorry, Bless. Continue.
No, just one last thing. Have you ever heard of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and have you ever read his interviews or his books or anything like that?
Which books are you talking about? That name seems
So
very
he's a
familiar.
Kenyan writer called Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and I'll put it in the chat if you
Oh
want.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
I've heard of him. Yeah, yeah.
So just even though it's not necessarily ancient Africa, but I really like the way he thinks about the importance of language and making sure that you
Decolonizing
preserve
the
that.
Mind, his book. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Mm-hmm. He's amazing. I think that's the most important thing, right? I feel like sometimes I think therefore I am. People kind of underestimate how much of a role that the arts, that literature, that media, that artworks were kind of employed by colonizers to continue kind of, or colonial empires, or colonial authors and colonial painters to continue kind of shaping our minds and our perception with regards to how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive the world, how the general discourse has also changed. Like people continue to underestimate the humanities and underestimate how academia and art have been actively used to dehumanize people as well. And so that's why I think for me it's incredibly important that we as marginalized voices are in these fields, are in these regions, are in these fields of work, line of work, in order to kind of combat that dehumanization, and that colonization of our mind as well, because that mentality needs to actively be deconstructed, which is precisely why we need to continue focusing also on that mentality and on certain centering ourselves and not white people in our decolonization process. But yes, you have your book recommendations before I ask my second question, Dr.
Um,
Liam.
as I thought, I don't actually own much that directly relates to this. Most of the things again I used before were other people's. Um, there's a couple places I can show you where I'm sort of disappointed. First off, there's a number of the general works I have on like the ancient world do talk about like Aksum and Gondor and states in East Africa, but not in a great deal of depth. They're often sort of left out. Even books that are about a lot of the forgotten peoples, like like Forgotten Peoples of the Ancient World, which has a lot of really cool stuff in it. It has the Kushites, and that's it. Right? It leaves out most of the great civilizations of East Africa, which is really a shame. There are a few fun things that kind of apply to there, but like I don't know if you've ever run into like before European hegemony.
No.
This does not touch enough of East Africa, but it does show up in there, especially in the whole Indian Ocean trade and whatnot. But could have been better in that way. There's a lot of places where more attention to it could have been better. I was right. The one I have that's very directly on
That's
this.
the one I have, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One that you already have. So that's not helpful. I was disappointed that this is still one of the better ones that I've found that I've read on Ethiopia.
can't
It
read
does
that.
start before Europeans get in there, but it only goes back to like the High Middle Ages. It doesn't go back into the ancient civilization. So you're not talking about, Gondor and Axum and whatnot, which would have made it for a much nicer book.
I couldn't read that book. Which was it again? The lighting. I couldn't.
A History of Ethiopia by Marcus.
Okay, yeah.
So
And this is when Ethiopia and Eritrea used to be one empire. I'm guessing.
It'll include it in it, in the discussion of it. Yeah.
Okay, good.
But
Liam, can you show the book before you showed the one before Ethiopia?
The
It
one that
should
she
be on the other side.
This was actually very good. This is a pretty recent book too. I think I'm
Oh,
covering that.
is this the one that you said that you had, Athena?
Yes, that's the one I have.
Okay,
that
perfect.
I'm.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's way too short for its topic, but it does hit a number of good points here. There are things in there that I pulled from other people's works when I was initially writing my sections on Africa. The thing that I actually have the most material on actually relates more to the original topic for today, where we kind of brought in a whole lot of race and capital lenses and whatnot here. But if you want, I can show you a couple of things on sub-Saharan African sexualities.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%.
Okay, so this is a great one on Southern African sexuality. So Unguchani. So there's that. So I actually have a section of this that I assign in one of my classes. I scan a lot of chapters out of books and sheets. So let's see. Boy, wives, female husbands.
Oh, I've had this on my list for ages.
And then this has it veers a lot more toward modern struggles, but still depends upon those earlier cultural tropes that you can kind of build on, and that's kind of significant to a lot of the non-European alternative sexualities that people tend to forget. So there are a lot of people that have been resurrecting what is frequently called the Berdache or two-spirit kind of cultures of the Plains Amerindians. There are Mesoamerican variants of that are also brought back up. There's a lot of places where these other alternatives are becoming real for people again in a way, because it sort of fits their earlier cultural language, even though the imperialist gaze, like the colonizing gaze, drew a lot of them almost to extinction.
Yeah.
And the story of a lot of that is fascinating. I've got tons of stuff on alternative sexualities around the world. This is how I ended up with these three here. But because of the focus of those, they are, while they're talking a lot about the colonizing period up to the present, they're giving you a sense of how old these ideas are, and that they are a deeply rooted understanding in East and South African cultures that has been driven out by colonizers.
I mean, you had the 2,000-year-old cave paintings that were found, that were done by the San people in now what is now present day Zimbabwe. Oh, you disappeared. Dr. Liam teleported.
So while he's away, let me make some. Oh, yeah. What did happen there?
Yeah, you're back. Odd. But I was going to say,
I hit the wrong button. There's a button that actually turns the camera around. So for a minute, you guys were looking at my military history section.
Oh, no, but I was saying there are 2,000-year-old cave paintings that were done by the San people that depict queer people as well in now present-day Zimbabwe. I mean, you had Queen Nzinga, who had about 40 chibatos in her administration, who were trans women, but who were also spiritual practitioners, if I'm not mistaken. So there are instances of queer identities, even in colonial history. There was that travelogue that was written by Portuguese Jesuit missionaries, where they had this woman from the Kingdom of Benin. Her name was Vitoria, and she was a trans woman, and they were just really surprised as to why she would be dressing up the way that she's dressing up. And she told them that where she was from, that was normal in the Kingdom of Benin. So there are instances of queer identities kind of peeking through all these colonial writings, but they usually always depicted in a very dehumanizing manner.
Especially reading a lot of the older material too. Yeah, it's often very, very problematic, but you can still find it in there, which is what a lot of people have been using to help remember some of these cultural practices too. It's a way of trying to recover a bit of where you were. And some of that stuff there in some more isolated places, you can still see places where it survived. I use there's a section I do when I'm talking about sub-Saharan African sexualities, where I talk about the experience of lesbian and gender nonconforming women in the Sutu cultures in Southern
Mm-hmm.
Africa, where you've got a lot of places where they've they didn't have as close a contact with the colonial power, and they did a lot of the whole we're going to use these tribal chieftains to kind of like rule for us, and um, in rural areas some of the older ideals survived much longer. So some of that is sort of fascinating, but and it's a major pet peeve of mine when people look at like the homophobia in places like Uganda and say this is what Africans are just like. I'm like, no, dude, that's like European Christianity. That's tolerance
100%.
up.
Like in Malawi, the year that being queer actually became illegal was the same year that the British arrived. Oh my God. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna ignore the comments. But I feel like East Africa is highly neglected,
Oh,
even when
hello.
it comes to the spirituality aspect, when it comes to religion, when it comes to the history of a lot of East African countries, it is very neglected, which is why people think that East Africa wasn't affected by the Arab slave trade or wasn't affected by colonialism or imperialism or neocolonialism, when in fact there's yeah, I mean, yeah.
The development of
Um,
Swahili culture is fascinating. I use that in one of the classes too because it's such an interesting interplay between the whole Bantu, cultures
mhm.
with a kind of adding a sort of like an Arab substrate to it, and like kind of like there's an interesting element of syncretism involved in developing that. But the merchant culture that thrives there is in part East African and in part influenced by the Arab world. So
Mm,
it's not just Europeans that have had an impact in different areas. I mean,
definitely.
China obviously had huge impacts on places like Korea or Japan or Vietnam. I mean, there's always been large civilizations that have had some impact in different areas, but they're generally not the same as like capitalist driven imperialism. There's a whole level of awfulness that you're adding. But cultural syncretism goes back a long freaking time. And actually, Ethiopia is a fascinating case. Again, a lot of the stuff that I personally have on it is mixed in other texts on the ancient world. But the interplay between that area and the movement in of Jewish people, the conversion to Christianity, the way that it related with the East Roman Empire, the way that it interacted with the Arab world is sort of fascinating. There's
Yeah,
so many states there that we forget about.
yeah, when people focus on Ethiopia, though, they largely forget Eritrea also exists, I think. I think that is an issue, that people largely forget that Eritrea exists, even though some of the oldest human beings were also found on the coast of the Red Sea in Eritrea. And so it's kind of sad, I think, because even when it comes to the spirituality aspect, the only thing that I found in that whole region was that Christianity existed. Then prior to Christianity was Judaism that existed in that region. And then prior to Judaism, it was this Arabic spirituality that believed in like three or four different gods. Or Arab, not sorry, Arabic, but
An animist
yeah,
religion, and actually, animism survived there alongside all three of those monotheistic faiths.
yeah,
So it actually survived in some places all the way up into the modern period. We tend to forget too that in a lot of West Africa, even with colonization, that the Akan religion survived in a lot of places in the interior. That there were tons of elements of shamanic, animist, polytheistic traditions still thriving alongside these
mm-hmm,
intra religions, and then you end up with fascinating syncretisms, places where Christianity or Islam take on such radically different forms because they adopt so much from that previous cultural landscape. And I think a lot of that gets neglected too. We talk a lot more about, for example, the way that Islam transformed itself to move into South Asia and Southeast Asia. That I think is
yeah,
a lot better understood than the way that it was transformed in East and West Africa as it moved into it. But
yeah.
they're equally fascinating to me.
Yeah, so back to my last
I'm
question,
I'm a
and I'll
different.
mute.
That's a whole different section.
Before you move
Yeah.
on, I've put two TV series in the chat for you that are worth kind of looking into. I prefer the Gus Casely Hayford one over the Henry Louis Gates, but both look at ancient African civilizations. Gus Casely Hayford he's currently a director of the Victoria and Albert Museum East, which is just about to open. But yeah, he's done a lot of work on this, and it's on the BBC if you can find it. But if you can, it's worth trying
Yeah.
to track it down. But yeah, I remember enjoying them both, but I preferred the Gus Casely Hayford one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I took a screenshot of them. I'll definitely look them up. This is more about Israel and Palestine, and it is the 1948 war. I So when I'm reading Ilan Pape's works, it makes it seem as if it's more complicated than what people usually say about the 1948 war, which was that, oh, all the Arabs in that region were just all anti-Semitic and they hated the fact that Jewish people moved there and they hated the fact that the Jewish state existed, which is why they unprovoked just attacked Israel. And because Israel was just so superior and was blessed by God, it was able to defeat all of these different countries. Which in Ilan Pape's works, he didn't go that deep into it, but it seems much more complicated than that. And I, of course, definitely understand that it's probably most likely more complicated than that. So the question that I have is, was the Arab-Israeli war really a response to the fact that Jewish people immigrated there and created a state, or was it a response to all the massacres that were happening all throughout 1947 and 1948, like the Deir Yassin massacre as well, for example, which happened before the Arab-Israeli war? And second of all, how was Israel able to defeat all of these countries? Was it because they were still reeling from colonialism and therefore they weren't as prepared to go into war with Israel? Like, what made it possible for Israel to win, and what caused the war?
Okay, so I'll hit like some important points on this, and then I have a question near the end to ask if people want to return to some element of the original topic today too. So I want to give an opportunity there to bring it into questions on, like, historical, sex and gender nonconformity and struggles and that kind of stuff here. But the on the 48 war, it's actually even more complicated than Elon puts it. Because he tends to focus a lot on the impact of the ethnic cleansing, which realistically is the biggest concern drawing people in. The Nakba starts 6 months before Britain leaves, and British soldiers and police just stand there while it's happening because they knew that they were the only force that realistically could have stopped it, but they knew that if they did, that it would suck them into a conflict militarily at the same time that they were trying to pawn this off on the UN and get the hell out. So there's a lot of moral cowardice in that sense. Of course, this is the British Empire, so of course they're fucked up anyway morally. But they are the only ones who could have stopped it. But by the time May 48 rolls around and Israel declares itself independent as a state, 200,000 people had already been chased over the border, and quite a few massacres and mass, what am I supposed to say for, grape? They ate a lot of grapes in the way here too. Yeah. But is the word massacre a problem? Mass acre. How about that? Now, total, there are about 70 mass acres in the whole conflict, but that's stretching over 1 year. So from December 47 to December 48, when it finally wound down. But a lot of them started in those 6 months before the intervention. The Arab state intervention is often completely misunderstood because a lot of the forces were volunteer forces. The Saudis were not ready for any kind of actual combat. They didn't have a formal military per se in a recognizably modern sense. The Lebanese force stayed in Lebanon and occasionally crossed over to villages immediately on the other side, but more often were fighting on Lebanese territory because the Zionists actually moved into their territory during the fight. But they mostly stayed in their own territory. The Jordanians had made a deal before the war broke out, allowing them to claim significant chunks of what became the West Bank. So the only place they were involved in fighting was around Jerusalem, because the Zionists sort of like double-crossed them and chose to conquer more of it or tried to take more of it than they'd said that they would. So they fought really, really hard to, keep control of East Jerusalem. But they had the only modern military of any of the six powers involved. Their military was still at that point frequently led by British officers, but they actually had better training, better equipment. They could have participated more, but they chose not to. The Iraqis actually did some of the most hardcore fighting, but largely for villages in the northeast. But they did actually help to defend. They joined with like Palestinian militias and actually put up a spirited defense, which is why a number of the villages in Galil were not actually chased out. It remained significantly Palestinian after 1948, in large part because of the Iraqis and the Palestinians themselves. The Egyptians actually embarrassed the holy hell out of themselves, and it became a contributing factor to the 52 coup because people were so disappointed in how well the military performed. Honestly, along with the Egyptian force that moved in, there was a large contingent of volunteer Muslim brothers with zero military training, and they fought better than the Egyptian military did, which is just sad. But yeah, a lot of these countries were new. They were newly independent. They didn't have a lot of training, and most of their soldiers were conscripts. So they weren't motivated to fight. They didn't understand the issue here. Where it gets more complicated than Poppy will bring into it, it's not like anti-Semitism in the sense, but it's a connection between what's happening there and the history of imperialism and colonialism. So it rubs them wrong because it seems very much like what everyone else has been doing to them for a while, and they're opposed to that. But those Arab armies did not intervene to create a Palestine. Their countries were actually hoping to carve out territory for themselves. No one was really thinking in terms of a state of Palestine per se. But they did go in and defend a lot of the Palestinian villages as best they could and supported there. So but the intervention is driven more by what the Zionists have been doing for 6 months already, and B, by the desire of those countries to chase out any last vestige of European colonialism and take the territory for themselves. So there are some cynical reasons for the states themselves to have intervened, but their militaries did a piss poor job of anything. And realistically, the stronger side won. At the beginning of the fight in May 48, the the Zionist paramilitaries already outnumbered all six of those armies combined. And that's without calling up reservists. So they realized, I mean, it was a harder fight because there was less heavy equipment, but one of the key factors driving it is that they were motivated because they had a clear ideology in what they were doing, which is why they were able to rationalize all the mass acres and everything else, because driven by, an ethno-national ideology, they had a plan, they had a vision. So they're personally motivated, unlike conscript soldiers. And B, we have to give some credit for their organization. They were much better led. They were far better organized. By the time you get to the early 1930s, the creation of Israel is already inevitable. There would have been no realistic way to stop it because the new Yishuv was really, really well organized politically, economically, militarily. And a lot of the soldiers that were in the Zionist paramilitaries were veterans of the two world wars. They had volunteered and fought with the British military. So a lot of people that had direct military experience were actually in charge of those militaries. And that's not true for any of the Arab armies. They had no veterans. They didn't have experienced officers at all. So there's a massive difference in terms of the human capital, I guess. The quality of the soldiers that you're going to actually put into the field. Does that help there, or is there a follow-on question from it?
No, that does make sense. I think I'm just gonna go into detail and read up on it more, but that definitely explains it much better than what people say in general discourse. I mean, I've been hearing all my life as well about Israel being blessed by God, and therefore that's why it defended itself from all these anti-Semitic armies. So it was a much better explanation. Thank you
Can I
very
jump
much.
in on it too?
I think you need. What was that?
Oh, I said just from the military lens as well, because I've studied this through not just civilian institutions, but even through the Marine Corps in terms of studying warfare, especially warfare in the Middle East. So one thing that doesn't really get brought up very often when discussing the Arab-Israeli War of 1948 is that in, for example, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, basically all over the Middle East, the effects of colonization had still taken a toll. So the colonizers, so the French and the British, heavily exploited the resources of their colonies and had used them in order to win World War II. But comparatively speaking, Israel, or what became Israel, had not, the resources had not been expended to anywhere near the extent. And so the reality is that like in the case of Egypt, for example, they had lost, I forget exactly how many, but several thousand troops. There was a lot of economic downturn. They didn't have much of a military to fight to begin with. Similarly, they did not have a lot of the formal training that, say, the Israelis, or what became the Israelis, had received from the British, because the British had given weapons to members of the Haganah organization, for example, because they wanted them to police their colony after World War One, and they had used them to collect taxes from and other revenues from Arab villagers that were living there at the time. And so, with that being said, as there's all this economic devastation in, say, Egypt and in Jordan and Syria, and elsewhere, certainly in Lebanon as well, the reality is that the Israelis still had lots of weapons that the British had given them and training that the British had given them that the Arab states around them, for the most part, did not have. So, because the British had disproportionately, for example, taken their colonial troops and had them slaughtered fighting in North Africa and elsewhere throughout the Middle East against the Axis powers. So and then of course, yes, were there tactical mistakes? Were the Arab armies, sort of disjointed and so on? Yes, this is what Constantine Zurek himself, who was from Lebanon, this is what he had said at the time, and he wasn't wrong. But again, it's because they didn't really have that formal training from the West. The West had exploited and plundered their colonies for resources, to fund, arm, and equip their militaries, and essentially sucked them dry. And this is what paved the way too for some rather debilitating warfare, like independence warfare, namely, and then for a series of military coups that were aimed at getting the last vestiges of European colonization out of the Arab. That of course is after 48. So I know that was kind of long. I just hope that kind of explains a few things as well.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Again, the lack of military resources is a huge factor here. It's a huge pet peeve for me when people bring up this whole David and Goliath thing, like little tiny new country fighting against 6 bigger countries around. Yes, Egypt is a much larger country. Egypt is a military pygmy. I mean, it still is. It's not. You're talking about massive differences in technical capabilities, in organization and leadership here. The lack of heavy arms, people say, oh, well, in 48, the Zionists didn't have tanks or whatever yet. Yes, they didn't. They started purchasing them only during the war, like buying planes and stuff. But even their small arms were better because they kept stealing them from the British. Whenever they collaborated in like policing operations, in the Mandate period, they were not only getting training, they were stealing weapons and ammunition, and there's a lot of stuff smuggled in. So, and the Arab armies themselves were mostly fighting with like rusted out, antiquated small arms. Like a lot of the British gave like a lot of like World War I surplus shit to like, Iraq, like its soldiers fought valiantly in the north, but they were fighting with World War I equipment. So
yeah, I saw that too. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, like, using bolt-action rifles, for example, against semi-automatic rifles, that makes a huge difference because bolt-action does not fire. It's nowhere near as fast.
Wait, who funded the Jewish militia who were doing the mass acres, though? Like when we look at the Palmach, when we look at the Haganah, the Irgun, like who was funding these people and supporting them?
I think it's an organization. They were. No, they weren't getting funding from the outside. It's their own economic organization.
Mm-hmm.
So especially when you get into like the third and fourth aliyot, the people that are pouring in there, you're getting tons of middle class people that already have money. Their economy was growing really rapidly in the 1930s. During the Great Depression, I mean, the Palestinian economy was growing fast in the same way the Soviet Union was growing fast while everyone else is in decline. So
Mhm.
they had the ability and the resources to draw upon in ways that the Arab states just didn't at the time. Um, so it's not as much that European powers were manipulating this whole thing and creating this country for their own purposes. They found uses for it later for sure, but it's there are similarities in their ideology, and it's why Israel frequently aligned itself with the imperial powers, like in the Suez Crisis or whatever. It's because they're thinking the same way, not because they're directly a tool and set up by the Europeans. It's their own actual internal organization. Credit where credit
Mhm.
is due. They organized their economy well. They just fucked the Palestinians in the process.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, for things on the conflict, if anyone's interested in that. So okay, so first off, Shapira is a Zionist. Keep that in mind here. But she does a good job walking through why the Zionist movement started thinking in terms of militias, started thinking in terms of this hyper defensive ethos and being willing to attack. So ultimately, the ideology that would lead to those massacres is developing in this period here. So in the first few aliyot. So worth reading again, even though she's writing from a Zionist perspective. Segev is not, but in the last few chapters of this, it's going through a lot of the events that are going to lead into um, the 47-48 conflict. And really, if you don't really address the Arab revolt of 36 to 39 in any detail, none of it makes sense, because in the process of that, the Palestinians were rendered, they were disarmed. They were leaderless. They had nothing left to really work with. By the time the war rolled around, Palestinians were mostly armed with steak knives. So they really couldn't protect themselves against the ethnic cleansing that was starting in December of 47. And there was planning for that months in advance. So if you want to know more about the planning and how that plays out, this is definitely a classic. I recommend this one a lot. Again, he doesn't use the G-side word in it yet, although he does later. But this is the best detailed account of what happens in that process. There are a lot of other histories that touch on it, but his is still kind of the classic there. Morris is also a Zionist, but a fairly critical one. He's often quite critical of the government, even though he's still essentially supports it. So his account of 48 has a lot of good elements in it, but still some apologetics here and there. But it definitely covers a lot of the military and political lenses quite well. Shit, I should have grabbed Avi Shlaim's work as well. Especially like collusion across the Jordan, things like that, are
Mhm.
useful here. So
I love Avishtaim, yeah.
okay, cool. So it's him, and then the War for Palestine is a nice edited volume here, because what it does is on individual chapters it addresses each of these countries. So there's like a chapter on Saudi and its contribution to the war, and it's relatively rare that you get in book form good detail on the contributions of the individual players, where most of the time it's just in journal articles and stuff. So, somebody's asking about today's topic. It was technically sex and gender in world history and whatnot. So, but we ended up into this for a minute. So,
Yeah, that was my fault. Sorry, y'all, to the
oh, no
113
worries. But
people here.
somebody
That
just
was my
asked, so
fault.
I
I
just
just no, I had a question with regards to the 1948 war, but we can go back to sex and gender because that is something that um, interests me as well as a person of East African descent, as a person who grew up thinking that queer people didn't exist, even though I am queer myself. I, I always, actually, the little secret here is, y'all, people put this gay bomb in pesticides in cheese that make people gay, and I used to eat a lot of cheese, which is why I was fully gay. But ever since I became vegan back in 2016, I reverted some of the side effects of the cheese pesticides, and now I'm only half gay and not 100% gay. um
awesome.
yes.
So what the hell's my excuse? I'm hardcore cheese addicted. They must not be putting the same chemicals in my cheese. So
The
Yeah,
difference is American cheese, it's not real
it's the
cheese.
American cheese,
well,
exactly.
I eat mostly imported cheese. Give me some credit.
Oh, really? Then, yeah, it was probably the import and export time that like kind of got rid of those pesticides along the way. But yeah.
uh, the only American brand I get a lot is Tillamook, because they make a really good sharp cheddar that I use for cooking. Not usually eating on its own, but I'll blend it into things.
Oh yeah, it's
But
the
most of
cheddar.
it,
It's usually Gouda, like Gouda, that makes you gay. So yeah, I
I love a good like it has to be very very aged chowder. I like.
oh yeah. Exactly, exactly, exactly. That ferments the pesticide even more. But no, on a serious note, yeah, as a person who grew up thinking that the thoughts that I had in my mind were just weird and had nothing to do with me until I came to terms with that in my mid 20s. It's a fascinating topic, especially the African continent. So,
Yeah,
whatever you have to say about
yeah. So again,
gender
I
and
hope some of
sex,
these might be interesting
I
too.
took a screenshot of all of those books. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, the I do use a couple of chapters out of Hongwu Chani actually in the class, so it's fun.
Yeah. So the people who don't understand sarcasm, I was joking. I don't think cheese makes you gay. I don't think yeah, there is no gay agenda in cheese. But
It's the chemicals in the water that make the frogs gay. Remember?
Yeah.
exactly, it's
Yeah,
actually
Alex
the
Jones
water.
warned us all about this, so it's.
Exactly. It's actually the water and not the cheese. But actually also to all the conservatives out there, like be vegan to prevent gayness. Anyways. Um but
That's
anyway,
actually that's a really good argument because they're all like, "Oh, you can't take away my burgers because you're global warming bullshit." Like, oh no,
exactly.
no, no, you should totally avoid burgers because they're gonna make you
They
gay,
make you
bro.
gay.
Like cheeseburgers are making you gay. You should totally not do that. It's
Exactly,
like
exactly.
you should say it's something they're putting in the beef. It's one of the hormones they put in the beef. Yeah, man, you shouldn't have it.
It's all the estrogen hormones. Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah. Do you think the field of like when it comes to queer identities, do you think that that is something that is researched in the region of East Africa, or is it highly like neglected?
It's relatively neglected, like most of sub-Saharan Africa is, but that is slowly changing. There are more and more Africanists. Even the smaller of the two universities I teach at now has a full-time Africanist. I mean, we're spending more and more effort on it, at least, and encouraging more scholarship, and that's helping a bit at a time. But it's relatively neglected. I mean, I've got there's a ton more on like the sexualities of the Muslim world or Latin America or East Asia. Honestly, China is still a little bit neglected, but not nearly as much as sub-Saharan Africa is.
Yeah. There's a book that I read recently. Actually, let me get it from the shelf. Um, I was impressed with my own bookshelf until I saw yours, Professor, and then I was like, but why is mine so piddly? It's the reason I actually bought this house. This was the selling point for the house. I was just like, nope, mine now,
Yep.
my house, my library.
And my ambition actually later once I managed to build some rooms onto the back and move my bedroom out of the other because the books spill into the bedroom and my bed is split between bookcases. But the goal later is to turn the two original bedrooms here into kind of like an L-shaped library and do all built-ins. But right now it's just like 52 IKEA bookcases jammed in various spots.
And of course, when I want to find it, I can't because this. I thought I was being clever one day when I arranged my entire bookshelf autobiographically instead of chronologically or whatever.
Somebody just mentioned the ladder. I'm gonna see if I can flip that camera back on again. Where was that? Yeah, sort of
Yeah,
useful because they go up pretty high in places. I put shelves along higher up there, but then it's all the way up to the top here. I can't reach any of those top ones. So
okay, I can't find it. But it's Queerness and Femininity in India. And like realizing, hey, before colonization, India was very, very queer friendly. Hinduism recognizes more than five variations of gender. There's ancient Hindu artwork depicting gayness, just queerness in general. It's phenomenal.
for there are places where yeah, it's definitely
Ladder.
like friendlier too, but there also are at least issues with. So, like, this is a good detailed study of the Hijra subculture, and there is still historical discrimination there. What's fascinating about it is that it actually provides a kind of relief valve for people that don't fit into the requirements of caste and jati, that they can't, like, I don't want to get married and have a bunch of kids or whatever. Okay, cool. So you've got this way to do it. But oftentimes that's joining a community that is going to encourage full-on castration and everything else. So it's it is a response. And the interesting thing about it is that every culture around the world has had to come up with some way to respond to gender and sex nonconformity. And there's variations in how healthy they are. The Hijra approach is definitely better than some, but none of the ones in the ancient world are perfect either. They all have some issue with them still, and it helps to know that we still have a long way to go ourselves in coming up with a better language and better understandings of these things. Oftentimes, I find that a lot of contemporary discourses on sex and gender are still trapped by a lot of the terminology developed by sexologists in the 19th and 20th century. And people are beginning to box themselves into particular labels or whatever, and not recognizing just how variable and fluid some of these things are, that so many more ask these things. I mean, they exist along spectra. So we talked at the very beginning that sex and gender and orientation are all different things. They actually all exist on spectra neurologically, and you fall in different places, and how you choose to express or relate with that aspect of yourself can change over the course of your life. And when we box ourselves in with neat little labels, that often makes it very difficult. I've talked to a lot of people in, like, the U.S. Lesbian community, for example, that are really, really hard on bi people. They're like, well, pick a side, man. We're in a war. Like, come on.
The biphobia is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, or like there are a number of queer people that are actually opposed to trans people too. In the same way that you got the whole, like, the TERF culture. Some of them are actually in the LGBT community themselves and are attacking trans people. It's just, what the fuck? I mean,
The
it gets
people
back
who
to
say LGBT without the T,
yeah, it
or
just,
people
what the fuck?
who say queer people who say that bi people are just testing out their gayness.
Really? No, I mean, it's not how this shit works, and we have decades of really good studies of human neurology and psychology. Like, it's not as simple as we like to put ourselves into socially, But there's something about I mean, humans naturally like to self-sort into little tribal identities anyway, so it's a danger that we always have to be careful about. Be cautious about how we deploy that kind of tribalism, because even in marginalized communities, it can end up creating very toxic spaces for people who don't quite fit the understanding being pushed there. So anyway, this is something that I one of the reasons I structured the sexuality history the way I did, because you start off in the first couple of weeks and we talk about the biology and anthropology of it. What does it mean? Where does, like, sex and gender and all this shit come from? Why is it a fundamental part of the human condition? Crap like that. And then what are the differences? Why do people express sex differently? What are people into? And there's basic mating strategy differences between the two sexes that evolved that are even going to affect queer communities too. So you find that, for example, in the male homosexual community, there still is the kind of preference for youth, the kind of, like, youth and beauty that you see in cis het men, because that's like the lizard brain telling you to look for fertility, even though clearly there's no possible fertility. It's a driving factor. There's a lot of interesting parts of the biology to just start with, but we spend most of the course, a big chunk of it, looking at different cultures through history to show how variable it is. That ancient Greek sexuality and ancient South Asian sexuality and ancient Amerindian sexualities have nothing in common, really. That they have found different ways to express the same basic biological considerations. Different cultural language for it. And I think that variability, one of the things that we're aiming for in the class is to let people see that a lot of the current confusion about these things is fine. Like, we'll work it out. We're working out a new language for it, a new way to understand it. And those understandings have changed constantly anyway. It doesn't, invalidate anything to recognize that. It actually helps us understand that, again, diversity is our norm. So,
You have a question from the comments. It says, is there any history of gender nonconformity in Eastern Europe?
yeah, there is. A lot of studies of European civilizations don't spend as much time on the East, but that's, another area where it's just a matter of like fewer specialists on it. But it does show up in a number of histories of European sexuality and on classical sexualities in particular. The Greek influence is actually quite significant across the Balkans because of the long-lasting Roman imperial presence in the area. And a lot of those norms do spread throughout, all the way up into the north. And it's the one of the reasons that you do see some distinctions there. Like there's, think about the push in later with, even with the Christianization of like, Ukraine and Russia and all that kind of stuff, the long lasting cultural influence. We tend to forget that a lot of classical Greek and Roman social norms survived through the Christian period. They only die out in the modern period. I mean, a lot of the really fascinating third gender sort of ideals that you can find in the Ottoman and Arab worlds before the modern period are actually because they directly imbibed the Roman influence. And even under Islam, it survived up into the 19th century. The same thing is true in Europe. You can still find it all over Italy, all over the Balkans. You can find, in chunks of Eastern Europe, still find expressions of the classical Greek and Roman perceptions of sex, which are fundamentally different. I mean, they had no concept of sexual orientation. I think it's hilarious. A lot of people are always talking about how the ancient Greeks were totally cool with gay people. They actually weren't. They really weren't. They were okay with a particular type of homoeroticism, and only the one particular type of, at least for men. Lesbianism was just sort of assumed. No one gave a shit. Because women were controlled in property anyway, and you could force them to have kids, so no one cared if your wife was sleeping with the servants as long as they weren't male. But male sexuality is quite tightly controlled in both Greek and Roman society, and what's sort of okay is attraction to teenage males. So up into your early 20s, really. But by the time your beard is fully grown in, you're not a legitimate object of desire anymore, and you're not allowed to be penetrated anymore. Those younger males are the ones who were penetrated. Older males, if they accepted penetration, they were savagely critiqued. So it's not being gay that was okay. It's that they didn't care who you were penetrating as long as it fit certain social categories. They didn't have a concept of gay or straight. Straightness was invented in the modern period. It's not an ancient concept. What you're attracted to, no one gave a shit. No one thought about that in terms of how you defined yourself. But there were certain acts that were okay or not okay. And those were what were policed. Those norms, that basic pederastic culture, survives all the way up into the modern period in Eastern Europe because of the Greek and Roman cultural influence, in the same way that it survives in significant parts of the Mediterranean world as well.
Now you've got another question from the comments that says, was paganism the primary Russian religion before Christianity, or more just Orthodox?
Well, they became Orthodox Christian with Christianization because they accepted missionaries from the East Roman Empire. They were at the time like talking to Catholics as well, and it was a major coup for the Eastern Empire to get the ruling elites to accept Orthodox Christianity. But before Christianization, yeah, they were various forms of pagan. What we in scholarly literature refer to as like Rodnovery would be the most common, the traditional Slavic paganism. But you also had in significant parts of the Eastern European world, Tengrism was quite common because there were so many Turkic and Iranian peoples that have migrated in. I don't know why in European histories everyone always forgets the Avar Khaganate, or like, tons of like Pechenegs. There's just tons and tons of Asian peoples who moved to fucking Europe because Europe is fictional. It's just a peninsula. It's not separated from the rest of its environment. Anyway, so there were a lot of people that had the same religion that the Mongols had, because Tengrism came in from central and east, central and northeast Asia, along with waves of migration. So there were significant chunks of it in like the Carpathian Basin before Christianization. And then further north, you have other religions like the Baltic population. I mean, the Romuva faith is totally different from Slavic paganism. And then in significant parts of Eastern Europe, actually Finnic culture. I mean, we tend to forget how much of Western Russia is actually Finnic ethnically. They just were Russianized over time. So there was a ton of like separate, Finno-Ugric languages up there, and the Swolmanusko religion was quite common up there as well. So before Christianization, there are quite a few competing pagan traditions that people had to choose from. But yeah, they weren't like Jewish or something else before that point.
Okay. Athena, I need to follow you on Instagram. But yeah, I need to do that soon. If anybody does want to follow me there, it's the bipolar feminist _ but I do need to go to bed.
Oh, yeah. I have multiple Instagram accounts. One is
you can
for
DM me
my
on
private meme account, and then the other one was a more public account, but my workplace follows me on the public account, which is precisely why I'm not allowed to post anything pro-Palestine. They've I've been kind of reprimanded slightly about that. I'm thankful I didn't lose my job, and this is the museum job that I have because I work part-time at a museum, helping them with decolonizing certain artworks and exhibitions and being more inclusionary. But I've had a lot of issue with that particular account in that
yeah.
I was even forced to co-sign a press release showing full solidarity with the Israeli government, which
That is
I
painful.
didn't. I spent the whole day in my office crying.
Yeah.
After that, I was either lose my job or somehow be okay with it. So the main
Yeah.
account, it's yeah, yeah. I have a private one, which is not linked to the main account, which I usually use
Yeah.
for mostly my memes now because I feel kind of drained. But I can send you that account if you want. Yeah.
Long time part of the meme community. I love making those. I love
I
finding
love
ones that
it.
years later and I see them reposted like I did that 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
like,
to the people
oh,
saying, "Where is the freedom if you're forced?" I'm German, so there has been a lot of issues with regards to how this whole issue is framed. I mean, in a state called Sachsen-Anhalt, they passed this new law where a person needs to pledge allegiance to the Israeli state in order to get naturalized. So if you are a new person who's applying for
sorry.
citizenship, if you're applying for citizenship, you have to pledge allegiance to the state of Israel in
Yeah.
order to
That's
even become a
insane.
German.
It's
Can we talk a
crazy.
bit about
Talk
this?
about overcorrecting
Yeah,
in,
and
in a little
like
bit. But
there's a
It's
the,
usually
oh,
for
sorry.
people too. Is it's a way for Europeans psychologically not to deal with the real culpability for what they did. They can, instead of
yeah.
actually addressing the flaws in their own understanding of Christianity and nationhood, they can instead say, "Oh, well, we support Israel, so we're not anti-Semites anymore." Like bullshit.
Yeah.
Which the Jewish communities within Germany always complain about the rampant anti-Semitism. Like when we look at our
Never goes away.
politicians, like yeah, when we look at politicians like the AfD, for example, which are wildly
Oh my
anti-Semitic and still
God.
very popular. When we look at multiple politicians in the, I mean, recently, I don't know if you know the Grünen or like the Greens party. There
Over
was a
problematic for getting more and more problematic, but initially very
Yeah,
popular.
there was a member of the Greens party in from this area called Thüringen who was really criticized outside of a conference. And the problem is that conference was about integration and Islam. And it was organized by the Institute of Global Islam, which is also in Frankfurt, which is also a highly problematic institute that is very colonial. And they invited him, his name is Boris Palma. I think it was Boris Palma. They invited him to go there, and a lot of people protested against him because he had occasionally used the N-word on his Facebook in the past.
Yes.
And they protested against him because they were like, why is he there? And then while he was outside there, he called one of the black students an N-word outside of the protest. And then in the conference, he complained about being labeled a Yahtzee just because he has his opinions, and he feels like having your opinions now is compared
It's
to the
dangerous.
Judenstern, which is basically the star that Jewish people had to wear during World War II to like basically like show society that they were Jewish, which was like something they were forced to do, right? So he compared being labeled a Yahtzee because of his racism and Yahtzeeism to, oh, now this is like a Judenstern, which completely outraged like the Jewish German communities, rightfully so, because he's comparing being reprimanded for his racism to people being
Yeah,
othered
money.
and marginalized and
Yeah,
labeled
it's
in World War II. So
yep.
it's insane that when we talk about Israel and Palestine now in Germany, they call it, and I kid you not, they call it imported anti-Semitism. That's what
Yeah.
German politics calls it because they want to pretend as if this anti-Semitism was brought over by
By
Turkish
Muslims, of course.
Germans. Yes,
Like
by
it's
Muslim
not
Turkish Germans.
intrinsic.
By Muslim Turkish Germans who came during the 60s and 70s as like guest workers. It was imported by people who came during the refugee crisis of 2015. So people like to pretend it was Muslims, anybody who's Muslim and anybody who's Arab. And like we had ministers, like our president literally in a press conference said that any German of Arab descent or any Muslim German needs to actively distance themselves from the age group. And he said that recently. And it has been really like I don't think people understand how disgusting the discourse around this has been in Germany. There's like an Israeli
Yeah.
flag at every town hall, at every city hall in Germany to show
It
the
is
solidarity to Israel.
wild.
It
It's
is
Okay.
genuinely disgusting.
it's one of the other ways that
Athena.
Israel has basically fucked Jewish people in the world because it's allowed people never to deal with that history of racism and anti-Judaism in the religion, and instead to pretend it's all a political issue. You know, like the hatreds arising in the Middle East over the Israeli ethno-state. That's the whole problem. We're okay with them because we support Israel. It's hard.
Yeah.
I want to detract for a little bit because you said that you work at a museum. So I went to the UK in 2017. And just a little bit of backstory. My friend Brendan, every time I go to a different country, he gives me an impossible dare. So the dare for London was to steal the Rosetta Stone. Mind you, it is massive and I am 4'10". And also it's in the British Museum.
Thick glass around
So
it too.
a huge glass around it. So I took a picture next to it. I was like, fine. Part of this tour, Athena, you would love this. Every single thing that the tour guide said, I corrected. I was like, so these many people were unalived for that. This was taken after this massacre. These are the people who this was stolen from. Basically correcting all of the whitewashed history that he was spouting to us. He was so happy to see the back of me after that tour because it was like a good 4-hour tour of the entire British Museum. And every single thing that was stolen, I was just like, stolen from this people, stolen from that people, stolen after this massacre, stolen after that war.
Yep, that's fun.
But when my friend said, steal the Rosetta Stone, I took a picture next to the Rosetta Stone. I sent it to him. I was like, Cool, cool, cool. Not stealing this shit. Um, I can't fit it in my bra. And that was the line I said to him. I can't fit it in my bra. And then I went to the shop. I wasn't intending on buying anything from the shop because, why give them any money? And then I see a tiny little magnet version of the Rosetta Stone. I put it in my bra and I walked out.
That's
I
great.
mean, reparations. Just joking.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. Reparations.
I love following tour groups too. It's so much fun. I've done that with birthright groups in Israel.
Mm.
Just following along, and then just speaking up from the back. Actually, there was a massacre right here. This is not.
Yeah.
This was not empty land. This there were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's wonderful correcting these people because it's like, no, you need to confront your history. You need to acknowledge your history. You need to admit to yourself that you are living, while you might not be living on stolen land, everything on this land is from stolen people. The house that you have, the government housing that you've been provided, the government healthcare that you've been provided is on the backs of black and brown people.
Yeah.
And when they refuse to acknowledge that, it's like, now we have a problem. And I'm not going to be nice about it. And we were talking about being kind earlier. I'm not nice. I always try to be kind, but I'm not nice. And I will never be nice about my oppression because I'm not here to placate people or make them feel good about, being. I don't want to give you a pat on the back for saying, okay, you're not racist. Cool, 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 cool. But always, as Arundhati Roy said, confronting empire and actively opposing it. But yeah, I do need to sleep.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to being my hermit self as well.
Okay,
Because
I'll message you
listen,
on Discord.
yeah, the only reason I came out of my hermit season was again because of you, Dr. Liam. I highly, highly respect you, and you are very
Same.
inspiring. And your space, your office hours, you remind me very much of my mentor, who also, when I first joined in my undergrad, my class of post-colonial studies, I saw a white man. I was like, oh gosh, here we go, a white man talking about post-colonial studies again. But he is really something else. He was an activist when he was younger, leftist activist. He was protesting for Robert Mugabe, even though Robert Mugabe did disappoint him. Now, but when he was
Yeah.
younger, he was very, very active, not only academically, but also kind of on the streets and politically. So you remind me of him in your spirit, the way that you talk about things, the passion. So I feel very, very comfortable in your spaces, and I thoroughly look forward to Fridays because I know that I can spend time in your office. So that's the only reason why I came out of my little capsule. And I'm
Your
probably
hidey
going to go
hole.
back to it until next year, my little hiding hole, exactly. I appreciate you,
So much.
Dr.
I
Lee.
really appreciate your contributions. I love a lot of your questions. It's you contribute a lot to these. So thank you for doing that. For every time you come out, and I totally get the reaction too. So I teach women in history and a global history of sexuality, right? And one of the first things I do is I start off with a bunch of jokes. So, okay, like cis het white dude here, like I'm clearly. Why am I teaching women in history? You might be tempted to wonder why is this like super hairy man teaching my women in history class? Like what is going on here? And the same thing with tons of other ones that deal with like post coloniality and whatnot. I mean, it's not like the reactionaries love putting it like you're apologizing for yourself. It's a matter of recognizing the system that you're part of and the humanity of other people, for fuck's sake, you know? I mean, yeah, I can't help being born this way, you know, but
Mm.
I can push to change the systems that created those advantages in the first place.
Yeah,
And I think that we need to encourage more of that. I don't think it's very helpful when people are always trying to push out or purify spaces. You know, if there's if
100%. Yeah.
somebody who wants to learn, somebody who really wants to change, somebody who really wants to grow, give them the chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. I tend to, you said joke, I tend to joke a little bit too much with my classes sometimes. I mean, the other day we were analyzing, dang, what, I was analyzing a scene out of Get Out with some of my students. And I, for some reason, happened to start talking about Tarantino's clear foot fetish in his films. For some reason, I don't know why that was brought up. I brought it up, but sometimes I feel like maybe I need to tone it down a bit and I joke a little too much. But
My lecture
um
my lecture notes are filled with memes. I have so many I mean, and some of them are really like they're they're aggressively bad. You know,
yeah.
I have
Oh
like
no.
I'm
Same.
like, okay, yeah, I'll make fun of everything because the whole point here is to have it to make it a little bit lighter. You know, we're talking about some very heavy subjects, so you know, please don't take too seriously my memes for making fun of this Christian concept. You know, like, but
Yeah.
it's it's a neat way of kind of like disarming an audience, I find, because then
Mm,
I take them into a very serious place and talk about what's the idea behind this, you know, what do they mean by this.
mm,
um, Again, humor is a natural response to, you know, to fear, anger, trauma, you know, to all the bad
mm,
shit in life. And if we can use a little humor to help people break the walls down in their own heads, then
mm,
they're going to hear some more of the stuff that you're trying to bring up about a lot of these problematic ideas. So if you
mm.
use them well, I find that they can really help a lot. So I would say don't be worried about it. You know,
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
I have a very very bad, you know, absurdist sense of humor, and no one's complained in 20 years. So
Me too. I make, so mine is a mix of very, very dark humor, of course, my own trauma, usually, or trauma that I'm affected with, or dad jokes. I use a lot of like
Oh
really,
yeah,
really,
same.
really bad dad jokes and memes. Like they're so bad that they actually become good, and then you feel guilty for laughing at them because you know that they're shitty. So that's the type of humor that I have. Not yeah. But
Yeah.
anyways, I'm gonna go back to my little hole now. Thank you
Oh,
very much,
before you
Liam. I hope
go,
you
let me
yes.
recommend probably one of the greatest Christmas films out there, at least comedy. There's a film called Have Plenty, as in just HAV,
Mm-hmm.
1997, I think it was. But yeah, definitely recommend it. Laugh out loud, funny. It's such a shame the director only made one. Well, I think he made another one, but he came, he delivered a good film, and then that was it. It's one of these, yeah, save you from the Hallmark films. But I'll put it in the
Do
chat
you,
if anybody wants it.
I took a screenshot of it. Do you know what kind of films I watch the Christmas movies? Like, don't judge me, but I like Tyler Perry films. I know Tyler Perry is bad. I know Medea is like a bad representation, but it's so bad that it's so good. It's like a guilty pleasure. But anyways, I'm gonna I'm gonna drop now.
This film
Love
is
you,
if
Athena.
Tyler Perry made films that were less problematic.
Oh,
That's
purr. Okay.
best way
Um,
to describe it.
purr. Thank you very much. But I'm gonna drop. Thank you very much, Liam. I would love to have these gender and queer or queer identities conversation about you, especially with you, especially about the African continent and just indigenous communities globally, because it's largely erased from African narratives, especially post-colonial narratives as well. So I would love to
Athena,
talk
before you
about
go,
it. Mhm.
before you go, the person who just joined from the river who said hi, Nikki, um, that is my real life best friend,
Oh, purr.
and they took me in when I was absolutely at rock bottom.
Hmm.
So please follow each other because I think you will get along like a house on fire. Yeah, you literally stole me. Um, and yeah, they're my bestie, and I think y'all will get along so well. Um, but
Oh,
yeah,
good.
thank you,
Thank you.
Athena.
I followed them.
You are amazing.
Yeah. Love y'all. Have a nice weekend. Have a
Thanks,
nice
Athena.
Christmas festivities if you celebrate it. Bye.
May
Good
the horse be
night.
with you.
Bye. Yeah, everybody should follow my bestie Kim because they're amazing. But yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of self promotion if you don't mind.
I'm in.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
I've been losing a lot of subscribers from my Patreon because of my views on Palestine. I went from 60 odd subscribers to now 19, and it is my income. So if you can afford to, please, 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 everything's in my link tree to join my Patreon, starting at $5, going up to 35 a month. So yeah, it is my income. So if you can help in any way, please do. And I'm also trying to raise funds for that PhD application to the University of Maryland. Yee. But yeah, this has been great.
No, I was happy you could join for this. We can
Thank you.
work. And as a topic, I'm happy to come back to this anytime. We can like maybe we can for some of these lives like pick a theme like this, and especially if we keep this kind of stuff up, keep up this whole live thing going, as the Palestine stuff might wind back down. Because it's always like, fits and starts, like, if, there's a couple years off and then it gets awful again. But there's so many things to talk about and so many interesting things we could do, beyond that. So I hope we can keep some of this energy going because I've really
Yeah,
enjoyed a lot of these discussions.
Same.
I really enjoyed, and I'm so glad that we found each other, Professor, because like I am hungry for change. Like I've seen how boycott, divestment, sanctions worked in South Africa. I've seen everything that went wrong with how the transition um, from apartheid to our post-apartheid society, like everything that went wrong there, like what needs to happen and how we can work for a better, work for Palestine, being Palestine again. But aside from Palestine, just I still have faith in humanity,
Mhm. Yeah.
and I think I always will. And I think that's part of the reason that I left the newsroom in the first place, aside from trauma relating to Israel. But it's a sense of I never wanted to become disillusioned with the world to the point that I felt debilitated. And that loneliness comes at a price. That I mean, that kind of that activism comes at the price of loneliness, as you were saying earlier. And sometimes I feel very lonely.
Knowledge too. The more that you take in about the world, the less that you swallow the common myths. I mean, because people forget that primary and secondary education were created to foster certain myths in people's heads about the country they were in, as well as provide a few useful skills that would help the bosses in capitalism. So it's deeply tied into capitalist nationalist frameworks. And as soon as you no longer buy the bullshit message that they're selling, it gets a lot harder to have basic conversations with people.
Yeah. No, it is. And I think finding TikTok, and let me tell you, this is very, oh, it's directly because of a Zionist that I found my TikTok community. Because in 2020, I was working a really, really good job for a company in Boston. I was doing their communications. I was like, I'm not getting back into the newsroom anytime soon. I'm teaching journalism on the side. Cool. COVID happened. I lost my job, got into this communications job. And then the boss said that the company is moving to Tel Aviv. And I was already, okay, red flag. I said, okay, I'm getting a significant increase. Let me just stick it out for a little while because I still need to support my family. My husband had lost his internship because of COVID, etc., etc. And then the first contract that he took, as soon as the company moved to Tel Aviv, was promotions for the IDF. And I said no. The day that he got that contract and we had the staff meeting and that contract was signed, at the end of the meeting, I put my hand up on the Zoom call and I said, I quit. And he looked at me, he's like, you're our best writer. Like, what are we going to do without you? You'll live. The Palestinians probably won't. And I dropped.
Yeah.
And I got onto TikTok.
It's
A
hard.
couple of days later.
At least finding some kind of community spaces like these, they help a bit. And I've spoken with a lot of other Jewish academics too, and it can be very isolating to know enough about what's going on here because your own family turns on you, your friends turn on you, your colleagues can turn on you. It's it's very difficult to take stands on principle when most people have a completely flawed understanding of what something is.
Yeah.
And it gets very difficult then to have those conversations to introduce any kind of like nuance into it, because they immediately want to cast you as like an anti-Semite or a self-hating Jew or however that plays out. Like, what the hell? I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? But it's such a common reaction, and it makes it the social conformity, the pressures. I get what Athena was having to deal with there. What people are forced to do just to survive because you need this job. What are you going to do?
Yeah. And if it was just the company having been in Tel Aviv, I wouldn't have been okay with it, but I would have stuck with it because I needed the money, because we all have to capitalism. I hate it that I need to ask people to pay for my content because I want free distribution of knowledge. I believe that education should be free. This is the world that we're working towards, where education is free, where education is accessible. But if the company was just based in Tel Aviv, not cool, but okay. But as soon as the IDF got involved in it, I was just like, peace out.
I totally understand. It's such a fucked up dynamic. And I love it when people are like, well, you don't like the system, you don't like capitalism. Why don't you just I don't know,
Go to
why don't you
Vuvuzela.
house and take all your stuff? I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We all have to work. We all have to live. We live in a system. Doesn't mean the system is good. Bad systems do exist, but people still. I mean that'll. You've seen the old Boris cartoon. We should improve society somewhat. And yet you're in society. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi
Gustavo,
everyone.
you had a question. Hi,
Hi,
Gustavo.
Gustavo.
Thank you so much, host, for letting me up. So I'm really glad that you raised me. So do you recognize me, Nikita? Or do
Yes,
you
I
recognize me?
do. I do.
Oh, thank you
Are
so
you
much.
safe?
Oh yes, I am now. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So I heard you speaking about the colleges and these things, and I have a question. So I finished my high school in August this year, and I am 18. So I have been looking for a college abroad, not in the West Bank, because the education here is just so bad with everything and no jobs. So you basically will not have a future even if you studied here. So I've been trying to find a college even in the United States, in the UK, in Canada, Norway, Sweden, and I'm so interested in studying nursing or therapist, to be honest. So I found this college in Utah in the States, but I missed the deadline. The deadline was in the 15th of December. So no, maybe I have to wait until 2025 January or something like that. So do you know any colleges or anything around you that I can apply for or anything?
There are a lot of nursing schools and nursing colleges in Southern California that I see all the time around. And I know a lot of campuses in the area have been trying to attract more international students and offering grants for that. There's a lot of campuses that get special grant money just to quote unquote diversify the campus, so they use some of that to attract international students. So there may be possibilities there, but offhand I can't say I know any. I mean, you're saying nursing specifically, right? Is that I
Yeah,
don't
nursing or therapy.
yeah yeah I can't say I know much about any programs for them, but I mean I could look and see what some of the better ones are in the area. But it's so far out of my area I don't know what would be good to recommend. But I know there's a lot in the area, and people do come from other parts of this country just to go to some of the nursing colleges here. So some of them I know are high rated.
Oh, really? Okay, so yeah. And the college, even the deadline that I missed, it was something with a scholarship. They're gonna pay everything, the housing, the fees and everything, the food and everything. Because I don't think like I can't afford like a full studying and everything, so that's why. But
Right.
yeah, I followed you. If you have anything, just let me know.
Yeah,
And
just send me a direct message, and then I can ask around or look around and see what I can find
yeah,
there.
of course, I'm
Um,
gonna send you. Yeah, absolutely.
I
What
know.
about you, Nikita?
Um,
So in South
Gustavo,
Africa, I think the deadlines have passed for South Africa because semester starts in February. All applications have to be in, I think, by October. But Sweden, check out Sweden. I must warn you though, Sweden is a very racist country. They've just elected a very right-wing government. And they are quite anti-immigration, the
people aren't
current
all.
government.
Some of them are, but not all the people are bad. It's
No,
a mix.
not all the people are bad because I mean
Yeah.
Kim, who I was saying is my bestie. They're Swedish, but also gender, but from Wish. Like Sweden is a really good place. The nursing school in the city that I lived in, called Borås, Bros, and it's got a little circle above the A. It's Högskolan Borås. It's kind of like a college more than a university. The nursing school there is really, really good. I have a friend who graduated as a nurse from there. Don't live by his example because he likes to think he's a rock star, but I can put you in touch with him.
Oh,
But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that would be so good, to be honest. I would be so happy. Just let me know. Yeah, Sweden, I know that they have, like, they use English as a way to learn, so I would be
yes.
so happy. That's why. And
The
sometimes
Germans
people
do too,
like,
actually. There's a lot of German programs that are in English, and there are a number of German campuses that I know offer tuition free even for foreign students. So
wow.
if
But
you
Germany right now, I wouldn't suggest it for a Palestinian.
Yeah, I don't, I no
yeah,
German. Yeah, I think I should have a language as well. I can't have a language. It will take time, maybe like a year. So that's why. And Germany is like they are full of racist people, and I hate racist people, to be honest. But
they,
that's fine.
everywhere in Europe is though. There's going to be good people and bad. I mean, I have a lot of friends in the German Muslim community. So there are problems, yes, but
Yeah, maybe,
it's
but
not
like what I have
I'm
seen
talking
from
about the
them.
German government right now,
the
like
Oh,
government.
okay.
But
the way the government is going out.
sure, yeah, exactly. I think some of the university programs could be good for 'em, but the government, yeah, I mean, always problematic in this regard.
Yeah, and like they have
Gustavo,
South Africa
demonstrations.
is
is
Yeah. Oh yeah. Continue. Be blessed now.
um, is late submissions done and dusted, or was the 15th the late submission, or was that the first deadline?
I don't understand the question.
Sorry,
Some
I'll DM
places
you.
allow
But if it's
late
not,
submission.
yeah, if it's not the late submission, there might still be an opportunity in the school that you wanted. But I'll definitely send you a DM on it.
Okay, I think no, I think it was the. Oh my, I don't understand, to be honest, the whole thing. But I think it was the last day for the like application or the deadline. So they said they closed right now. That's why it was like a week ago maybe. I had a problem that I could not bring for them they wanted my high school certificate translated in English, but they wanted from me to send it to a company in the US so they can translate it and they trust them or something like that. And it takes 7 weeks to translate this. Like, it's just a paper. Why would it take 7 weeks? That's weird.
A lot of
No, it's
a
a
lot of
lot.
a lot of university systems are still using really antiquated systems, and some of it is almost like it's like dealing with a Soviet bureaucracy or something. It can be really complex to navigate, but a lot of U.S. Universities accept entrances partway through the year too. You know, second semester in, it doesn't have to start at the beginning. I don't know if nursing programs or therapy programs do specifically, but university applications in general, you might not have to wait an entire year. So it's worth always asking: do you take like fall term admissions?
And
Oh, I
so
had so many.
Jennifer and Allah,
Yeah.
just to, if Jennifer and Allah are still in the chat, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I had so many like courses here about nursing and these things, and it's just so important, to be honest. Like I have seen so many people getting shot in front of me, and I didn't know what to do, and it just feels so bad because you could not do anything for them. So I even sometimes search on YouTube on some things to do, and I had some tips and I use them sometimes. And it's just so important, especially knowing these informations to use them in the real life. It's so important.
But also therapy as well. I think that people underestimate how bad the mental health situation is in Palestine. There was a report that was done by the World Health Organization saying that over half of the Palestinian adults are on the threshold for depression, and a majority of kids show signs of distress. And that was before what happened in October. So you can imagine how bad the situation is now.
Yeah, no, PTSD is a real problem. You know, general drift denialism. Honestly, it's one of the ways that the H group has frequently recruited bombers was by playing on the nihilism that the situation creates. You know, people that they see no point in that there's no way they're ever going to get a job, be able to afford a family. You know, like it's just completely hopeless for them. And the fact that that is so much the norm is just terrifying. You know, the how do you give an entire country therapy? And at this point, you need generational therapy.
Oh
Because
my
it's
God, this
generational
is,
trauma. Okay,
yeah, this is
we need to go
100%
to bed
true. I
now, though.
swear. Yeah, like I have like the people I see in my age. Like, I swear they have problems. I know it. They have problems, but they don't show it. And we don't have like people to visit or to talk to like therapists as in Europe or other countries, unfortunately. Like, I know like we have one place like in the whole West Bank, and no one like goes there because it's so expensive, so no one goes. And yeah, there should be like people who are taking care of kids. I have a little brother, so we don't let him like sit in front of the news so much. And even though when we had some raids on the camp or anything, sometimes he wake up on it, and I know like that's bad. It's gonna affect him. For me personally, I can't really sleep at night sometimes. Like currently it's 2:30 in the morning. I don't know how to sleep. It just take me time because because usually we have these attacks at night with everything, so it just becomes so scared to sleep with everything is happening. So you have to stay awake.
How the hell could you? I mean, the long, long history of night raids and how brutal they can be. I mean, they're done because it's a terror tactic. It's quite deliberate because it's literally trying to foster a sense of insecurity and terror because they want Palestinians to accept, permanent, colonized status, that they have no actual hope. It's trying to break the will of a people. It's horrifying to have to deal
Yes.
with that kind of stuff. But honestly, just to be fair, about half the Israeli population are barking mad. I mean, they need therapy too. There's
Yeah.
a lot of really messed up people there. Their own system is honestly hurting them. And it's not just people that don't like the system and wish it could be better. It's the people that are most fucked up in driving the system forward. They've been they've been mentally abused by a horrifying system, and
Brainwashed,
there's a
completely
lot of unhappy
brainwashed.
people from that.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Okay, I do need to go, Gustavo.
Oh,
Please
yeah.
DM me. Please DM me
I will.
anytime, and I'll send you my Instagram details so we can chat there. But yeah, anytime you need anything, let me know. Even if you want to call on Discord or anything, if you can't sleep or if you're hearing the noises and you need somebody to talk to, I'm around.
Oh my!
Okay.
Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Thank you. I texted you. I sent you my IG. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Blessed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for facilitating this. I think it was a really necessary conversation and kind of got the brain juices flowing. But now I'm going back to editing. Voldemort, who I will talk about at a later stage, gave me an idea to write a story about heartbreak and dragons. And so I'm probably going to go to bed and edit that.
Well, sleep well eventually.
Eventually.
You sleep.
All right. Thank you so much for this, Professor. I really appreciate the
Anytime,
space.
like,
Thank you
Nikki,
for holding
sir.
space with me.
I think this needs discussion much more often, and we
Yeah.
will eventually start branching these things out and touching on more than just Palestine. So,
Yes.
Thank you,
Inshallah,
Nikita. See you soon.
from
Thank
the
you so
river to the
much.
sea.
Yeah,
and
inshallah.
Gustavo, too, send me a message, and I'll try to do is I'll look up some people at some of the area places that I might know. Like I'll see if I can find like some people that can talk to you about programs in the area, because not my area, but I do know a lot of academics, so I
Oh
can
yeah,
find.
that would be. Wait, you are a professor, right? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
exactly. But
Oh my god, I didn't know this.
I'm a historian, so
Respect, man. I didn't know.
yeah. So I'm
I'm
a
gonna.
history professor, but I know a lot of people who do work with the nursing programs, therapy programs, whatever. There, I can find some contacts for you.
Oh, may Allah bless you, man. Thank you so much. I will DM you right now.
Liam, it might be a good time to kind of do a refresher for anybody who doesn't know about your academic and scholarly background.
Okay. I was a working class kid, went to college late. I've read all my life. It was always like kind of my thing. I finally got into college, ran straight through to a PhD. I'm a historian of ideas and cultures. So I study big transnational concepts, economics, religion, philosophy, political ideologies, things like that. But a lot of my work focuses on the Middle East and Europe. And then I look at a lot of questions of where I get interested in things like sexuality and trauma and everything else. Is I look a lot at like identity formation and how the self is constructed in modern societies and how we deal with all this crazy fucked up stuff around us. So a lot of that just gets really fascinating to me. So I touch on a lot of different areas, but history is kind of like the center of my wheelhouse. Change over time.
And Soul
Wow,
Speak said,
amazing.
how did you get onto TikTok?
Oh, a former student spent years trying to tell me I should do this sort of thing and I should make TikTok videos, and I looked at it and I saw two things. I saw some people doing with high production values doing really stuff that I just didn't have time to learn how to do, and then there was a whole bunch of like weird dance craze shit, and I'm like I don't see the point here. What does this have to do with me? And I don't have the time to learn a new system anyway. But he brought me on to do a live, and that just sort of, I guess, opened up a door to it. Turned out I quite enjoy these. I wasn't sure that I would because I hate telephones so much, but you get to see something. Like I'm not interacting with just myself. It does feel like a sense of community, even though it's not text based. So I've quite enjoyed it. But it was sort of a surprise that I did. But yeah, he asked me to do it, and that was a couple months ago, I think, almost now. And I just sort of fell into it.
Yes, it was. Although he needs to come back and start doing his own lives, to be honest. I don't know why he's disappeared on us.
Oh, he has? Yeah, he was doing quite a lot of them for a while, but yeah, I guess yeah, I haven't seen his name around lately. But yeah, no, this is fun, and honestly, a lot of the little videos that I've made are just like little throwaway 1 minute like this day in history kind of crap, and some people do seem to like that. So yeah, why not? It's fun.
Amazing.
Gustav, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh no, thank you. Also, I actually learned English because I started working in a church since I was 10 until maybe 15, but then I stopped working because I had a problem with like they call him the Papa. I don't know, like the father of the church. Me and him, we had an argument about something, so he kicked me out. But because I worked there for 5 years, I made so many relationships with many like people from there and friends as well. I met people from everywhere, and it was something that like I started to realize that the things that I love, like I want to travel, I want to visit Norway, I want to visit the US, the UK to meet these people and to learn about their culture, history, everything. And I think traveling is something could be something so exciting for me, to be honest, if I tried that, and be something so nice. I wish we can do it because we are not like usually able to leave from my city because we have checkpoints, so we can't leave. And even like we have Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. I've never been there in my whole life, and I want until I become 50. Maybe that's the rules because I'm 18. I have to wait until 50 so I can go there, unfortunately.
Sorry, repeat that again. I don't understand this. Does anybody know?
Yeah, so if you wanted to go to Jerusalem or Al-Aqsa Mosque, if you are a male, your age should be 50 to go there. If you are a woman, your age should be 40.
Because they don't want Teresa's.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
it
I
is.
know.
It is. And I'm not sure if I should ask what city or town, what region you're from there, but it honestly, it just disgusts me that I've been there multiple times and you can't get in. It's just what the I
I
don't
know.
get it.
That's crazy. I know. These rules only for the people in the West Bank usually, and if you like, there's some ways to get into there, but you have a group with you, and they have to take their permission, and you're gonna have to wait a month or two maybe. And just when you think about it, like, oh, sir, some random Jew from Europe or from the US can just go there easily. Some foreigners can go there easily, but we can't. Oh, that's so crazy. I wish it just be fair for everyone. It's not fair and so racist as well and sexist. Like why males they have to wait until 50? That doesn't make sense.
And to think that the Israelis have actually been exporting a lot of their policing techniques into the U.S. and Europe. I mean, their racial profiling type stuff has been affecting a lot of U.S. police departments. It's like, really, our cops are bad enough. We don't need to make them worse. Like, oh, I sort of a little known piece of trivia. I recovered um, my father's family's original surname because they got into the U.S. and had to change O'Mara because there was so much discrimination against Irish Catholics, and they picked the German name Mar, Maher. But when I got into being a specialist on Israel and Palestine, the fact that Mar is also Maher meant that every single time I was stopped by Israeli cops, they looked at my passport. The first questions are, what are your siblings' names? What are your parents' names? What are you doing here? Why, blah, blah, blah. I like immediately assuming, I'm Arab. It's the level of just reflexive racism is just horrifying. It just comes out at the drop of a hat. I thought about changing my name when I was younger just because I thought it was sort of unjust and fucked up that the family had to change their name in the first place, but I wasn't going to go through the trouble until I finally found a reason. And about the dozenth time being strip searched and detained was enough to get me to say, you know what, I'm just going to change my name on my passport.
Yeah,
This is
they're
fucking
so
ridiculous.
disgusting people, so disgusting in the hallways. The most thing that they use against us in the media, usually for October 7th, like they used to say, for example, like, oh, so in Israel we support LGBTQ and gay rights and everything, but in the West Bank they don't, or in Palestine they don't. They are so bad, so bad. Like, okay, I think that it is just you can't use these things against us in a way so Europeans and Americans start loving you or standing with you, which is so racist as well, to be honest. It's because it's not true at all. Okay,
No,
it's not.
the religious
Yeah,
culture, the religious Zionists and the Haredim inside Israel are terrible to gay people.
yeah,
There's routine attacks on them, and there's a very publicly acknowledged LGBT NGO that operates in the West Bank. There are publicly known gay bars in Ramallah. I mean, yes, there's conservatives inside Palestine. Of course, there are conservatives, but it's not like gay people aren't there.
yeah. It's
It's
not like you can just kill them. That's what they say. Like
yeah, like
they try to justify it. It's like if someone said something, for example, if someone said like, "Oh, I don't support gay people," doesn't mean that you have to kill him. Okay, yeah, he might be stupid or wrong, but it doesn't mean you have to kill him. That's the point. That's a good point.
yeah, it's and everyone wants to go immediately to like, oh yeah, they're throwing them all off of buildings. I'm like, no, that doesn't happen. No country does that. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? I mean, they just want to assume that all Arabs are Teresa's.
Oh my god,
It's ridiculous. It's so offensive.
it's so offensive. Yeah, oh, just so bad as well. So bad. These people have pure evil inside their hearts. I can't just believe it that we
There's
are
a
stuck
system
with them.
it messes them up. It's nothing about where they're from or who they are initially. It's nothing about the religion. It's that they grew up in an ethnocracy, and it fucks with your head. It makes you an accomplice to evil. It basically brainwashes you into a system that's horrifying to people. And it's so sad because I mean so many Jews in the diaspora understand that the history of persecution means that we should stand for all oppressed peoples and we should try to end all architectures of oppression. But the lesson that some of the founders in Israel learned from oppression in Europe was that it should never happen again to us. And they choose to oppress other people instead. And it's exactly the wrong lesson to learn from that. It's such a perversion, of basic principles. It's really really harmed the Jewish community in the world. I mean, the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
conflict has
They
really
say, okay, they claim that their country is a Jewish country. Okay, if you want to say that your country is a Jewish country, then you have to do the rules of your religion, right? So you can't say that you support LGBTQ and at the same time you can be a Jewish country. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so you have to choose one of them, and in the same time they have to stop tracking the Jews from the whole world. Like, you know how they track like the Jews to the West Bank to let them live in their settlements? They give them free houses, free money, free water, free everything. And they even weaponize them. They teach them how to use guns, how to unalive all of us. I swear. In so many cities, you have so many people who are dying from the settlers, only settlers, like people between age 18, 19, 20, they have guns and they can do anything to me or anyone. They can kidnap me and no one will say anything. And if I try to defend myself, I'm gonna be a terrorist for them.
right. My country is exporting Teresa's to you. Yeah, exactly. We're sending the crazies to the Jewish community. It's so
Um,
sad, but it creates so many divisions within international Jewish communities because I mean a lot of us do not approve of any of this shit. It just doesn't make sense. It's such a perversion.
Malika, how you doing?
Hi.
Is it Malika or Malika? Sorry,
Mal-
Malika. Yeah. Do you wanna jump in?
Yeah, so this is kind of a different thing, but there's a video going around of a Persian woman who is talking about how we've all been fooled and that this is all a big thing that Iran is doing so that they can create pan-Islamic state in Palestine. And so we shouldn't support Palestinians. Um,
Hello.
she's an intelligent woman though that works in human rights as an attorney. And I know that things are not great in Iran currently, but is there any truth to what she's talking about at all?
Based on that, nothing at all. No, like literally nothing. The Iranians have historically supported both of the H groups with cash and weapons and whatnot, but they are not trying to create an Islamic anything outside of their borders. Iran has still literally invaded 0 countries. It's not. It doesn't make sense. So no, and culturally that can't even work. I mean, most Palestinians are quite secular people, and almost none of them are Shia. So what the fuck?
It seems very strange to me because also, whenever you hear anything from Hamas, they very clearly feel like the end of their organization, at least what they say, is when Palestine is free. So they're saying that they don't have plans past that, basically.
They are literally a nationalist movement. This is why a lot of the framing internationally is so problematic, that it takes nationalist movements like the two H groups, the one in Lebanon and one in Palestine, and it connects them to ISIS and Al Qaeda or whatever. They have completely different ideologies and goals. It's just an Islamically themed nationalist movement. They only care about Palestine. So no, it's nonsensical. And the Iranians have no global aspiration anyway. They represent a tiny share of the Muslim population anyway. It doesn't make any sense. This is why there are still zero Iranian jihadists. They're not part. I mean, that kind of internationalist radicalism that wants to resurrect the caliphate. The caliphate persecuted Shia Muslims. Why would they want a caliphate again? It doesn't make sense.
I
Even
think
the-
I
Yeah,
might be able to offer some thought into it. So there's been a couple of TikTok videos that have started showing up, questioning why at a lot of protests, pro-Israeli protests, there seemed to be the lion and the sun flag for Iran, so the pre-revolution one. Why there seems to be so much of that going on. I wonder if that might lend some kind of pointers to where this might be coming from.
Maybe. I have a kind of tangential question that might be related to that.
Okay.
I know that it seems like this year the CIA admitted that they did something a little undemocratic in Iran that caused the Iranian Revolution. They seem like they admitted all of that, and they said, yeah, it was undemocratic. Is that related to the current circumstances and all? Is that all the same narrative essentially?
Well, the current situation for Iran and the creation of the Islamic Republic are very much a reaction to U.S. policy, yeah, and ultimately to British and Russian policy. Ultimately, the Qajar monarchy, so go back into the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, extremely weak, struggled to do any kind of real reforms. So the Russians and the British divided it into spheres of influence. The British ended up deciding later to back Reza Khan as a military figure, and then he ends up seizing power. And once he's in control, he abolishes the Qajar monarchy, makes himself Shah, and that seems like it supports European interests. It becomes basically like a satellite for European power. It doesn't actually change any of the 19th century systems. So, the oil concession signed by the Qajar monarchy gave 16% of the profit from all oil and gas coming out of Iran to the Shah, not to the country, and only 16% of profit, not even of gross. Deeply unjust, but it made the British filthy rich. BP its ancestor is the Anglo-Iranian oil company that was doing this. So they wanted to maintain that kind of control, and they were able to do that under Reza Shah. But Reza Shah ends up aligning ideologically with the Yazidis during World War II, which is, it seems so weird to say it that way. This weird TikTok speech is so confusing. But they ended up aligning there, so they ended up deposing him during World War II, and his son comes to power. His son actually made it essentially a constitutional monarchy. He took a back seat, and you had for a while a thriving democratic, multi-party system in Iran. Two big problems there. One of which, the biggest one, is the Cold War. So the Cold War context meant that any kind of left-leaning politics, like the Tudeh party Iran had, was a problem, and people had to oppose that. And because long-running negotiations trying to change the original concession so they could keep more of the profit from the oil there was rejected. So the UK decided they wanted to overthrow the government, but they couldn't because Iran was smart enough to throw all their agents out of the country. So they asked the US to do it. So in 1953, Eisenhower sent in agents provocateurs to manipulate some of the different factions there on the ground and managed to rile things up such that it made it possible for the Shah to stage an internal coup with the military to topple the democratic government. And he ruled for 25 years as an absolute monarch, propped up by the Savak, which was the secret police there. The secret police were trained by the CIA, and they unalived people, disappeared people, tortured people. So it's a deeply, deeply corrupt sort of system that is being propped up there. And that's where tons of factions got together trying to overthrow the monarchy, to end that, to basically end, because Mohammad Reza Shah was essentially a U.S. puppet. Part of the Cold War, whole framework there, kind of like the anti-commie sort of thing, and no one cared about your human rights abuses as long as you were anti-communist. The U.S. never has cared about democracy, among other countries. We have frequently overthrown democracies. Democracy and freedom aren't the issues. What we want is freedom for markets. We want freedom for corporations. So anything remotely leftist is problematic for them. So 25 years of the CIA training secret police inside Iran is why you had such a wide coalition, by the time you get to 1978 and the revolution. So, yeah, but where things get really nasty and how you end up with the current system, because the initial proposals, once the Shah was toppled, was for a democracy, for a multi-party democracy that wasn't going to be a religious state. Some of the problems there are some of the Iranian parties fucking up, because the Khomeinis simply outmaneuvered them. They presented an idea that gave the clerical class almost no power, but a kind of like advisory role in government. But that was too much for some of the ethnic and leftist and nationalist type groups. So they boycotted the whole process, and the Khomeinis were able to rewrite the constitution to create the Islamic Republic. So that boycott is how the government got so bad in terms of its current structure. But ultimately, still, Britain and the US bear a significant amount of responsibility for creating the conditions for that revolution in the first place that put the Khomeinis in power. So, is that...
Yeah. Even another thing about Iran and these things, it is just you feel like the problem is in the United States and in Europe as well. Like these governments there, sometimes you feel like they think that they are better than the other people. Like they give punishments to some countries and they just don't care, or they don't do anything to other countries. Like they give punishments to Iran and to Russia about so many things, or China, but they never do to Israel, for example, which is really interesting, isn't it? It's so weird as well. Like, okay, you give punishments to Russia for like invading Ukraine. Okay, that makes sense. But Iran, why? Because you think they have uranium, or I don't know. But you have no, I don't know if they have proof or not for it, but I don't think, to be honest. With Israel, with doing their crimes since like 80 years, maybe 75, and we haven't seen anything, only condemning them. Like, oh, Israel, please stop, without doing something on force or on the ground to let them stop. It doesn't make sense. Like, they want to condemn the H group for doing what they did, but they don't want to condemn the IDF.
It doesn't make sense only if you take seriously the principles that Western countries claim to support. Because if you believe that we really care about human rights, then the fact that we don't deal with Iran, but we're perfectly cozy with the Saudis makes no sense. Because the Saudis behead gay people. I mean, it's an oppressive, absolute monarchy. Does Iran have oppressive elements in its government? Absolutely. The Savama secret police that the current Khomeinis run is just a rebranded Savak. It's the same thing. It's still an oppressive society. But it's actually a freer society than Saudi is, and we're perfectly comfortable with them. So at the end of the day, it's all about money. What you have to do to understand Western countries is actually ignore the rhetoric they use, the arguments, the freedom, democracy, all that kind of shit, and look for the actual interests. What are they really motivated by? Because governments generally don't care about principles like that. It's not really in the nature of states to care about such principles. They're more concerned with the power relations internationally, and that's the key issue here. We have isolated Iran ever since the uprising in '78 because they overthrew our pet dictator, and the way that we've treated the Iranians ever since, it honestly it consistently makes it worse. So it's not just in '53, it's not just in the 1970s. It's now, because every single time Iran tries to elect reformers that want to liberalize the system more and integrate more with the world, we do something fucked up. We unalive some people. We carry out some kind of attack. We start using more provocative language because that helps the reactionaries. It helps the hardliners, because it's in America's interest to keep the Iranian government awful to Iranians. Because if it does that, then it maintains a strategic enemy in the area that justifies having a U.S. fleet based in Bahrain, and all of our our propping up and arming the Saudis. It kind of like feeds what we call the military-industrial complex, our defense industries. That's ultimately what's driving a lot of Iran policy, is propping up that kind of system. And the Iranians are just, they're pawns in that whole process. It's really sad.
Yeah, I don't believe even Iran or Russia or China or Yemen are like, they try to let us know that these countries are so bad and they are so like, they are a source of dangerous for everyone, which is not true at all. If you want to look at the history of the world to see who killed more people, you're gonna realize that the US, the UK, some like Germany, maybe Netherlands, all of these countries, their governments have been killing innocent people since long time ago. Like nowadays you have Israel, before you have the UK, and then before you have the US, as they did to the Native Americans, right? The UK colonized half of the world. Then like people in Netherlands, their government, I think like 500 or 600 years ago, they did so many bad things in Africa, as I studied as well. So, but if you like Russia, I don't know what they did, to be honest. I don't think they did something so bad.
The Russians actually are also an extremely brutal colonizer. What makes them look different to a lot of people is that a lot of Russia's colonizing was done over land. They expanded over land and took a huge number of territories. They treated the populations in Asia like shit. They are absolutely as brutal and racist, as well as like homophobic and everything else. So putting the Russians in as some kind of like axis of freedom and anti-colonialism doesn't make sense given their own history. But because they didn't do much in terms of like overseas, like sailing around the world into Africa, people tend to look at them a little differently. And a lot of the relations during the Cold War too were quite cynical still. It was them trying to expand their own power and influence in Africa and the Middle East and Asia. But it did have the benefit of actually giving, weapons and money to people who needed it, but they had their own state reasons for it too. So don't give the Russians a free pass on this.
Okay, okay, sorry, I didn't know, but okay, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, they play the part today. They like to beat the drum here because they don't like the U.S. for other reasons, and they have a reason to. I mean, hell, we invaded Russia in 1918. There's some long-standing grievances there. But
yeah, they are, even the US is giving them punishments, of course. That's why, yeah. If the United States or Israel try to like, if they wondered one day why so many people in the world hate them, it's so obvious. They don't need to ask. It's obvious, so fucking obvious. It doesn't need like to think or anything. So okay, so be blessed. You can speak. I just have to.
Yeah.
Is that the question that you had raised earlier? Did that help, or do we mind clarify any other points there?
Oh, you are
from me or Gustavo?
I think it was Malika. Did Malika raise the question about Iran?
Oh, I don't think he's here.
Oh,
she might have stepped out.
Oh, I have to.
Yeah,
I have to go because my phone is. Yeah, I have to go. My phone is about to die. Thank you so much, Liam. I'm so nice to meet you, man. So much, and be blessed. Thank you so much for asking about me.
Glad you're here.
Oh, thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Bye, bye, guys.
Good night. Has there ever been a situation where sanctions have been applied that haven't been pushed by the US or the UK, or I guess even Europe? Or sanctions are only ever applied when it's at the whim of the West?
Um, it depends on what you mean by sanctions, and like in a specifically United Nations kind of context, or
I
just
guess
other than
so,
the
but I mean, I'd be happy to
sanctions in
hear of
general.
any other forms of sanctions.
Because there are tons of places where trade has been cut off or sanctioned, or like whole blocks have done it. Like the Japanese use this quite a bit. The Chinese do use it today. They use money as a weapon. Um, I mean the Chinese frequently use the carrot more than the stick with cash, but they're doing it for a kind of control still, and they have sanctioned in a sense, cut off certain areas that don't toe the line. The Russians do it too, in relation to Central Asian republics and whatnot. So it kind of depends on what we mean in terms of like broader endorsed like UN like Security Council sanctions. No, those have generally been at the behest of European powers or the U.S. But
So
there
there's
are other economic forces in the world that try. It's just that we kind of dominate the global economy.
because of the three-step process of BDS, of boycott, divest, and sanctions. I think the first two, it's possible for the public um, to enforce it, or the public and also publicly owned companies, I guess. But when it comes to sanctions, am I right in assuming that's not something that can be applied unless it's done at a national level?
Yeah, sanctions are about cutting off trade and cutting off banking ties. So it is something that's done more at a state level, yeah. But with that, still ordinary people can push them along. I mean, the reason we got a lot of the sanctions on apartheid South Africa was because of popular movements. So it's possible. It's just difficult because as long as something is economically beneficial to major powers, they're just going to ignore their own population on it. Look at how well the Free Tibet movement worked. No one gave a shit. Like no government was going to get behind sanctioning China over that because we're all making so much money trading with China. And the Tibetan people were sacrificed to G-side over this. I mean, at this point, Han Chinese outnumber Tibetans in Lhasa. So it has to be in the economically beneficial to major powers for sanctions to take off, unfortunately.
So we just have to recruit Richard Gere and we're good, because I think he talked a lot about free Tibet.
He talked a lot
Um,
about, yeah, and we got nothing out of it. But
yeah.
I mean, but mass mobilization eventually forced a change in South Africa, and people were making money off of that too. Not nearly as much, obviously, it wasn't as big a part of the global economy, but there were plenty of people who were invested in what Pretoria was doing. Um, so it was very difficult to push through. And in the U.S., actually, it was even vetoed when it finally got through Congress. It had to be overridden, but that was because huge numbers of people demanded it and refused to back down on it. So it is possible. It's just difficult, and in the situation with Israel Palestine, it's more possible because the Israeli part of the global economy is about like South Africa's was. It's not like you're going after China. That's a lot. That's a lot harder one to deal with. I think it would technically be possible to deal with it. Our bigger problem with getting sanctions against Israel is getting over the way that tons of societies have cynically used Israel to get to whitewash their own anti-Semitic past to avoid those hard changes internally. So if you to get them to criticize it, I mean, from in their own logic, that would be the anti-Semitic act. But the problem here is we have to talk about what anti-Semitism really is and how deeply integrated it is into the Euro-American consciousness. That's a conversation I don't think that people are willing to have yet.
so how come things like, for example, racism, or even what's happened as a result of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade or chattel slavery, isn't treated with the same, I guess, caution as anti-Semitism?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but what do you mean treated
So
with?
for example, what's happening in places like Germany, where there seems to be a rise in racism and hate towards individual groups, isn't so they're not creating laws in a no, actually that's not the right word. I think that's disingenuous of me to even say that, because yeah, there are laws against racism. Um, what am I trying to ask? I don't know. It feels like there is a connection with fascism that I'm still trying to unpick, and I'm not quite sure where
There's
the. Do you understand where I'm trying to get at?
I'm not sure, but we can see. I can poke around the edge and see if we can find it. There are a lot of places where I think we still haven't dealt as much with the damage in colonialism in places like Africa either, and a lot of those attitudes are still there, so people aren't as concerned. I mean, so um, when Athena's pointing out the way the education system works there, and that she never ran into the Herero or the Maji Maji uprising or something like. I mean, the way the Germans treated Tanganyika,
Hmm.
with Tanzania today. I mean,
Hmm.
they massacred huge numbers of people. I mean, German colonialism is shorter lived because of the world wars, but it was among the most horrifically racist and brutal of them. And if they're not having those conversations in schools yet, they haven't really dealt with the underlying issues and prejudices yet. I think one of the problems you have in dealing with the question of anti-Semitism is that it's much more of a homegrown issue because Jews have been present in Europe for more than 2,000 years. So the hatreds there are actually tied to Christianity. They're tied to much older elements of European identity, and it's in that way it's a fairly deep hatred that's actually rooted in their own history and culture. Where a lot of the other ones here that we're dealing with, a lot of the racisms towards, say, Africans are really more of a product of the Atlantic slave trade and a need to rationalize what they were doing economically by creating prejudices.
But
So
I mean, the church was heavily involved as well in both
I mean,
slavery and colonialism.
everyone was involved in it. Yeah, I mean, it's in some ways a more recent issue, and it deals with an issue that's actually more distant physically too. It's not a part of local history in a sense. So I don't think that they process the two issues similarly. The closer one you've got to the way that anti-Semitism works in Europe is the way that the Roma and Sinti peoples are treated, because they've also been there, since what 1,300 years, something like that, and are still treated like shit in every country.
And
Uh,
I think after Jewish people, they were the biggest group of people that were affected by the Shoah.
mhm. Yeah, show was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, oh, that was that. Was it? No, it's by proportion of population. Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch what the question was. Um, I thought you were asking like show is the right term.
Sorry,
The
yeah, I'm trying not to say the H word. So,
Yeah, exactly. No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that they yeah, large numbers of them were unalive. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Nuremberg laws applied to Afro Germans, but Afro Germans weren't sent to the camps in the same way. The Roma and Sinti were sent to death camps. So those hatreds, because they deal with an issue that's physically present in Europe and tied to European culture at a much deeper level, than the economic racisms that arise around colonialism. We still need to deal with the consequences of that. I'm honestly furious that German schools do as bad a job as Athena is saying in dealing with their own colonial past, but people would treat the issues different mentally just because they come from different areas culturally, like they arise from different issues. I mean, Christianity is the core for anti-Semitism, not the racism of the Yazis. Most of the people who participated in the Shoah didn't do it because of the Nazi racial ideology. This is a major problem with the way that we often teach the Shoah, because we focus on the racist ideology of the Yazi government, and then we show the outcome of that. But what drives the individual person who's doing it, the individual Germans, but also the Ukrainians and Lithuanians and tons of other people who joined up to participate in this process, and then people who, like in the Netherlands or France, who turned over their neighbors. What's driving that? It's not the racist ideology, because most of them never learned it or accepted it. It's Christian anti-Judaism. It's a very deep cultural hatred that goes back to the divorce between the religions in the early centuries of the first millennium. So it's harder to address, I think. It's harder to get people to actually face it and deal with it.
So, I mean, doesn't that division also then apply to Muslim people as well?
Yeah, it does. There's a long history of conflict with Islam that deeply affects the European mentality. The main difference there is that Muslims were a much smaller part of the European population. They didn't interact with them as much, and in most countries of Europe, Muslims weren't present at all. I mean, there were tiny numbers of them in Eastern European territories like Poland. There were chunks of them across the Balkans and whatnot. And then you had the populations in Iberia. But most of Europe never had direct interactions with them. But it does create a deep problem there. There still is a whole sense of like fighting the Saracens, you know. Are you in or near London?
I'm in London, yes.
Yeah. I have there's a fun alleyway in the city called Saracen's Head Way, like heading a. Which
Gosh,
I think
that must be it must be by the St. Paul area, so around the city, I'm assuming.
yeah. It's in
Yeah.
the city. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
so for anybody who knows the city, like the central old part of London. Sorry for anybody
Yes,
who's.
Corporation of London, yes.
But it's funny that shit is still there because they've changed a lot of other ones. Like a lot of cities in Britain used to have like there was a designated thinking about our sex topic earlier, right? There was a designated alleyway for prostitution. So you had terrible names like I'm gonna try and say these words very close together in case a filter would catch it. Grope Cunt Lane. Which is pretty horrifying, but it was literally the name of street. Like there was a street in London, like, but they've changed those names. But Saracen's Head Way is still there.
Gosh.
I think it's funny.
Wow. Hi, Lisa. How you doing?
Hey, you know, I enjoy your questions. Be blessed. I enjoy both you and Liam talking to each other. Have you all been on for like 3 or 4 hours?
I've been on for a little over 5, so I probably should
Wow.
start wrapping it up soon.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize
Well,
it had gone so fast. Wow.
when I came on, I just appreciate what you were saying about Palestine and like, you know, what we hear about it feels like almost one of the number one things that we hear is, oh, if you were gay and you walk down the street, when literally like we've heard from people who have gone there to visit or whatever, and they're like, everyone was so nice to me. And I just appreciate that because that one is one that I hear over and over, and it just like irritates me so much. And I think there was like an act where one person 2 years ago attacked like a gay person. And so that's what they bring up, you know, but it was like a one-off, like, has that ever happened here in the United States?
Well, that happens constantly here in the U.S. But I mean, and to be fair, it does happen across the Muslim world, but it's not. But people are using it in a distinct racist way to kind of like create a monolith, right?
Right.
So there are definitely streets in Cairo that you don't want to walk down, you know, and that's an out gay person or just being a woman dressed, you know, with I don't know less clothing on or something, you know, like somebody walking in a miniskirt. There's certain areas you just wouldn't want to go, but there are also bikini beaches in Egypt where no one gives a shit. So it's just. It depends on where you are. There are known gay clubs across the Middle East. There was a theatrically released Egyptian movie about gay life in Egypt, and the poster for the film was a naked dude. You know, I mean, and that actually got released. but there are actually attacks and unalivings of gay people as well. So it's just a matter of like, the problem here is conservatism, not Muslims, right? And there are Muslim conservatives and there are Christian conservatives, and they all hate gay people.
I think, like, because I've been just looking into, especially since I've been told so many things about Islam growing up. So I've been looking into it so that I can know, more about it. I think people all over the US are, which I think is really, I'm sure that all the fear mongering and we go to protect our democracy. I'm sure they love that. All of these converts all over the US. But so I guess, and I could be wrong, but I feel like what I'm getting is in most of, I guess, the Sunnah Muslim cultures and religion, that there's like less condemnation than we've been told, and maybe even less condemnation than some Christianity. I know at its heart, Christianity is against saying you're better than other people, but from my experience growing up in the US, it was not like that. And same with Catholicism. But I don't know, from what I've been gathering is it seems like they're more like, like we're not supposed to do this, but we're not going to push our views on you or say that you're going to hell.
Yeah,
That's correct.
a much more nuanced view of that, because within the religion itself, so Islamic scholars writing on Islamic sexuality frequently adopt the same kind of ideal that you see in the other two Abrahamic faiths. They'll, even modern ones, even contemporary Islamic scholars, as well as like medieval ones, they'll talk about how any other sex than between, than vaginal sex between men and women somehow violates the architectonics of the cosmos and God's plan for humanity, and how these parts fit together naturally. That's the only thing that's actually accurate and okay. Historically, what you have is that a lot of things are kind of ignored. And the single biggest place where you see that develop in the Muslim world is because of when early Muslims rode up out of Arabia and took a significant chunk of territory from the East Roman Empire and the Persians. They actually adopted a shitload of cultural norms. Honestly, this is one that I wish more people understood better. The hijab is ultimately an importation from the Romans. It's not something that's, something uniquely like, oh, we've always veiled women or whatever. I mean, the elite Roman women covered their heads when they left the house as a symbol of status, because Rome never actually criminalized grape. If it was a slave, a lower class person, whatever, some random villagers you're passing through, legally no one cared, which is horrifying. And Muslims seeing this are like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? I think everyone should cover their heads quickly. Like, we don't want this to be the norm there, But that dynamic just gets lost. The fact that as a symbol, a protective symbol, was present all across the Eastern Mediterranean before they got there. The basic understanding of sex and gender in the Muslim world is actually Greek and Roman. The idea of an active and passive sexuality, instead of like an understanding of like our sexual orientation concept, it's penetrator and penetrated, and then this sense of like a fear of women's sexual power. So there's a desire to kind of control women's sexuality, because if it isn't controlled, then men will run around like, doing whatever they want to get sex, and it'll just destroy civilization or some bullshit. That's a Greek and Roman idea that was imported into Islam, and actually fits into tons and tons of Islamic writings on sexuality in from the Middle Ages all the way to the present. Where they're okay, where you see them okay with gay people is specifically in the way that Greeks and Romans were. So a pederastic relationship that people knew existed, as long as they didn't physically see it, no one cared. It was always still haram. Penetration of a male was always haram in every possible way. But as long as no one saw it, and you were just, because you could totally like write serious erotic love poetry to boys, and nobody cared. You could publish that shit. Everyone knew Rumi was gay. Like there's just tons of stuff that's present there, but as long as you don't physically see it, it was tolerated. But even there, only if it fit that Greco-Roman cultural norm that they inherited when they moved into the area. So two adult bearded males into each other, it never would have been tolerated socially. So it's weird in a way, but that survives all the way up to like the 18th and 19th century. In the Eastern Mediterranean, the basic Greco-Roman cultural norm survived all the way up until the Age of Empire. Let's see. Let's see.
I just wanted to point out, this is a little bit time sensitive. There's a man in here who's my friend. His name is Abu Muhammad, and he's in Gaza. He was asking, I think he wanted to ask a question, but he asked if there was anyone who could translate in the live for him. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure it would
A
be
couple
possible for this
people.
live.
I wouldn't do terribly
Yeah.
well. I can read
Okay.
tolerably well at times, but I usually want a dictionary next to me, and I can't understand. I can't follow conversations well unless I've been around them for quite a while.
But maybe if I mean, I'll DM him. Maybe if there's a way that I can DM him and I can ask the question next time or something.
Okay, or I could just
Yeah.
ask him what his question is, and then
Yeah.
because I can do Google Arabic English. Okay.
Okay.
We can try it that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if somebody could translate better in text too, yeah. Like yeah, if I had access, if I could like write it on my computer and see it, but oftentimes the text is so small here, I can't even tell what the hell I'm seeing.
There are a couple people who said that who answered back to him in Arabic. So maybe they could put it in the chat, whatever he says. I don't
Okay,
know.
I got it. Yeah, no, I can get it sorted out. Don't worry.
On the last topic, just while we're waiting for somebody to translate something, I'll do a couple of fun books on this. If you want to look at like some of the earlier discourses, like well before Europeans, before homosexuality in the Arab Islamic world is a really good one. This actually pulls from tons of older texts, older like I don't know Islamic jurisprudence on it. Gonna lay things out. For the broader transformations in the Ottoman world, which follow the same basic dynamic as the Arab world, it also inherited Greco-Roman norms. Two really good ones here are Producing Desire, which is sort of a general history of the Ottoman sexualities and homosexualities, and then The Age of Beloveds, which I think does a fantastic job of discussing what the Ottomans inherited from Greek and Roman culture, and actually has a bunch of really interesting poetry. It's also got a bunch of good stuff on Ottoman women in it. Looking at a similar dynamic in the Iranian Islamic world. So women with mustaches and men without beards is basically about the Amrad third gender sort of ideal, which is actually not. It's somewhere in between the beloved concept, because the Ottomans and the Arabs inherited kind of the erastis eromenos kind of like lover and beloved kind of concept from the Greeks, and in South Asia you have the hijra third gender. The Amrad concept that existed in Iran is somewhere in between both of them. It has elements of the beloved concept and elements of like a third gender. So it's sort of like a fascinating look. And it talks about the decline of that idea after the Qajar period because of, again, the colonizing gaze. But it's an older Iranian ideal. This is sort of an edited volume, not perfect, but just some interesting essays on homosexualities and the various forms that they took in the Muslim world. There's some problems in the way that Masad does some of his research, but Desiring Arabs is a really interesting take on how Arab homosexualities were transformed by contact with Europeans. In that regard, his work is very good. That the way the colonizing gaze kind of like affected it. So Desiring Arabs is good. It's worth reading there, but sometimes he overplays some of the history stuff. Not a perfect historian, but definitely really good with that particular dynamic.
Thank you so much.
So anyway, those are ones on that. But I'd start with like inventing homosexuality, the little Hyatt book. For like if you want to like a longer term lens of like what it was really like, because it's not like it was totally okay. It was okay
Would
in
it be
specific concepts.
would it be possible to get another screenshot of the last one?
So the first one I showed was this. Then I don't know how clear that. Oh, actually, I can turn that back around again. Okay, so where's his name at? It's right in the center here. So I'll bring that in closer. Does that help? Long ass title. I used an excerpt from that one in one of my classes. Actually, I used an excerpt from Najma Badi too. The Women with Mustaches is a genuinely good book. Judaism has very similar views on homosexuality to Christianity and Islam. It's strictly haram, but they only care about male homosexuality. They never policed female homosexuality. And Hellenized Jews had very similar views to what I was just talking about there. So if you go back into like the Greco-Roman period, you see a lot of the same kind of things. But there's also just like you see the conservative reaction in Islam, there's also a significant conservative reaction in Judaism saying, no, this is wrong. That's the wrong way to do it. And kind of using it in almost a national conflict sort of thing. Hey, if you're like into boys or something, that's you being a Roman and betraying your Jewishness. And it plays into like their conquest by the Romans too. So that has some impact on the long-term dynamic. But in general, Jewish views on homosexuality are like conservative Christian views. You keep drinking my stuff. Hi.
I think that might be a natural break then in in the live to end it. So I hope you have your Hallmark
If that
films
other
ready.
question come up, yeah, I mean, did anybody
Yeah,
figure out?
I think it's
we haven't quite figured out.
to keep the internet connection, but if he comes back, there will be plenty of other lives that are pro-Palestinian for him to
Yep.
join and share what he needs to share. So it's all good.
Yeah,
Plenty of
absolutely.
the ones that I do. There's a lot of native speakers, so if he comes back to one of mine too, it'll probably happen too.
Brilliant.
Much.
Thanks so much again, Liam.
Yep, my pleasure. These are always fun. So
Absolutely.
I think the earliest I can easily be back on though is probably like, I don't know, next Thursday or something. Thursday and or Friday. Yeah, we bounced around through a bunch of other issues, but yeah, we were talking about gender. Somebody was asking there. But we can do it on another topic on another day as well. I'm always happy to come back to it. So always fun.
Cool. All right. Well, enjoy and good night.
Good night. Good day. Cheers. Sayonara. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Salve. Little Roman cat. Ugh. Come here. I gotta turn this off. Hang out for a sec. All right. Good night, folks. Where's the